What's going on, everybody? Welcome in. I hope you're all having a great Wednesday. It's September 10th, 2025. And no matter how you slice it, no matter how you discuss it, um, today's a very, very sad day for America. And I don't even really know how to talk about it. I mean, you know, we've seen a lot of really sad days on Twitter over the years. Um, I'm really blown away at how many people are celebrating stuff like this. And it really makes you think about where we are. And I don't want to be that guy that's constantly talking about where we are as a country, but you kind of have to. I mean, Charlie Kirk was just literally a person who gave his opinion, and he was killed by some lunatic who just didn't agree with him. This is a fucking war on speech. And these fucking idiots that are celebrating this do not understand that this is a fucking war on speech. Like, do not get that this dude, and this makes me think that these people literally just don't even know who he is. They don't even fucking understand. Because he was like literally one of the more welcoming people. He'd agree with you probably, but he literally said, "Come speak to me and let's talk about it." You want to know how you can know if somebody's a fucking moron? Is if you say something, they don't agree with you, but they won't have a conversation with you about it. That's how you can know someone right away is a fucking moron. And you look at where we are in this country. People can't have a fucking opinion if you don't agree with it. I'm going to tell you right now, not every single thing that Charlie Kirk said I agreed with. There's a lot that I did agree with. I've often also said, I don't have a fucking party. I'm not left. I'm not right. I believe in common sense. Do I believe that if you are a functioning member of society who pays taxes, has a job, and is trying to have a family, do I believe you should be ripped from your family's arms and sent back to the country you're from? No, I don't. I don't. And Charlie Kirk does. I don't agree with that. That's not because we're any different of people. I just don't agree with it. That's all. It's not meant for really anything. It's just how I feel and how he feels. Charlie Kirk has made point after point that 20 years ago we would celebrate him for. And we would say, wow, this is a young man who is someone we should uplift in our community because he's a speaker. He's someone that people agree with and understand. And while maybe doesn't everyone agree with him, we can respect him for the discourse that he has. Nowadays, he's the fucking enemy. Nowadays, we don't want to fucking hear him if we don't agree with it. So I kind of want to just talk about this. I want to talk about the event itself. The event itself was extremely brutal. I have watched. I'm not proud of it, but a lot of the work that I'm doing, in the crime world, like I see a lot of videos that are fucking awful, like really, really bad. I knew right away when I saw the video of his neck essentially exploding, he was dead. Any human being that has any intelligence of the human body knows when in your neck, you really only have carotid arteries, right? And when an artery is hit, there's really no way to replace it. That's why, and I don't mean to be graphic, but that's why Mr. Kirk's neck really exploded like a fire hydrant that you turn on. Um, I also want to point out the person that did this is a professional. Real simple. No fucking random trans fucking clown did this. Okay. This was a person with an advanced set of skills. Okay. I don't know if you guys realize how far 200 yards away is. Think about your average NFL field, your college field. It's 100 yards. 200 yards is really far. Really far. This is a person who is systematically able to shoot him dead in the fucking neck, right in his carotid artery. It was a kill shot, straight up. No one surviving that. Nobody. And that's why When I've watched these cartel videos. Why do you think it is such a brutal death to cut through someone's neck and arteries? It's I don't mean to be graphic, but I mean, when you hear people talking about he's in stable condition, it's like, no, no, he's not. Now I waited until the right sourcing came out, and look, I had a bunch of people on Instagram telling me I was sick for posting it. I knew he was dead, and I had the proof that he was dead. Um, all in all, though, it is one of the sadder things you'll hear about. And if you see someone celebrating this, if there's someone close to you, you should have a long thought in your head about what you're going to do further in that person's life, because that person is a lost soul. This is a person who wasn't a criminal. They weren't a gangster. They weren't some extremely dangerous person. Did they agree with everything I agree with? No. But when do we get to this point? If you want to come up and speak, I'd love to have some discourse with you, whether you agree or disagree with Mr. Kirk or me. You can come up and speak. Um, I wonder if, I mean, look, the FBI is involved, Homeland Security, they're going to throw every resource at this. You wonder, though, I mean, how do you even go about catching somebody like this? This is a person who is clearly very advanced in preparing for something like this. And it also makes you think, I mean, who has got the skills to do this that just did it? It doesn't really seem that believable, quite honestly. Uh, Jay, this guy says he's a parody account. I don't know how long we'll have him, but Jay, go ahead. Okay,
Liability
all
reasons,
good.
I'm actually extremely far right,
Okay.
probably way further right than you.
Oh yeah, I'm sure you are. Go ahead, my man.
So anyway, my opinion is it was probably a far leftist shooter, but he planned it out. So Charlie Kirk and the association he works with, I forget what it's called. I'm
Turning
brain
point.
farting. But yeah, Turning Point USA. They plan shit like months in advance. So
Yep.
this person had months to plan this out. So it's probably a guy that hunts on a regular basis, or at least at the very least shoots guns on a regular basis, and he's radicalized to the far left, and he believes the propaganda that Charlie Kirk is literally the next Hitler, because people believe that, believe it or not. You can find
It's,
it on
I
social
mean,
media.
it's seriously one of the dumbest things you ever hear. Listen, Jay, there's really no question. The person that did this is not just a hunter. The person that did this is a trained military professional, some sort of hitman. I mean, normal
Well,
people can't shoot that far with that sort of marksmanship.
dude, 200 yards with the scope that's sighted in is very easy. I could do it.
Is it?
But here's the thing.
I feel like that's
No,
pretty
no,
far.
well, no, no, let me explain. Here, there's a difference though. So if you're shooting like the biggest deer or moose or elk you've ever seen, you're shaking and you got nerves.
Sure.
And there's a good chance you might miss a shot from 200 yards or,
Yep.
not hit it just right. You shoot a human being in the fucking neck it's a perfect fucking shot to fucking kill him within seconds. From 200 fucking yards away, that sounds like someone that at least has military experience right there.
Absolutely.
That's
Yeah,
all I gotta say.
that's a
Because
great
there's
point,
a
buddy.
fucking big difference. Because you talk to anyone, first time they're shooting a fucking deer, that's a good sized deer, they're fucking probably shaking and a little bit nervous. They got nerves. You
Sure.
fucking shoot a fucking human being, that's not even close to the same fucking thing.
And
I
then you manage
guarantee I'd be shaking like a motherfucker.
well,
You
and then you
know, I
manage to
couldn't
not
do it.
right, and then you manage not only to shoot him, but you get up, get away, and are still on the loose. I mean, that's a well said
Yeah,
point.
the
And Jay,
dude's killed probably at least one other person
no, I
before,
I
guaranteed.
I 100% agree. This is no, I mean, it's not the same case. Thanks, Jay. I was having a little trouble hearing you. This is no different from when Luigi Mangione killed that CEO, or allegedly killed that CEO. If you watched it, normal people. right? This is why I had to really question on whether he was the shooter. Now, again, obviously he had the stuff in his possession, so we would believe that at this point he is the shooter. But as Jay said, that's a great point. Most people, 98% of people, have no they can't just walk up and shoot somebody in the back of the head, or sit on a roof somewhere 600 feet away from someone and shoot them and have no issue doing it. Throw in the fact that it was very far away. I guess when you think about it, I mean, 200 yards, that's 600 feet. I mean, that's like a tenth of a mile. I guess you think about it, it seems a lot further, but when you think about it in a football field way, I mean, that's far. I mean, most people can't hit a fucking target from 50 feet away, let alone 200. So throw in the fact that, as he alluded to, it's not something that most people can do. Then throw in you have to get away and do all that sort of thing. Mustard guy, what's up?
Yeah, just a little more backup on that. I do shoot. The first thing you could tell by that, and I actually won't give that person the compliment to say that they're military trained or anything. My two
Mustard,
cents.
come on, it's
No,
probably.
listen. So my two cents is you don't aim for someone's throat if you're gonna kill them. It's probably one of the hardest places to hit.
Yeah, you're
If they're 200 yards away, they're probably aiming for the face, and the bullet drops
yeah,
because they're 200 yards away.
right.
It's also a 22 rifle, which is if you're trying to kill someone, you really don't use a 22. It's unless he got hit in the heart or throat like he did today, he probably would have survived that. So my thoughts here is this is just a dumb fucking retarded left, probably a trans person who stole their grandparents or their father's old wooden rifle that has a scope on top that's scoped in, and it's okay at shooting for sure. It's an impressive shot, but
Yeah, Mustard, come
I
on. I don't disagree that it could be someone like that, but it's doubtful that someone who's likely like what you're talking about. They've never shot a gun before.
Yeah, they've shot before, but military trained here. I mean, we gave Luigi the same props for the first like 24 hours that this guy was some
Well, he
CIA
was
op
dumb
hit
for
who.
obviously keeping it, but going up and just walking up to someone like that is incredibly callous and very difficult for 99% of society to do. That was more the point. Throw in the fact that he dead shot him right where he was supposed to.
Yeah, I just wanted to point out that the left, I mean, it's just ridiculous. These people, they claim the right are fascist and that Trump's a fascist, and these people are fucking killing people for having their opinions. So it's
Listen, these people are very destructive people. The look, and I'm going to keep saying it. And Mustard, I don't know if you're still there. I will also point out, okay, anybody that pushes rhetoric where we want to kill people because we don't agree with them, it doesn't matter right or left. It's all fucking vile. Anybody who's joined, feel free to speak up.
Hey, what
Um,
up, Nadu? I came in here
what's
actually
up,
kind
man?
of just because that last point you just made. I see
Yeah,
way too many people I know actually personally, which is sickening. Primarily girls, all far left, posting, basically celebrating, insinuating there needs to be more
sick shit.
violence. But what is the solution to handling people like that? Like, obviously, you can't. It's not. I'm not going to go, fucking commit an act against them. But like, where can we start taking some action so that these fucking rejects can't just keep
Well,
skating free and
I think when
spreading
you
it?
I think any person with whether you're right or left, like I said, I don't agree with every single thing Charlie Kirk said, but I have a heart and I have humanity and I have some sort of empathy. I think what you have to do as a person is you have to look at those people in your life and say to yourself, why do I want to be around people like this? These are just not good people. Like it doesn't. I don't care if uh, there's just no one that the only people that this should happen to are to child molesters and rapists and things like that. No person just with an opinion that I don't agree. It's fucking unbelievable. What you should do is every person should take a fucking moral inventory and look at all the people in their life that they're close to that have celebrated this, regardless of the closest of them, and either have a long fucking conversation with them and say, this is fucking wrong no matter what. But you know what I will say, Gingy, and I'm just being honest. There are a large set of people on the right that if this was a left leaning person, they'd be doing the same thing. And
Yeah,
and
that's
that's
fair.
I think that's more of a concern too. I just think there are people on the left and the right. some of which are very vile people, and they both need to be shamed and whatever. But I would say to you, I would just find some of the people that are in your life or in your circle that are celebrating this. You can't be a good person to celebrate this. You just can't.
I just want to point out here that on the upside here, I'm very thankful for people that vocally are against this and post the stupid shit. It just lets you know who's a moron, because sometimes people are so quiet, and when
True.
they just
Yeah.
put it out there for you and you just know someone's stupid, it's great. And you never see an attractive female post this kind of stuff. They're always just fat fucking ogres that have never got touched in life. It's
Yeah,
just
I will say, if you, I don't know if you use TikTok, but I mean I've seen a lot of attractive people that when Trump got elected, I mean they just literally went off the fucking deep end. But yeah, generally it's going to be your, you know, purple haired, like, you know, nutcases that, you know, as you alluded to, have never really even touched someone of the opposite sex. But Elf, you actually, you know, I haven't, Elf, we haven't talked that much the last couple of months, but you reached out to me. You seemed a little shaken up on this. I mean, obviously, I get why.
Yo, that I mean the video, I watched the video and that was like one of the most just insane nerve-wracking videos I've ever seen. I mean, like what I thought it was AI generated at first
A
and I
lot of people
watched it,
did.
man.
A lot of people did, and I will say, for someone that was wild. That it was very widely shared. I mean, it was extremely gory, and I will tell you,
Oh my god.
I was
It
saying this
was
earlier.
shocking,
I
dude.
watch a lot of gore. I've seen some of the worst videos ever put on the internet. I would say that's one of the worst gunshot videos I've ever seen. Mustard, you seem pretty well versed in the gore community. Maybe I'm wrong, but that was a pretty brutal video. You would agree, right?
I do have a soft spot in my heart for fucked up videos on the internet, but
I mean, in terms of gunshot
but
videos,
I mean,
it
that
was
was as
bad.
bad as it
that's
gets,
yeah,
man.
that
He got
is.
fucking blood come out of his neck, like he went limp right away. I mean, it was, dude, that was like, I don't even know how to describe it. Like when I saw that, I was like, holy shit! Like like everything. Those are the type of moments where everything just goes into perspective. You know what I mean? Like you're like, damn, there are people evil enough to really kill someone over stuff like that. Like all this internet shit, it's just like not worth it. You know, like dude, he has a wife and kids. Man. Like he was a father.
That's that's
It's
that's and
it's
that's
awful.
and that's why when we hear these people, these vile people celebrating this shit, it's fucking sick. They're sick people. They have no empathy. You know, they would have no problem doing this themselves. I mean, they're evil people. Now, in terms of the video, I mean, yeah, it hit a carotid artery. You could tell. That's why you know,
Yeah.
I knew pretty much right away he was dead. I mean, the neck really is only arteries and your spinal cord, right? I mean, at the back you can't, when you hit an artery, whether it's in your leg, your arm, whatever, you're dead. I mean, it's real simple. That's why when you get shot, I mean, it is very critical where you get shot. Yeah, it's a horrible video, and I think that's like, Elf, you're pretty young. I remember, like, I'm sure Mustard, like, you're probably around my age. I mean, they used to post videos like this all the fucking time on Facebook, and like you'd click them by accident. It was fucking brutal. They've done a nice job on social media now of censoring this shit, but I do think it is important that, I mean, some of this stuff needs to be shown to people because they need to see some of the utter fucking depravity that some of these people are capable of, and they will put on others. It's fucking sick.
Yeah, I mean, just watching that video just kind of shakes me to the core. They still haven't found the shooter, right? Like
No, he's
they,
still out
and
there.
he's still out there. I mean, it's insane. I saw a video of someone pointing out like there was someone on the roof and like this guy just took a video of it and he posted it to fucking Twitter. Like go tell someone that there's a guy on the goddamn roof.
Well,
Like what the
there's also a video from like a view like in front where you see like a guy running off the roof. Now, this is in Orem, Utah, which is, I mean, extremely close to, you know, like mountain ranges and like very barren, desolate areas. So like this guy could have did this, got in and got out. Like I said, I'm in belief that it was some sort of like military person, like some sort of highly advanced person. Now, Mustard might be right. It could be some total nincompoop. Buck Weston, what's up? Buck's gone. If you want to join, feel free. Come up and share any opinions that you might have. Chat about this stuff. Isaac, what's up?
Oh shit, nothing. I just hopped in here, wanted to say prayers to him, and this is pretty dope being in this little room. Never did it before, but that shit woke my day up. That's fucking crazy.
Yeah, it's
That's
fucking
all I
sad,
wanted to say.
Isaac. Isaac, let me ask you. You seem like someone who you're very surprised with this. Obviously, a lot of people are. Would you agree that if someone's celebrating this, they would be evil? You would find them to be evil, right?
Yeah, 100%. I believe that's evil. You're celebrating somebody's death. I
Right,
believe it.
but right. Even like, let's say you didn't agree with them, it would still be evil, right?
If I didn't agree with,
Yeah, like let's say you don't agree with Charlie Kirk, it's still fucking sad that he was killed like that, right?
right.
Of
That's I
course.
don't know the word for it. Not unethical, but it's I don't know how to say it. But it's just it's wild. He got assassinated in front of hundreds of people. They're gonna be scarred for life because of that shit.
And guess what? And you know that the saddest part of this, and this is what is wrong about the video being out there, is those little children who are small
Yeah.
toddlers.
Yes, yes,
When they get older, they're gonna
yes.
have to see that. And
But I,
what's really fucking sad is
what?
there will be people that'll wait till those kids are of age to have a phone, and they'll like
Yes.
send it to them and shit. It's fucked up, man. And
Yeah,
people are sick.
Yeah.
we've seen it before, and I was just talking to my girlfriend about that. They're gonna be asked, "Oh, mom, how did daddy die?"
Yep.
And
Yep.
they're able to watch their dad get shot in the neck as many times as they want. It's sad.
Right, and not like I said, people will actually send it to them and fucking try to shame them and make
Yeah.
them sad. It's sick fucking people. Buck, go ahead, man. Buck, are you there? Take yourself off mute, please. Buck, you've been here before. You should know how to do this. Um,
Bro,
uh,
Jeff, do you don't think there's anything to it where the last question before Charlie Kirk got shot, they were asking him about shootings. They were literally saying like how many the guy who was asking the question said how many mass shootings have
well,
there
they were
been?
actually asking him about how many trans
Trans
shooters.
shooters,
Yeah,
yeah. And there was a trans person that posted like, "Oh, I hope he fucking dies tomorrow" or something. Like a student.
yeah. I
Like
would
the
guess. I mean,
the content of the question was about shooting as he got shot. Like you
my
don't think
guess
there's
is
anything
that
to that?
person will get a visit. I don't believe
100%.
they're the shooter, but they'll get a visit for sure. From
Uh,
the FBI.
I agree.
We can't give these people that much credit. I mean, this person is
True.
an absolute moron, and to think that they had the brains to like think about when to shoot him is we had to stop thinking so highly of this person. And we keep saying he. I'll tell you for a fact, probably
They.
almost now, the shooter is probably a they. It's probably
Right.
a
Dude, I don't know. I mean,
they,
if you
them.
No, I will
Like,
say,
if you
Elf.
watch back the video though, like of the question, the guy. I'm not saying this is right. Obviously, it could just be a coincidence, but he said like, "How many mass shootings are there?" And Charlie like didn't answer, and then he's like, "There was 5." And then almost 5 seconds later, he got fucking shot. I did a little timer. It was like
I
nine
mean, it
seconds.
could be. Listen, it could just be sheer coincidence, but it is
Yeah,
definitely weird that at that
so
point.
weird.
Yeah, I think Mustard's right though in terms of we are giving these people like most of them are complete imbeciles. They have, they couldn't even fucking they couldn't even put bullets in a gun. They don't even know what to do. Better call. Go ahead.
1 second to do it. I just got to do this quickly, and I'll come back and ask the question that I want to ask. Sorry.
All good, man. Nixon, what's going on, Nixon?
What up, man? Yeah, I requested to come up here when Elf was saying what he was saying, just because I just wanted to point out, like, yeah, the timing of that is pretty wild, but that's also like the main crux of his talking points are usually about
Yeah,
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 uh,
it's true. It's true.
$100%.
and
I'm
they
gun
could
not.
have
gun
just
Let's
been
make
violence.
that clear though. It's
they
not
could have
like
just been waiting for that part of the talk,
That
and
guy, yeah, that guy for whoever that was that asked that question definitely didn't. I cannot imagine left there without being detained first to at least answer some questions.
But let me ask you guys something, and I'm curious because look, I get not everybody. Like I just said, I don't agree with everything, but like I don't understand how you could listen to Charlie Kirk and not at least be interested in the discourse. Like I always found him to be a very brilliant, eloquent speaker. Like I said, don't agree with everything, but like when he would talk about, he has a talk where he's discussed like, you know. Young men not having fathers. Like, I don't understand how you can listen to that and say, fuck him. I don't fucking agree with that. Like, what kind of human being would say, no, 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 I think he's wrong. We don't need fathers. When we have found clear statistics that back up, if you have a mother and father, you are more likely to have success in life. It's real simple. Like,
In
what?
today's America, man, you can't. Yeah, like the most important thing about Charlie Kirk was, yeah, that he was opening up, dialogue and discussion about controversial topics, and trying to bring, attention to the fact that, hey, at the end of the day, we are all American citizens. We're all humans. We might not agree. I didn't agree with most of the shit that guy said. I think it's gross, the people that are celebrating him right now. I consider myself to be a pretty liberal person. I do not identify with the far left anymore because I've become ostracized with the entire party over the last 10 years of being, in this country, and what they have done. But I mean, I'm sure everyone does. And again, not excusing the fucking gross shit that's being said, but I am sure that everyone in here that is talking about how disgusting it is also knows the quote that he said about, you know, gun deaths in
Yes,
this
I have
country
heard
are
that.
necessary
Right.
for us to have our Second Amendment rights.
Listen,
So
he
that's why a lot of these
definitely.
people are coming out of the
I know.
woodwork and celebrating this shit, which is
But Nixon,
again
Nixon,
disgusting.
let me ask you, as you said, you identify as more liberal than anything. You would agree that him being killed is extremely sad.
Absolutely.
Yeah, like
Yeah,
it.
it's never no, like inexcusable.
We can
Like
clearly see
you
you have.
can't do this shit, man. Like
Yeah,
the dude has a family.
yeah,
Even if he didn't fucking have a
yeah. It wouldn't
family,
matter. He
like you
has a
can't just
mom or
go
dad or
fucking
something.
yeah. And when I've checked friends of mine today over this
Sure.
shit, it's just fucking these are the moments where it's like, and you know what, man? Like on the other side of things, though, you go to Trump's post right now where he put up the video calling Charlie Kirk a martyr. Look at all the replies. They're all people calling for a civil war, and
Right.
we know what side
Well,
they're on.
well, and that's very concerning as well. And that's what's gonna. I'm really concerned about what will come of this. Better call. Go ahead.
So a lot of you know that I'm an Aussie, but I obviously keep up with the news. And in the last week, there have been two pretty heinous attacks
Right.
in the US.
Yeah, pretty fucking insane. You're right.
Obviously,
Well,
one
I don't know if you
was
know all. Yeah,
a stabbing and then a shooting.
you seem like a smart guy. I mean, that's common
What
practice here.
what do you
Sadly.
what do you think is the reason for the aggression in America at the moment?
I'll tell
Like
you. Well,
obviously from the
I'll answer
outside
this.
looking in, it just looks like the policies that are being pushed, the media is pushing false narratives, and it's causing people to believe things that are not true, and then ultimately they're doing things that are crazy, like shootings and stabbings. Obviously,
Well,
the stabbing and the shooting have different motives, but it feels like the anger and aggression is coming from the same place.
Well, let me ask you though, Better Call. I mean, you're from another country. Would you agree that two people, one of which stabs a random person on a subway, and another person who goes up on the roof of a building and shoots someone in the neck, they don't agree with? Wouldn't you agree that the two people have something fairly similar in common that most of us wouldn't do? They have a mental illness. I don't understand why this is so hard for people to understand. This is a mental illness. People that are normally sane people don't do shit like this. It's real simple. And whether it's come from their rhetoric that they're being fed or whatever, being an extreme liberal or an extreme right wing is a mental illness at this point. There are people who are just mentally ill. We need to get a hold on mental illness. I know we don't want to hear it. I know people want to, oh, it's not what it is. People are just, no, no, no. People that stab people on a subway are fucking mentally ill. It's real simple. People that go into a school and shoot little children are mentally ill. Okay. And we, for a long time, don't want to accept that we need to open up fucking facilities and put people in long term fucking care. We need to 302 them and say, until you show huge improvement, you are not leaving here. We're going to watch you ingest medication. And until you are on a path back where you can be a functioning member of society like we used to do. This didn't happen when my parents were kids. This didn't happen even really when I was a kid. This has only happened recently, and you look at a lot of the shit that's being fed. A lot of it comes from this fucking rhetoric that comes out constantly. the acceptable things that we can be in society. Some people are just fucked up. I mean,
So,
I do. I'd love to
I
make
mean,
a point here
I
when you after
obviously
this guy.
agree with you. Like, I totally agree with you that it's mental illness. But why is it so prominent in the US? Like, you don't see this happening in other countries
yeah,
as often and
no, you're 100
as
percent right.
heinous. Like,
What would you say
what
it's?
is happening in
because they'll be
America that's
celebrated.
making it so different?
Well, and that's
No
another.
matter how heinous,
That's a
no
good.
matter how heinous the act is, they'll be
That's
celebrated
a great
by a
point
group of
too.
Dude, you
people.
gotta look at the other shootings, like
There's
the
no
Luigi Mangione shooting. The
Exactly.
guy, the killer
Exactly.
was glorified. Like, there's been a glorification of killers. Like the dude, and Gingy came up here and even said it himself. Like, these guys are fucking losers, and they're killers, right? But they'll go on and do something like this, and then all of a sudden they're praised. They're
But you
heroes.
have to also
Like
we have to
they're
also point this
celebrated.
out, and this is just not just recently, but you even look at movies. We have celebrated bad people for a long time. I mean, you look at some of the greatest movies in the history of this country are about the mafia. Some of the worst people that this country has ever had. People that would steal every dollar they could from you. They would kill you with no questions asked and then piss on your fucking grave. We have celebrated villains and bad people for a long time. And again, we also publicize these people. So if someone shoots up a school, if you actually read, guys, if you read the manifesto from the Columbine shooters, the main thing, the two main things they wanted, one of which was they wanted to get back at all the people that bullied them. But number two, they wanted to leave a lasting legacy on the world. That's one thing they talked about. They said, we want to be bigger than Oklahoma City. We want to be bigger than this and bigger than that. And guess what? They are. They have left the legacy they wanted. And look at all the copycats. Look at all the people, these social rejects that support them and worship them and then go out and do it themselves. We pump them up. The next school shooter, we'll pump him up. Oh, this was the guy that did it. I haven't been fucking recognized my whole life, but if I shoot up a grocery store, someone will know who I am. Um, he's right.
Yeah, it's fucking.
That's another thing that we do a lot here too.
I mean,
yeah,
listen,
we
if
glorify
someone
villains. We're
You
also the
can't just
most
like
divided country in the world, probably.
Good point.
listen, the difference is
probably.
though, if someone goes into an airport tries to shoot it up, we put armed guards there. People go to churches and try and shoot it up, we put armed guards there. But the thought of arming schools or having security out there is, for some reason, a wild idea. But I digress. The point, bringing back to
Yep.
Charlotte here that we mentioned before about the mental illness. Let's not forget that guy was arrested, I bet 14 times
But hold
prior to
on,
violent
Mustard. Let me ask
crimes.
something. Let me ask something. Okay, and I agree. He was. He had a long rap sheet. But I haven't been had anyone answer this. And Brett, I'm gonna give you a shot, Brett. Brett, don't come up here and do the farts and stuff. Like, just try to be serious for just
Yo,
a
who
second.
talks about the meme coin kick
Yeah,
on?
but Mustard, let me ask you. I'm curious. How do you prevent that? I mean, I'm trying to understand because the person, this guy, whatever his name is, he didn't commit crimes where he was given a life sentence. So we have to release him. He was released after doing 6 years in prison. How do you prevent a lunatic? Because there's a lot of those people in our streets. They're homeless, they're transient. There's really no way to prevent that. He was not given a capital sentence for any capital crime. You have to let him out at some point. You can't just leave him in jail. Why not put him in a long-term mental health facility? He's been identified as having extremely mentally ill episodes.
Yeah, I mean, the magistrate in that hearing didn't graduate law school and also failed the bar, but is somehow a magistrate there. So that tells you all you need to know.
Okay, let me ask you though. Let's
What
say
is?
let's
Go
say he
ahead.
had committed the crime and he was completely free, right? He had served his 6 years. Maybe he was on medication. Maybe he was at some point. I don't know. And let's say he just stopped taking it. How do you prevent that? I'm just trying to understand. Like,
I mean, we're never going to prevent random acts of violence on a train. The guy's riding a train. She's sitting in front of him. He just stabs her. I mean, what?
so you would say
How,
that wouldn't a good option to just be start identifying extremely mentally ill people and put them into facilities where they're observed, they're giving medication, and maybe after a year or two where they show consistent improvement, maybe then we get them into some more outpatient type of thing and treat it
Exactly.
like a
well,
drug addiction.
and
It's
then
a
you run into
justice system
people.
issue.
Well, the problem is then you run into people who aren't actually mentally ill, and well, then what's the bar? Because now, you get a Britney Spears. People control people's estates because they're
Listen,
not mentally
anybody that
stable.
looked at the record of that guy on the train can deduce and I could almost guarantee you he'd pass any evaluation in a medical facility for being mentally ill on multiple occasions.
You're 100%. I mean, all you have to do is read into his record, as Mustard pointed out. I mean, one of his most recent arrests was he was arrested for misusing the emergency line, where he called in and literally talked about the government had chips all in his body, and he was being like made to do things. You could see him on the train. He's literally talking to himself. He probably rode the subway all day, had nothing to do.
He
And
also said that she called him a nigger.
Yeah, I didn't know that. That didn't happen. That was just something that.
Jesus Christ, Saul, you just ripped it. What the fuck?
I'm just stating what
No,
she said.
no, I've heard
I
that.
don't mean it in a derogatory term.
Yeah, I have heard that.
Nah, you good.
Go ahead, Brett.
I
I'll
just
find the
expect you to
video.
rip it.
Yo, you always got to be
Brett,
negative about me
because
killing
My,
off
Brett,
a
my
not for
bad.
nothing.
fan.
Sorry if I offended
No,
anyone.
you're good.
I didn't
Nah,
mean
you
You're
to.
good. You
good.
good.
Better, all good. Brett. No, listen. I mean, I'm just making sure. I mean, you do have a tendency to, do that.
Bro, it's elf spaces. It's different than
All right,
like other spaces because elf spaces is like brain rot. Like it has JW like all those other characters
all
on it.
right. Say
So
your piece, Brett.
it's a different
All
environment.
good.
I mean, Charlie Kirk actually like I told Elf this and I told some other people like Charlie Kirk lived in my apartment building. Like he was my
Really?
neighbor, and I met him a few times. It's a building called the Optima. He had a condo. There's like a 4 building complex, and he was like the building across from me. And I met him and I saw him a bunch of times. Him and his family lived there, and it's just it was just like sickening, and it shook to see that video today. So.
He's a nice guy, right?
Dude, he was really chill. I had a conversation with him. He was really polite and respectful. Uh, he was just a really chill guy. I don't know I thought his content was like I'm not super political. Like I don't agree with all his views and stuff. But like he was like I think his content's super entertaining. And like
Exactly.
I told him
And
that, and he was super
I
appreciative.
think the
and it.
sickening thing too is that his content is nowhere near to the degree of something
Yeah,
that should
It's
exactly.
incite this
he,
violence. Like, not even, I don't even think someone like Nick Fuentes should incite this violence, but it's something I think anyone here who is aware of his content knows what I'm getting at here. There's a clear difference. Charlie Kirk's making content where he opens the floor to anybody with a differing opinion to come up and
Yep.
present it. It's just ridiculous that it comes
and
to a point where
and
someone
some
like that deserves
people
to die.
and some people deserve to be shamed for their ridiculousness. Some people's opinions is just stupid. I mean,
Well,
it's just,
Charlie Kirk does get shamed for his opinions all the time, and
exactly,
like
and he would tell
his
you that.
content, like they made a South Park episode on the guy, and he was like I don't know. I think it's like silly, goofy content. Like his content is created on dunking on retarded, like super radical
But
liberal
Brett, you would agree
college
that
kids.
there are some really astute points he makes about family and like
I
cutting
like
out some
most.
of the debauchery that we've accepted in our society. He's not wrong.
I think most of his points are good, like with like his stance on like transgenderism and LGBTQ and like censorship. I agree with most his points. Obviously, I'm not a radical political any one way, and I think I don't know. I thought he's like most of his content is just silly and entertaining, and like pretty obvious that he's not debating like smart people. He's like debating the most retarded people of all
And
time.
as Gingy said, he is not a incredibly like extremely far right, like bordering on like,
It's pretty lighthearted, to be
yeah,
honest, most of his stuff.
right. Rob Kuhn, how are you?
What's up, brother? What a
Good, good.
fucked up day. What an
Yeah.
absolutely
Dude,
fucked up
Rob,
day.
I saw your tweet, man. Like, tell me that video just didn't like shake you to the core. Like, it was.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen some fucked up videos. That was just sad, man. Like,
Yeah.
it shook me, but honestly, like the responses on Twitter to people celebrating his death was like even worse. Like, what the fuck is wrong with people? Like,
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
it's fucked
it's
up.
like,
Super
dude,
fucked
like
up.
the guy, like you were saying, Brett, it's he's not a foul dude, you know? It's like,
He's a super, super nice guy in
bro,
person.
he
Like,
has like actual debates with people, right? Like he lets people speak. He doesn't just say, "Oh, you're a libtard, fuck off." Like I'm better than you. Like
Well, the debates
it's
are silly both ways because he doesn't debate anyone that's really like he doesn't actually do real debates. He debates like the most retarded college kids possible and just
but like
lets them
but he
make a fool
knows
of
what he's
But
themselves.
talking about.
Brett, you could argue that those are the most important people to argue with because that's where the issue stems from. Like
I
they're the
think it's
ones
the
No,
most
celebrating his
honestly,
death.
some
entertaining.
of those people don't change.
I
Like
think it's the most entertaining form of debating for content because it's so like out there and silly.
Let me ask you something, Gingy. Are you still here?
Yeah.
Okay, you've become you're what we would say right leaning, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I want to just ask you for a second. How old are you, by the way?
21.
Oh, so you're pretty young. Okay, like when I was growing up, like in the 2000s, we did not have division like this.
I mean,
Do
even I
you?
would say from like my
But
early
what I'm
life, like,
asking is, do you think? And look, I'm not saying that the reason this happened is because of Donald Trump or this person, that person, but the division in this country has been extremely pronounced over the last 10 years. I mean, it just
you
happened.
know what my answer to that would be is I would say social media because
That's
even
true.
my
That
early
too. Sure.
years of like
Yeah.
young middle school where social media wasn't really a factor to now it gives people who don't have like an outlet or a good group of people in real life. Everyone has a pocket they can go to now,
Yes,
a
that's a
group
good
of
point.
people they can identify with regardless of
hundred
IRL or
percent.
not. And there's literally just groups of people like in real life, like even in my later years of school, that like will not interact with each other basically on like any level at all, and it's just
That's
because
crazy
of
And
reference
differences
for
they
somebody.
have, and it doesn't really make sense.
to add
That's
on to
crazy.
that too, you also have like the bullying that happens at school. For you, Nadu, like back in your day, if someone bullied you, you'd go home and the bullying would stop there. But
Right.
now with the
That's a
world of
good point.
social media,
Yeah.
it's just relentless and people just spiral out of control.
Let me ask you,
They do.
Saul. You're from you're from the whole other side of the world. What do people in your country say about America, like in regular normal day?
Well, a lot of people, like middle class and high class citizens of Australia, are kind of like not wanting to travel to the US.
Hmm.
Obviously, coming from a country where guns are strictly prohibited, to people, to normal people in Australia, just the fact that anyone can be walking around with a gun gives them angst. But they do generally believe that America is probably one of the most dangerous countries at the moment, just because of all the things that happen in the media.
I mean, you
How
think about it.
Um,
You think about the sad reality. You're talking about that girl in Charlotte, right? I mean, she literally left Ukraine, right? Because it was
yeah.
a war torn country. When in reality, she was far more likely to be killed here than in Ukraine. That's pretty fucking sad, man. I mean,
Well, Nadu, you want to know what's also pretty fucked up that has had me like questioning things a lot. I live in New York, and the area that I live in, there's not that many crazy people. But if you go into New York City,
oh yeah,
the people there are out of their fucking minds.
yeah, they're lunatic.
They're deranged. It's actually like L.A. is kind of a dystopia. Like L.A. is a
Yeah, it
dystopia.
is.
And I think New York, they're about to elect Zoran Mondani or whatever the fuck
Right.
his name is. And this guy is a fucking communist. Like he's a socialist communist. And the people that are electing him, like if you walk down the streets of Brooklyn nowadays, you'll just see like it's all gay people. It's all like blue haired. Like they all look the same. It's like fits the stereotype perfectly. And these people are out of their fucking minds to elect this guy.
No, you're 100% right, and that's happening around the country with not only high, bringing in mayors like that, but people that are not prosecuting violent criminals. Again, someone just commented, and they make a good point here. I mean, I think the comment was $11 billion was pulled from mental health care and opening facilities. Like, why? What was the fucking reason for that? So we can send it to some fucking country that we don't need to send it to. I mean, at what point are we finally going to look at it and say this is not just some sort of you know a pipe dream? We're just blaming it on excuses or whatever. No, again, like Elf, do you think someone that walks into a school and shoots little children? Do you think that's mentally ill? That's a mental illness?
it's not only mental illness. Like you have to be seriously corrupted, and that takes a lot of like motivation to do. Like you have to hype yourself up to commit such an
Well, you
atrocity
look
like
at that,
that.
like you look at that, that recent school shooting. Where was it at? It was like the little. I think it was
There's one
Minnesota.
today, man. There's
Oh yeah.
one
Yeah, there was one
simultaneously
going
when
on
this happened.
as the
Well, I'm
fucking
talking about the
shooting
one from. I think
the
it was in.
department scene.
It was at that like Catholic school in Minnesota like 2 weeks ago. I mean, I watched like there was an 11-minute video that the shooter put out. I mean, the guy was fucking deranged. I mean, he was on fucking Venus. Like he wasn't drunk. Was I? He was just fucking nutcase. Like,
Well, he's probably doped up on the antidepressants is a whole nother story. It's not the main factor here, but it's like throwing gasoline on a fire.
and I'm gonna say this too, Tommy G. I mean, enough with the conspiracy theories,
Yeah,
Tommy G.
that
I
was
mean,
that was
seriously.
egregious and insensitive to be
Dude,
posting. I'm not a
what
pussy, but like
when I saw that from Tommy, I was like, "What the fuck is he talking about? Like inside job? Like, dude, the guy just got assassinated. Of course, it's by someone that doesn't like
he
him."
posted the 80-year-old dude who got detained and
Yeah,
then
that was
fucking
another.
he victory lapped it an hour later
Yeah,
saying
I was
that
gonna
he
say like,
predicted it. Like,
okay,
come on, that's you just
it's
happened
so
to say that.
retarded.
You fucking
Yeah, and listen,
Yeah.
I again, I know Tommy's kind of been thrown in the grinder this week with some of the other stuff, but listen, Tommy, I mean, come on, man. I mean, some of this stuff, I mean, and that's another thing. It's not just Tommy doing this. Like, there are still people tweeting out that old guy. It's like the old guy is. They literally went to a totally new person and ruled him out, and you're still posting it's this guy. The old guy literally had nothing to do with it. He was probably some lunatic that was screaming, and they thought it was him. He had his fucking pants down his legs. He was some crazy fuck. It wasn't the guy, but like one thing about some of these people, and Tommy, I would ask, like, why is everything got to be a fucking conspiracy? Like, I remember when that bridge thing happened in Baltimore. The first thing people, oh, it's a fucking conspiracy. They're trying to stop our food production. It's like not everything is
Well, Nadeau, I don't think your message is gonna get through to these people. Tommy literally thinks that you are a lizard. I hope you know that.
me.
So,
Oh yeah.
no, he thinks that we're all lizard
Oh
people.
oh
So,
yeah.
Well,
Well,
listen, hey,
I don't think your message is getting through to
we
them.
can't go after conspiracies because the largest shooting of all time in Vegas, we still know nothing about.
listen, Mustard, I'm not
Like,
going to say that there's not conspiracies. Okay. I think that the Stephen Paddock shooting in Vegas is extremely questionable.
the
I
Trump
think that,
assassination attempt, we know nothing about that guy. We've never seen a social
yeah,
media
no, you're,
post.
you're, you're definitely, does the CIA and some of these shadowy figured groups, do they have stuff that they're involved in? Do I think that there's something weird going on near the Denver airport? Probably. I mean, why can't we have access to Area 51 as tax-paying citizens? I don't know.
When was
Um,
the
But there
last
are so
time?
many questions to ask.
When
Like,
yeah.
when was the last
why is there
time?
no extra police presence at rallies, especially with political people
Yeah, but
around?
hold on a
Have they
second.
not learned from the
How do you
past?
really? But how would you? There, you couldn't have enough security to prevent this. Like, what would you have?
No, but you
You could
could
put a
do a little
drone
bit
in the
of
sky. You could put a drone in the
reconnaissance.
sky.
Like,
Yeah.
Yeah, drone.
If
Yeah.
he had a Trump-esque detail, that
I
could be
mean,
fine.
yeah, if it's a
Also,
presidential
this was
detail,
a
yeah, but
college
let's be
kid
real. This
debate.
is a
Like
dude.
this wasn't
Yeah,
a
just
real rally. This was him going
Yeah.
to a
he has
like.
hired police and security there with armed 100%. But I mean, he's not doing a like a presidential scan of the fucking
Yeah, it's different.
campus.
It's
but
different detail.
he's a controversial person, which naturally makes him a high risk target.
Yeah, and I'm sure everyone in similar positions as him, political figures, especially politicians, now are going to double down. I mean,
Well,
it
you got to really
appears to be
wonder
going
if
out after
Agree with
this.
Mustard on the shot. The shot is not easy. I've been shooting my entire life. It's not an
that's
easy
a
shot.
Rob. That's a
Really?
far shot, man. I mean,
That's not an easy shot. I don't know why Mustard thinks that's an easy
no.
shot.
I listen when he first came on. I look. I actually thought it was a little further than it was, but I mean that's 600 feet. I mean that's two football fields. I mean that's not.
Yeah, it's 200 yards downhill, awkward position. Like obviously he missed, like he was aiming for the head, and the bullet dropped, but it's not easy
Hey Rob,
regardless.
I
Like
bet
it just
you
isn't.
we have like 400 plus people in here right now. I bet you 380 of them couldn't hit a target 50 feet away.
Yo,
I mean, you have to be so scoped in for that. Like,
Yeah.
I don't know. I know everything about shooting, so it's just not that
What's
easy.
up, C-Bluz?
what's up,
Hey,
Nadeau?
C-Bluz, what was your VPIP the other night? 3% on that hustler stream?
You went on another
It,
hustler stream?
Yeah, I
Yeah,
played
C
on
Buzz went up
Monday.
3K. You won
But yeah,
3K.
you did win. So
I
Hey,
congratulations. What do you want to
nice
say on
job,
this?
Blaz. No invite. I gotta get my redemption too.
I won 3K, but my VPIP was probably like it was probably
No,
close to
I'm not.
30.
I'm not. I'm just kidding. It was like I think it was like around 30%. But what do you want to say on this?
I have a
Go
question.
ahead.
So you guys are talking about like the person that shot him right now,
Hmm.
and it seems like the person that shot him, like they only shot one bullet. They did it from pretty far away, I think you guys just said. So they must be like a highly
That's what I was saying
trained.
earlier. It's absolutely advanced marksman who, and I will say, Mustard made a great point in the thought of not only was it very far, it was one shot, and he. I mean, when you shoot to kill someone like that in front of like, there's 2,000 people there.
And no one else died,
Right. He
right?
was very,
Yeah.
and just doing that is not easy. You've had to have done it before. Like some random trans kid in like some state is not going to have the capabilities to even do that, let alone not miss or hit someone. Like it's
So that's my
I would assume we're
question.
talking
That
ex-military. If you remember, two
exactly.
years ago in Maine, there was a mass shooter that killed about 30 people and was on the run for over 48 hours. Similar thing, and when you think about it, checks out. Pre-military has a lot of mental health issues.
Well, I know where C-Buzz is going here. He's trying to connect it and
yeah,
say that it was some sort of psyop. I get what you're doing.
no, I'm not. I'm asking. I just don't understand. Like, if somebody is that highly trained that from far away they could kill someone with one bullet, wipe them clean. That's it. How it like that's obviously not somebody that just doesn't have like doesn't like them. It's somebody that has a lot of power and has some of the best shooters
So
in the world. You
you're
would say.
essentially saying that you think it's some sort of like CIA operative that
No, I'm asking like what you guys
I
think
listen.
based
I
on
don't think it's crazy, but I don't
like are people linking this to
know.
like the Trump thing, like what happened there? Or I
Well,
just
they
Nah,
could.
there's no linking yet. It's too early to tell. Like they don't even have the shooter, Bless. Like
They absolutely
they
could
didn't even
link them
catch the
though.
fucking shooter.
like what happens if we don't know like why did they like what's the deal with the person they said did it? Like I
Listen,
just don't like
Seabuzz,
you
after
think
a
that
few days, if we don't know who did this, then I would really start to wonder. I mean, literally this is
okay.
like killing a cop or some sort of high end political figure. I mean, every piece of the government is looking for this person. It's virtually impossible for them to get away. Yeah, if no one's caught, you'd have to really wonder what's going on here. Yeah,
Yeah,
So the
when was the last time we
likelihood
had something like this happen where
Trump.
it was this? No, I'm saying where it went this long without us having someone in custody.
well, this isn't that long, is
No, but
it?
they
I
had the
mean,
Trump shooter within like a few hours.
yeah, yeah.
So
This is a long time.
every hour that goes by, it's more likely that like it's set up or something. Is that what it is?
I don't necessarily believe that
I
because they would
mean,
have a patsy. You would think if they were going
Like
to
if you
set it
don't
up.
find the
Probably
shooter, like
assume like every hour that goes by without catching the killer,
it's
Yeah,
he has
I
a
yeah.
mean,
better
I'd
chance of
start to
getting
say
away.
if you never hear anything about whoever did it, you could safely infer that there was some highly motivated people behind it that
but
weren't.
what's weird about it is I've never seen a situation like this where they have what they would say multiple persons of interest and then they just like release them. I've never really
Well,
seen that.
could that be what I was wondering? Is maybe there was a. I assume there's a lot of people there that posted insane things about him to the likes of like, "Oh, I hope he dies," or even threatening to kill him that may not have had anything to do with it. That's what I
Right.
was thinking.
Yeah, maybe. Like I said, that older guy they had, I mean, he just and that's what's crazy about social media. I mean, like people just continuously posted that guy. Even the second guy, there was another suspect, some young kid, and I mean, and big accounts are posting it. It's like
Yeah, that's
there's
the
no
one that
sort of
got. I posted one in the nest here. I didn't realize this guy got out. I
yeah, he
thought that
was
was the shooter.
interrogated and released, and I have his name, and people were still posting him. Like Mario Nawful was posting it, who's a huge account and was the first account that I had seen that confirmed that he did a space early. It was fucking awesome. There was like 1 million people in there at one point, and they were reporting it, and he was posting that it was this Qureshi guy, and it's like he was interrogated and released. Dylan, go ahead.
I just want to say I appreciate you answering my questions. Thank you,
Yeah, no
guys.
problem, C Blaz.
It's good to see everybody.
Are
I'm
you going to
gonna
be
step down.
just off the record real quick? Are you playing? You're playing again at Hustler, right?
I'm playing on Monday again, and then
All right.
I'll probably be playing more. If you guys ever go, I'm definitely in.
Yeah, all
Yo,
right.
Seablaz, don't change your game up because of the VPIP stuff. Just play your
Yeah, no,
game.
play your game. Exactly.
Don't worry about any of that other shit. It doesn't matter, bro.
The
Go make
thing is,
money.
if you guys watched, I was so card dead. Like I won a big hand with 7-8 offsuit. I really didn't get
I
many.
didn't watch the whole thing. I watched like the second half. I saw you get stacked, but dude, like you're fine, bro. Don't trip, because dude, you gotta remember you're an influencer. Raver was telling me the same shit. I mean, like just play your game, bro. Like
I
you're
agree.
Wait,
I
what
agree.
was sashimi there at the last one?
Nah,
I think she's playing next week.
Oh God, good luck against sashimi.
just stay away from her,
That
I'll tell
girl,
you
bro.
that
what.
girl
The
gets
girl
every
Ayaka got.
card, every
That
every
girl
hand.
Ayaka got crushed.
She lost like over 10, I
I
think.
think 13K.
Damn, Elf, that's
Wait, if
No,
you have a low
crazy.
VPIP, they're gonna kick me off the show. Is that
No,
what you guys
dude,
are saying?
relax.
Why
no.
would they're putting me? I'm the headliner of the show.
No, chill out. We're just breaking your balls. Sneaker slang. Go ahead. Gamble. You guys are new here. Go ahead.
What's up, Nadu? I was
All right.
just asking this and kind of get to the Charlotte stuff.
Yeah, go ahead.
I just wanted to know. I mean, it seems pretty clear to me that it was definitely racially motivated. No, I mean, right after he's
The
saying, "I
Charlotte
got that
thing.
white girl." Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Well, there's also, and I'm not going to repeat it, but there is also. I have video proof that and again, he was mentally ill, so who knows if he was telling the truth. But he claimed that the woman called him the N word. But again,
Right.
that doesn't
But
mean
I mean,
anything.
the,
That's
the
not.
whole thing's on video. I don't
He
think she
was
made any kind
schizophrenic,
like.
so he probably like heard that in his head. Like,
He said, yeah, he says that she called me, the N word on tape. But again, that's not valid reason to stab somebody. Another thing, what's sad about that video is like, she doesn't even really realize it, and then she just like falls over.
That's what I thought was weird too. It looked like she kind of didn't even know what was going on.
She was shell
Was she?
shocked. I think she was just like,
Yeah.
girls are oblivious. Women generally, they're oblivious to what's going on, and like I'm always blown away that people like go on subways with like headphones on and shit. Like I want to see everything around me. I
I
don't
had
want
a
to.
knife pulled on
Dude,
me on the
she's from
T 2 years ago.
Ukraine. If she was from New York, she wouldn't act like that. Like
I
that's for
think you
sure.
have, and again, it's such a fucking sad thing. But I would just instruct anybody, like, have your fucking bearings. Don't sit with your back to windows and doors and fucking
Right.
anything. Like, understand what your surroundings are involved with. Yeah, gamble. What's going on?
What up, Jeff? Thanks for having me up, bro. I have a random conspiracy theory on this, and I'm not a fucking conspiracy guy, but I feel like they didn't kill Charlie Kirk, the content creator. They killed Charlie Kirk, like the future politician. You know,
Hmm,
these people have an agenda. Whoever's doing this shit to
interesting.
Trump and then this kind of stuff. I'm kind of thinking of it like that angle. Like, there's no high end, democracy that wants to kill Charlie Kirk, the guy who just creates controversial content. But I could see people that are like, fuck, this guy in 5 or 10 years has a path to be the next president, a really clear one too,
Well,
and they want him out of there.
well, so then are you saying? I mean, not for nothing. There's a lot of other. I mean, Donald Trump Jr. There's all sorts of others. I mean, Tucker Carlson. I mean, are you saying that you think that there's some sort of you know they're going to go after all these people?
I don't know. I'm just saying, like from this, like these things where there's smoke, there's fire with this stuff. I mean, these two situations with Trump and now Charlie, there's too similar that
Yeah.
somebody wants to wipe them out like this. I mean, when have we seen this stuff in the last 30, 40 years? We really haven't. Almost zero.
Well, I'll tell you what. I
Um,
mean, this is really going to make the divisiveness significantly worse. I mean, on both sides are pretty hard to stomach now. I mean, this is going to be real bad. Dylan, what's up?
Jeff, how you doing?
Pretty good.
Someone a few minutes ago had mentioned a mass shooting in Maine where about 18 people were killed. I'm a local reporter in Connecticut, and I actually went up there when it happened.
Mm,
They ended up finding that guy's body 48 hours later. He had killed himself.
okay.
And although they didn't find his body for 48 hours, we had known almost just from a couple of hours after it had happened. The FBI and the police had released his name, a picture of him, a lot of info about him. What's bizarre about this is not only have they brought in a suspect and then released him after an
Exactly.
interrogation,
I was saying that
but they
earlier.
but there's no seems to be no info about the actual shooter's name, any info.
I've
You
never
know,
seen that before.
I know it's weird that they haven't put out any like we're looking for this person. This is their name. This is what they look like. Any other
It could
info
be
about them?
it could be one of two things. It could be that, like we said, that there's something going on here, or number two, I mean, if I said this with a Mangione, okay, if Mangione didn't have the weapons on him, I don't understand how you would ever even find him, let alone arrest him. Like how would you find this person? Like they're in all black, they ran away quickly, they got into a car and left. Like there were 2,000 people there. You could just blend in. Look at that kid that did Parkland. He just blended into the group. I mean, they
Yeah, but you're
eventually
on a
found him,
college
but
campus. There's got to be plenty of sort of cameras around at some point. Tons of people have their phones out
not on the
recording these.
roof.
Well, no, not on the roof. But he's got to get off the roof somehow. He's got to get
Yeah.
down. He's got to go. You know what
I
I mean?
guess it takes time to review that stuff, and once you find the person, maybe he was covered as far as a mask. He had a mask on his face, everything. How do you? I mean, I guess you get in a car, but once you get in a car, an hour or two later, it's useless. So, like,
What
Yeah,
was it
but
that made them detain that old man originally?
my guess is he probably just like was screaming something, or
Jeff, did you see the video of the guy that was getting frisked up by the cops? They said they had the shooter. Who was that
yeah,
guy?
the older guy. Yeah, that's what we're talking about.
Yeah, I saw that guy. The guy had a pellet gun. It wasn't even like a real
no,
gun.
that's
Yeah,
two
Oh,
different
so
people. We're talking about two different people. The
yeah.
Yeah, he's talking
the
about the younger
older
dude.
man had gotten arrested right after, but then they did find someone in the neighborhood
well, yeah,
nearby.
the younger guy was like
The
he was
younger guy.
interrogated and released, so
Yes.
he probably had nothing to do with it. But
But
yo,
you
how
would
about
think 7, 8 hours later they would have, everyone's looking into this. They'd have some sort of idea who this person is.
yeah,
What I
no,
thought what I thought was bizarre was Cash Patel tweeted the subject for the horrific shooting today that took the life of Charlie Kirk is now in custody. Like
yeah.
he was so sure of it, and then he backtracks and says the subject in custody has now been
Well,
Yeah.
released.
I hate to tell anybody who's curious, but I'll just say it. Cash Patel's a fucking moron. How he's the FBI director, I have no idea. But that's not exactly a difficult job. The FBI is a bunch of fucking morons. So yeah, it's not something you should be saying. I mean, last night he's talking about, oh, we're gonna do a hate crime on the guy that did the Charlotte thing. Well, you should. I mean, it was a clear hate crime. It was a black guy killed a white girl. I mean, what the fuck more would it be?
But the
Well,
last
I
speaker is
don't.
right. I mean, this tweet is like such a for sure thing, acting like this person definitely did it, and then an hour later they
Yeah, I'm
went out
reading
and
this. The
released him.
subject for the horrific shooting today took the life of Charlie Kirk is now in custody. Thank you for state and local law enforcement in Utah for your partnership. I mean,
And
and
then he
then it's
completely
like an hour
backtracked.
later, the subject in custody has been released. Like,
Yeah.
well, then why the fuck do you say it was the shooter? Like,
I mean, the world is watching, and you've got to be sure if you're putting this
nah,
kind of stuff out.
Cash Patel's a fucking moron. Let's go to who do we want to bring up here? Let's go. I'm trying to bring up some new people here. We haven't talked to many liberals. Are there any liberals out there that want to speak? Slim, go ahead. Are you a liberal?
Let's get the liberals.
Yo, what's
PRP.
up, Jeff?
What's up?
Uh, Not particularly. I mean, I'm from Philadelphia, Kensington area. So I probably rode L's and trains more than anyone in this chat, I would say. But I'm just here to say a couple things, and it's not probably a great look. And I'm sure we don't want that whole security state, but for real, especially with the school shootings, we do need to get honestly metal detector type things for all public buildings, unfortunately. And when you say how do we stop these things, the only thing I can even think of is putting people on roofs everywhere in the vicinity when we have these kind of events
Yeah,
and
but they're
stuff.
not going to do that. As some, I think it was Brett earlier said, like he's right. Like, as popular and whatever as Charlie Kirk is, like that would cost insane amounts of money to do. And this guy's doing these 50 city tours. I mean, that would be
Yeah.
incredibly costly. And like, I don't understand why. Like, you see someone on the roof, like maybe, like you're right. Maybe you should just inspect roofs from now on. Maybe.
Well, Jeff,
Wait, what
what
school is
about
this? Is this
putting?
a state school?
What about just? It wouldn't cost that much to just put a drone in the sky, right?
You could do that.
Like just every major or like every like big rally or event, you just have a drone in the sky and have one person just like monitor shit.
But
Dude,
I will say,
you can up your security however much you want, but unfortunately the thing is, like, if you really are that motivated to kill someone, he's on a college campus. Like
exactly.
anybody with a concealed
Yeah.
weapon could,
What
in
is it?
theory, someone could have went directly up to him. There's people that
What does
most of
it
those people
cost
are going
to,
to die.
Gingy? Do you know what does it cost to go to something like this?
Those are free. Those are
I mean, it's
Okay,
public
completely
campus.
free.
right. So
Wait,
how
but
would you? I mean,
if it's a
Yeah,
state sport,
exactly. So
then
it's actually exactly like there's you don't have a ticket to get in there. You're not attached to anything.
right, and
yeah,
But
but
it's
and
a
you know the
public campus.
security though,
Anyone
Jeff.
can
If it's
walk
a
on. It's
state
not like a
school, you
private
can get
school.
local police on the roof and
He
yeah,
stuff.
but
has
they
That's
didn't.
what they
police
paid for.
hired there, and he has like he has full like a police escort and detail like paying
But
them
there was
hourly.
very little security. From what people that were there said, there was he had a couple of like private security people, and that was it. But I do want to say, Slim, your comment about putting metal detectors, like that would be cool, obviously. But like people that say, oh, we should put like an armed guard in a school, like I hate to tell you folks, but like, do you realize how big most high schools are? Like I don't know. I mean. Maybe we should just like cut down on how many assault rifles we have. Maybe that would be a good idea. I mean, can someone come up here and explain to me, and maybe it's Gingy, maybe it's whoever, what is the need for assault rifles in the hands of people? What would be the need for it?
I mean, like fundamentally, I would say like just because. I mean, I'm a firm believer, but I understand what you're saying. It's going to be way stricter, but in my sense is just that it's never going to work anyways because you can't, defend yourself against the government at this point. They're way too advanced. But
Exactly.
in the event that I mean, we've seen some pretty weird political turmoil. In the event that there's, some type of, you know, unsteady nation, I think the right to bear arms is pretty much the only
But
thing
Gingy,
keeping
when
us
that
alive.
when that right to bear arms was created, okay, assault rifles didn't exist.
Yeah, I
Okay.
mean, if push comes to shove, no, like, we're not forming a militia that can fight against any, foreign military or technology that the government has now. So, I mean,
We
it's out
also
the
have to
window.
have significantly more oversight into some of these. I mean, you ever notice most of the people that do these things are on fucking 4chan, 8chan, wherever the fuck. They're on this, they're on that. We need to start taking these fucking reports more serious. What the fuck is the FBI doing when they get a hit that some lunatic in Florida is doing this and doing that? I mean, at what point are you going to go say, hey, maybe we should check this out? We're not doing anything anyway. Most FBI agents, field agents, aren't doing shit every day. Will Jaffe, what's going on?
Hey, what's up, Jeff?
How are
Thanks
you?
for hosting, man.
Yeah.
Um, First off, I just think it's really good to kind of come together and just talk about this stuff because it's kind of like we're all thinking like, what the fuck?
Yep.
You know what I mean? Like,
Yep.
Yeah.
no matter what you believe, no matter what your political views are, if you're kind of like a sane human being, you're just thinking like, what is going on? Like, dude, I grew up. I'm almost 40 years old. I don't remember anything like this happening in my lifetime.
Me
Um,
either.
Someone getting fucking sniped at like a college sort of like debate or talking event.
Will, I mean, Elf said it earlier. Like the video itself looked like I think a lot of people thought it has to be fake. Like it didn't even.
It's so graphic that when you see it, I just saw it and turned away. Like
Yeah.
I saw it
Yo,
once and I just thought when you see like it's the worst thing that can happen. It's the like no matter what you think about this guy, like his life is gone now. Like he'll never see his kids again. His
Yeah.
kids will never see him again. And you just fucking watch that happen. Like it's a nightmare and it's real.
Mhm.
It's fucked,
Do
man.
you
I
think
think you
that?
bring up
Do you think there? I've always wondered this because I have watched a lot of these videos, and I always wonder, like, is there a place in society to see these sorts of things? Like, is there any benefit to them? Now, I think in your case, Will, seeing that it'll live with you forever, and it maybe forever changed you into having some sort of feeling in one way or another. Is there a positive thing to seeing that? Is that something you think we need to see?
I don't know, man. That's a good question. I don't I don't I'd have to think about it.
Because like if
I
you have
don't
you ever wondered like when they show you like CCTV footage of like some awful beating or like a cartel execution, is there any benefit to seeing that? Is it awareness? Is it some sort of like we need to show that the evil that these people do? Does this wake people up finally? I
Well,
mean,
I think it does, Nadu. As I said, like that story in Charlotte, they did not want to report on that because they didn't want us to see what happened because they knew how horrific and clear that of a hate crime that was towards that girl, and they wanted to keep that under wraps just as much as down. I live here in Texas. Like the at that track event or whatever where that kid got stabbed dealing with the other
Yeah,
guy at that
Texas.
track thing. They're hiding, they have a video of it, but they won't release it, because they know when people see the videos, it makes them feel way more personally attached to the situation.
Yeah, no, I
Yeah,
I agree.
And real quick, I just feel like with the obviously the metal detector thing, I feel like people downplay that. Secondly, it looks like, you guys see the video where it looks like it might have ricocheted through his vest?
Yeah.
Is that real? So what? Because that would maybe explain, like, that to me
Well,
goes away from the conspiracy that it was some professional
I
dude,
think
like,
that
hired
I
gun.
think the shooter was clearly trying to shoot him in
wait,
the head.
how would it have ricocheted? That like what?
It
How is
did
that
get a
possible?
ricochet. That's
And how he missed his head is beyond me.
hold on a second.
I,
Hold on a second. Evan. Hold on. I think the shooter
And
was.
Patel looks like an idiot. You're right.
I think the shooter was clearly aiming for his head. It missed. It hit his neck, which was equally as bad.
Deadly, yeah.
Um,
It looks like it hit that vest and went up.
yeah, I don't think he was wearing a vest personally, but
I think no, I don't know this account. It's
Oh, you
random as
think he was
hell.
wearing a bulletproof vest and it ricocheted?
He definitely was. Kirk
Wow.
Luba move.
I've never heard of a bulletproof vest of bullet ricocheting off of it.
Yo, it looks wild. I mean, I'll
Yeah,
send it
send that to
in
me,
the
Slim.
chat.
Thank you.
Give me, I'll send it right now to
Uh,
you.
Jeff, I think a good question that you asked is like, or I heard it brought up earlier, but like, why doesn't this happen in other countries,
Yeah.
right? Like,
um,
why is this not happening in Australia? You know, like, why doesn't this like, and I mean, I think someone said it like, because this was on a school campus, right? This is the 46th school shooting this year
Hmm.
in America. So that's like basically every other day or something, right?
Yeah,
At this
it's
point.
crazy.
And I mean, you bring up the armed guards. My son goes to kindergarten. We live in a very safe neighborhood, but like the thought of bringing armed guards to his school every day is just like awful in itself,
Right.
right?
Why do we
Because
have to
like
do that?
these are a bunch of fucking kids, and also kids. If you're around kids, they're the purest thing ever. They're just the most little. They haven't been corrupted. You know, they like a lot of them haven't even been on devices yet. Like, and now you're gonna bring like armed guards with guns just so they can like walk
And
into their
Will, you know
classroom.
what the fucking sad thing is? These fucking sick fucks target them because they know that. They know that little
Well,
children are
I
can't defend themselves. M, go ahead, M.
hi, yes, this doesn't happen in every country other than us because they have stricter gun laws. On top of that, metal detectors, whoever said that, that's not going to solve your problem. Neither are
Well,
armed guards.
how wouldn't it?
It wouldn't. It just point blank period. If you have a mental health background check for people who want to apply for a gun, or you have parents who have who I'm not against the Second Amendment. Do what you want. If you're a parent and you have a child that has shown violent behavior and or behavior leaning towards, like, there are school shooters that their parents gave them the gun
Right.
first. Second of all, what happened to him today, there was a school shooting in Colorado.
Yeah, we know.
How we haven't focused mainly, how Cash Patel isn't focusing mainly on that,
Well,
it's beyond me. But I'm gonna be real. This shouldn't be happening. This line should have been drawn in the sand when it happened in Sandy Hook, when it happened to those sweet little children
I agree.
who did not deserve any of that whatsoever. But yet we let it keep
I agree.
happening and happening. And in Florida, in
I agree.
Parkland, those kids reported that kid several fucking times, and the FBI knew about that
Well, and the
kid.
truth of the matter is, Em, you do bring a good point up, and I will say this: if you look
And
at
also, I'm the liberal you asked
no,
for.
I'm
So
not worried about that. I'm looking into but if you look into the background of Nicholas Cruz, Adam Lanza, I mean, these are very, very damaged people. I mean, some of the most concerning people I've ever looked into. One of the worst people I've ever looked into he was a school shooter. He had, according to a brain surgeon or scientist, he had the most fucked up brain he had ever seen. How do these people just go through society? Nobody ever looks into them. Nobody ever.
because they're disenfranchised and they can't either afford access to medical care that can help them, or that they are in an area that has no access that they have no access to
I,
any help whatsoever.
listen,
This
I don't.
You know
administration
what is
doesn't
another
believe in
common
mental
theme?
health problems either.
Agree.
You know what is
Yes,
another common
like there are
theme with
people
these
who straight up will
shooters?
tell you depression and anxiety are not real, that mental health problems are not real, when in fact, congratulations, they are very
Well, yeah,
fucking
that's a
But
real.
also,
stupid. I mean, whoever says that is stupid.
Jeff, aren't all
I
these
dealt with that
shooters
last summer.
men? Aren't all these shooters all men?
Generally,
They are
generally.
genuinely all men, and I do believe, like, quite frankly, what happened to Charlie Kirk today was. I disagree with everything he based himself on. I disagree. I even have a slight hatred for the man, but
But
there is
hold
nothing about him that
M
deserves
M.
that.
Let me ask you, what? Why would you disagree with the fact that like one of his major talking points is he believes that in the black community, it's actually true
He
that.
said he wouldn't let his
Hold
daughter,
on a
his
second.
little daughter. He said he wouldn't let his daughter abort her
Hold on a
child if
second.
she was
Do
raped.
you agree that if a person has a father and mother, they're more likely to be successful? And do you think that's a good thing for a child?
I think it depends on
No,
how,
there's
if you
it's
can show.
yes or no. Yes or no.
I think yes, that can be a
Okay,
good
that
thing,
was the
but
thing that he
also
stood
I
for. You
believe,
would agree that's honorable, right?
and to some degree, yes. But there were some points that he made that were extremely off-putting and very dishonorable, like including the fact that he said, and I quote, "If my daughter got raped, I would not let her abort that child." She was at the time, by the way, she is a 4-year-old little girl, I
Yep.
believe. And to say that about your daughter is despicable. And
Yeah,
on
but
top of
those are
that,
his like religious political
Yeah, and he
views, though.
also.
okay, cool. I don't care. You don't say that about your daughter. That's
Yeah,
off-putting,
but
and
again,
that's
he
he
does.
also.
But
As we
yeah, but those are his views. It's not
right.
like saying it about his
I don't
daughter.
care if that's your view. That's still, it's
What do you
Okay,
morally,
and
mean?
you would let a child you would let a child have a
will
child.
you denounce that what happened to Charlie Kirk is extremely sad? Will you say that?
It is sad that it happened in front of his wife and
Stop
children.
it.
Oh
That's not
my
what I'm
god,
asking.
Yeah,
bro.
that's
Jesus
insane.
Come
fucking
on.
Christ.
Seriously?
It's sad what happened.
Find
Yes,
therapy.
it is.
You're the one with the problem here, Em.
I'm not. I literally said it was sad. I felt
No,
You
you
said it
bad.
was
didn't say
sad it
that.
happened in front of his wife and family.
Did
Like that
he
why are you putting a
deserve that,
fucking
Em?
asterisk next
You
to it?
No,
literally
he
hopped
didn't.
in here
You're
and said,
allowed.
"Why are
You're
we
allowed to
talking
say what
about
you
him?"
believe in this country. You have the First Amendment right to be shot for what you believe in, and shit is wrong. You should not be like fearing for your life for saying what you believe in.
Okay. That's fair. Okay.
To live in a state like that where you're constantly afraid if you're going to be shot for what you believe in, that's wrong. And that's not what America
And
should
you would
stand for
agree that
whatsoever.
this was a attack on free speech, right? I mean,
To an extent, yes.
okay. Well, you seem at least you're willing to admit that. But again, I don't really know
But
that.
also, this is also the same man who called for the bail of the guy who attacked Paul Pelosi, and they made jokes, by the way, also in regards to that,
Yeah, but
Yeah,
along
but
with.
the
why?
guy
That
that
doesn't
attacked Paul
justify
Pelosi.
anything. Like it's just his opinions on
Well, hold on a
shit. Like
second. The guy that attacked Paul Pelosi was naked in Paul Pelosi's house with Paul Pelosi.
He broke
That was
into
his
Paul
fucking
Pelosi's house.
grinder
Yeah, man,
boyfriend.
come on.
No, he broke
He was
into that
getting
Why was
his
he
house.
naked
fucking
He
then?
broke into the house.
pickle licked.
Why was he naked then?
Jesus. Because he was mentally fucking
So Paul
ill.
Pelosi, why was he not clothed? He was in a robe, I think.
Because you're in your own goddamn house. And when someone breaks in
Nah,
I don't
illegally,
know.
that's
I
they
still
were
mean,
way
fucking
too
weird.
cordial,
Then explain to me where the fuck was the outrage for the lady in Minnesota who her husband and their dog were killed by a right wing guy?
bro.
Explain to
What?
me.
We're just citing
Explain to me
random
that.
dude,
things
Look,
now.
man, the guy said some pretty reprehensible shit, but
no,
you cannot excuse him being murdered.
yeah,
There's no.
I'm not excusing him being murdered. I am in no way, shape, or form excusing him being murdered. He said some shit. He should not have died. Point
you
blank,
literally
period.
said when you hopped on the space, it's sad that it happened in front of his wife and kids. Like that was the most outrageous
It's
thing I've
sad in
ever fucking
general,
heard.
meaning it is sad in general. It's even sadder that it happened in front of his wife and
And
children.
you keep trying to pivot the topic onto other different things. Like you don't even want to fucking talk about it. Like we're
It's
all
tragic, and no
traumatized from
matter
this
how
shit.
many, and no matter who did it, it's still tragic and it's despicable. It's abhorrent. Anything else?
Nah,
no.
Nah, we ain't talking
I
about.
actually do have one other thing I'd like to ask her about. You clearly, I respect the fact that you understand mental health. It seems like I think you know it's a major problem. What do you agree that the person in Charlotte, like what he did, like there's no
Oh, when
spaces,
he killed that refugee.
right?
No, he shouldn't have been out on the streets. Period.
Okay, he should be in some sort of long-term facility or.
Absolutely should be in some long-term facility. People like that should not be. There are there is people who are mentally ill who can, continue through their life, be like, all right, cool, I got a little something wrong, what about?
I guess
um
my thought with the party that you support, and I'm not saying I don't have some things that are liberal that I agree with, but like, how is people in your party saying like we're supposed to like he should be, like, there's also, she's almost the problem, like, she was just there and he was just a, like, why are some people in your party saying certain things about that?
See, this is where I vary from people in my party. I believe that that guy should have been in a long-term facility. I believe that he should have gotten the care that he deserves,
Okay,
because every person like that deserves some
yeah,
level of care, no matter what wealth, no matter what degree of wealth they come from. Um, and our system, we have failed. There is a system that should be put in place for people like him, people who, because let's be real, who doesn't see a crazy person on, like, I mean, just violently mentally ill person in any major city nowadays?
yeah, pretty frequently.
Like, pretty frequently. There used to be a place where these people could go.
I agree.
And
Listen, she's 100% right about this. And Em, I think you can see. I mean, that could be you. That could be my sister. That could be. I mean,
that could be anybody.
yeah, yeah. There,
It,
there's
and it,
no there's
But
no room in
Jeff, you said
society.
this guy was in prison for 6 years.
He did a 6-year prison sentence. Yes.
So how is this like? What's crazy to me is this guy was around like violent criminals for 6 years, right?
they allowed that.
And he came out unscathed. Like, how is somebody this mentally unstable able to survive prison
I
for
They
six
think.
give you
years?
your medication
Well,
in
yeah, he get
prison.
that, and that's what M's right about. Will, these people, look, and I'm not proud of this. I've talked about it though. I was in a facility. Okay, I was with people like this person. I was in it. I was in a unit with this type of person. Okay,
Good for you for
the
speaking out.
yeah, these people are, they watch you take your medication. This is the only place where they're actually normal because they're overseen. People make sure they're behaved. They take their meds. But when you're
You
out in
get
the street,
punished. There are consequences for when they do act out. Like, I've studied prison.
yes, there are.
Yeah.
But again, like, what the difference is when he's on the street, nobody's making sure that he's taking his medication. His
Or that he
medication,
can get meds.
right? The difference in him being a functional member of society or a lunatic that kills people is likely the fact that he didn't take medication. And I'll relate it to this. I don't know if any of you have ever seen on Netflix "Don't Fuck with Cats." Okay, it's a
Yep.
very popular documentary, and it's about
Army
this.
for life.
Yeah, if you look into the background of that guy, Luca Magnotta, when he was very early in his life, maybe 18, 19 years old, he was committing fraud against a mentally ill person. He was taking their credit cards and doing shit with them. And it was even rumored that he sexually assaulted the person. And the judge told him, you have a mental issue. And if you don't take medication for the rest of your life's going to get really fucked up. That's what she told him on the stand. And she was right. And he got off his medication. And look at what he did. He started killing little animals and then he killed a person. And then they made a documentary about him. These people, the difference between them being functional and not functional is medication. And we have to put people like this
And
places where they can take the medication.
and get the psychiatric treatment that they deserve, because talk therapy also can help.
Agreed. Agreed. All right. Well, Em, listen, I appreciate you at least answering some of the, most of the questions we asked you. We may not
I'm not
agree.
con- I'm not saying that, like, he deserved to die. Not whatsoever. No one should deserve to die for stating what they believe in, regardless of how many people, disagree with you.
Yeah.
He
Now,
should
now,
not die.
now, Em, I'm
Because
not gonna. I don't want to shame you. I am getting a lot of people that are very irritated that you're on the space right now.
listen, a lot of people don't like me, and that's their
Yeah.
problem.
Yeah. No, I understand. Well, listen, I appreciate you at least talking. You did willingly say that you think it is very sad. And let's just agree on this. Can we hope that the discourse, this crazy stuff going on, it stops. I think that's all something we
I
can.
think violence that has been perpetuated in this country, it's a continuous cycle of violence. And at one point, does our government and our country stand up and say, all right, we're fucking done here? Sadly, it hasn't been with children in public schools. It will come, when it comes. But hopefully it is soon, because I don't want to I don't want to get married, have children, and send
Well,
them
well,
off.
I will
You know.
say, the quicker you realize that the government doesn't care about
Oh no,
you,
they
the
don't give a
better.
fuck. But somebody has to.
Yeah.
The Lorax taught us that if somebody doesn't care, it's not going to get better. You know, like if you've ever read the Lorax to your kids.
Yes, I don't have any, but I have read that. Yeah.
Yep. Someone like you doesn't care, it's not going to get better. No, it's not. Like, it's where people need to start caring about the violence that is happening in this country, perpetuated by either an assault rifle or a gun, regardless of your
I
views on that.
I fully agree with you there. Thank you for coming on. I got a lot of negative comments about Em. I don't know the background of her too well. From what I understand, some people don't like her. But we'll hear her opinion nonetheless. Let's get a couple of people here that have not spoken. Ray, yes, Ray, how are you?
Hey Jeff.
Hi.
I just wanted to talk about the Charlie Kirk thing.
Go
I
ahead.
didn't really want to get touch into the political side of everything. But I am former military. I am former infantry. Did a deployment in Afghanistan, and
Thank you for your
um,
service, Ray.
yeah,
Yeah, let's go,
no
Ray.
problem. I wasn't fishing for that, but I wasn't a sniper, but obviously I was trained to shoot, and I think that was a pro shot. Number one, an amateur shot or shooter is going to take more than one shot. They're going to see the target opportunity. They're gonna pop off a couple rounds. That's where you get your misses from. A trained shooter is actually going to regroup, think about concealment. Number one, before progressing to the next shot. Sorry, I'm a little nervous.
You're good.
Um, the second thing is that was definitely, in my opinion, a 7.62 round, a higher caliber rifle. You can kind of see that from the vapor trail a little bit in the round if you pause the video a little bit. So definitely not an AR. So it was definitely a sniper rifle. And the other thing I wanted to touch
The
on,
seven six two round, if I know correctly, it's quite big.
yeah, it's similar to 30-06. It's above 5.56, which you see in an AR-15 or M4. But the other thing I wanted to talk about is trained shooters. How you guys mentioned the Kevlar or the vest. A trained shot is not taking a headshot; they're taking a center mass shot on the body. So it ricocheting off the vest is very possible. I have seen that actually in Afghanistan, where a round will explode off the Kevlar.
I've
Um,
never heard of that. That's pretty
Wow.
interesting.
yeah, it's the vest. I
His
obviously I don't
chest
know what type of
reacts
vest.
too, right? In the
Yeah,
video, it looks like it does look like his chest takes a hit before. I didn't hear the ricochet thing until it was said on here, but it kind of makes what I saw in that video make more sense.
yeah. So the vests are made of Kevlar and ceramic. So depending where he hit the vest, what the vest is rated for. Obviously he was. It's not obvious that he's wearing a vest, so he's probably wearing a vest rated for a 9 mil. So it's probably not even rated for the caliber round that he took an
Hey
impact
Ray,
from.
let me ask you. You were saying that a shooter isn't. They're not going to shoot at your head or chest mass. What would they shoot at?
They would shoot at your chest, center mass. They're not shooting at your head.
Even though there could be a vest, why wouldn't they shoot at your head?
Why would your head is a smaller
Yeah,
target, and
true, but
your number one thing when you're a sniper is not you're worried about your concealment, not the execution of the target.
okay. Hmm.
So when you're taking shots, more than one shot, and aiming at something smaller, you're a lot less likely to hit it.
Aim small, miss small. I got you.
Yeah, so you're worried about concealment. Any second round allows him to get away and miss your target.
So you would agree that the person that did this is likely some sort of professional.
Yeah, somebody that served in the military, in my opinion, a trained shot. I mean, it could be somebody just, yeah, I don't know. It screams trained shot to me.
Agreed. Throw in the fact that again, we were talking about this earlier. Most normal people can't just shoot at a target, and not, and just be, worried or hit something else or whatever.
Yeah, I
Brandon,
mean, we saw it in the Trump shooting, right? When
yeah.
the guy he took a shot, he missed. Well, and he fired three more in succession.
Hmm.
That's we didn't see that in this one, and that's where I lean professional, concerned about concealment.
For sure. Brandon, what's up?
Hey, what's up, Nate, dude? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
All right. I wanted to come up because I we've talked a lot about mental health and stuff like that, and I've actually got experience in working with mental health. I guess you could call them students. It's prior to them getting admitted to anything, but and my mom has 25, 30 years of experience working with BD students as well, which is behavior disorder. And so I see a lot of these kids when they're coming up through the school ranks and a lot of their tendencies of what they do. And I think that there's a real issue with kind of what I had commented underneath, that the care that these students get, or just people in general get, has decreased significantly over time.
Right.
And you could probably allude to this as well, but it's the funding and stuff like that, just nationwide and even in local areas. I mean, in my area, I don't live in a big metro area or anything like that, but 15 years ago, we had 4 or 5 different facilities, and within those 15 years, we are down to one that can host only, I think, 15 minors now,
Yeah,
and that's it.
that's fucking sad, man.
And when these kids when they're at full capacity, these kids are essentially just shipped out and given back to their parents with not proper medication, not proper therapy, and then that's what can lead to different things. I've heard kids literally talk about wanting to commit arson and blow up their grandparents' houses and stuff for literally no reason either. And
Yeah,
they're
they
just
take their
out.
phone away or something.
Yeah, I mean, it can be some crazy reasons, and it's just the my issue with this whole thing is, I mean, even here in Iowa, like we've gotten defunded on mental health care significantly over the last 6 to 8 years or so, and it's lost social worker positions all over the state that they're at full capacity now. I mean, my wife's a social worker as well, and so she's constantly at full capacity with clients. And when they can't take any more clients, they literally just leave them, to themselves almost. And that's how things can happen
And
because
we
people are
ask
not getting.
ourselves, and we ask ourselves, mental health obviously has gotten significantly worse, and we've downsized the options for mental health patients. And then we wonder, why is all this stuff happening?
Hmm. Yeah, it's a really bad problem right now. I mean, I'm sure in bigger cities it's probably worse. I don't know out of experience, but I know in our area right now it's pretty bad.
Yeah, I 100% agree. Narco, how are you, Narco?
Hey Jeff, what's up? Thanks for having me.
What's up, bro?
Really quick on that vesting. So the difference between a regular soft vest compared to a trauma plate, having a trauma plate, that's where the ricochets start happening.
Okay.
So you have like a level 3 like Kevlar vest, right, where you don't necessarily need a trauma plate, but those will not stop like high caliber rifle rounds,
Right.
right? And
Right.
then you use the trauma plate, which potentially he could have had, right? And then that's where you start getting ricochets because of the trauma plate. What happens is it hits it, and then now it either goes up, down, side, or wherever. So um, I just wanted to clarify that's potentially, if he's wearing a trauma plate, that's what can happen. It could ricochet up, it could ricochet down, depending
So,
on,
so
on. By the way, one more thing, the 200 yards thing, like, yes, it's far, but it's not like sniper, like military snipers, they can shoot from 1,000 yards,
yeah, no, I know. Yeah,
2,000
you're
yards.
right. I mean, with
You
like
know
an
what I'm
optic
saying?
scope and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, correct. You guys got to remember these guys are using scopes, so it makes it a lot easier. And anything like usually under like 200 yards and under, like wind and stuff, doesn't really affect it as much.
But
Once
you
you
would
get
agree,
further out,
Narco, like most people couldn't do that.
oh, of course, most people. But I'm saying, let's say you decided like you're a gun guy, right? You just go out shooting at the range.
Right.
You decide to go to an outdoor range, and you love shooting the sniper rifle, right?
Hmm.
Now you go regularly and you're training yourself to shoot it just to be a good marksman. I don't know why. Some people like it, right?
Uh-huh.
But you can easily get good at it as long as you have the fundamentals, right?
Hmm.
You can easily get good at it over time.
Yeah, 1,000% sure. But
So
that's why I think like when people were saying earlier, like, oh, it's some like trans nutcase. It's like, nah, probably not.
no, I think that's very like it would be hard, right? Like I don't think unless that person like just decided to train for the last year and a half and saying he wants to do this. I mean, it just yeah, it doesn't sound logical I mean, it's probably somebody that has some type of background.
Experience, right?
Yeah.
Bobby Schmidt, what's up?
What's up, Jeff? Thank you for hosting. Appreciate it. Hello, Will. How are you? People have been blaming both the right and the left for these things. It's the work of a fucking madman, a crazy person, decided he wanted to end a life just because he doesn't have the same beliefs as another person.
Exactly. Good points.
And and it's it's not just rich, poor, red, blue, it's everything. Everybody hates each other. It's just the way we live right now, that it's completely fucked up to the point where this guy is 31 years old, he's got a wife, he's got kids, and he would go into the quote unquote belly of the beast to argue these things
Yeah.
with people who had, different views than him.
Mhm.
Dude, I didn't have the same politics as Charlie. I lean more left than I do right. But I loved watching his stuff because it takes balls to go in there and have discussions and get screamed at, and it just sucks that we
And
can't come.
Bobby, there's
What's up?
also a special just hearing someone with passion talk about something and maybe opening your mind up to something, or maybe say, you know what, I never really thought about it like that. Like I think that's the saddest part of society. Like you can't really do that anymore. Like I said earlier when I first started, you can tell if someone's a complete ignoramus by when you say something and they won't have a discussion where they constantly kind of shut you off. It's just, you're right. It's sad that we've gotten to that point where there are people that are so hateful and they can't just hear an opinion that's not something they agree with. They don't just sit there and say, "Well, I'll give it a chance." No, fuck you. You're an asshole. You don't know what you're talking about.
Exactly. And I also think we need to stop speculating on what the shooter was doing, shooters center masked and all these things. All that stuff will come out.
Will it though?
And
It's kind of bizarre though that we've learned nothing in the last 6 hours.
Yeah.
ah, I mean, we learned the most important thing, that a 31-year-old Politico got shot in the neck for going to speak his mind against people of
True.
outside, outside people that don't think the same as him, and that's what's most important. And somebody brought up the Colorado shooting at the same time. And look, there isn't anything as more tragic. Both things fucking suck, and neither one of them should happen. But quit trying to politicize two horrific fucking things that happen on the same day. But I hope everybody's good. Thank you for bringing me up. I appreciate it, Jeff. Y'all be good.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you, Bobby. Let's go to I see Brother G. What's up, Brother G?
Hey guys, how's it going?
Good. What's up?
What up, brother
Good,
G?
good. Hey fellas, hey guys. I actually, it's great that that Brandon just came up here and spoke here. I'm like a caseworker out here, and I'm in Canada, so obviously things are different. But it's just so tough as a caseworker right now when it comes to mental health, especially just because a lot of it. I know people will say, like, we need to force these people to go into facilities, and we have to make sure, like, make rules around it. It's so hard to do that, and a lot of the programs that we have out here are optional, unfortunately, because there are so many people that are struggling and dealing with these issues that you can't force somebody who to go into a program and who's going to end up just wasting their time, kind of thing. So it's again, I don't know kind of what that looks like in the States for you guys. I know
Brother G, let me ask
Here.
you, do you have like a Baker Act 302 type thing where like you're basically court ordered to go somewhere?
And definitely in some situations for sure. But like, biggest example I have is like, we had a guy who had just gotten out that we were working with, who we told him to go to a facility. It was required that he had to go, and he ended up just kind of leaving. And unfortunately for um, caseworkers, social workers, just anybody alike, it's so hard because you get to a point where you have so many people that you're dealing with that you become numb to it. So you don't even like. I remember when I first started, that guy, same guy, just disappeared, and my boss was just like, "All right, it is what it is. Let's move on to the next person." You know what I mean? So it's so tough to. It's hard because there's people who actually want to use the programs, want to use the facilities that we have. That it's tough to justify forcing people who are just going to waste those resources that we could use on people who actually are wanting. So it's such. I totally get where you're coming from though. Where I think it definitely we need to find a way to. I don't know what the best word to say. Not shun them off out of away from other people, but almost like find a way to force them to help. But it's just so tough.
Yeah, no, it is. It's a very large undertaking, and again, it's going to be uncomfortable. But I mean, at what point do we just say, you know what? Not only are we not going to deal with it, we're actually going to pull funding away from it. It's just it seems extremely counteractive to the need that we have for it. Got a lot of people that want to speak.
100%. Well, I appreciate you letting me up.
Yeah, you got it, brother G. Thank you, bro. Let's go to Michael. What's up, Michael? Hey, Barry, what's happening? Go ahead, Barry. You've been waiting. Go ahead.
Hey, thanks, Jeff. Good to see you. Good to see everybody. Will, Ray, Narco, Alf,
What up, Barry?
everybody else, whoever I missed. Yeah, mental illness is real.
That's it.
Only proof you need is to tune into any one of these spaces anytime late at night.
Right.
You,
That's a
you see,
great point.
there's always someone having some type of manic episode. Yeah, we need. I don't know what the right terminology is. More camps, cages. We need to round these people up, lock them up, like you said, Baker Act them. There's just too many insane people on the loose running around, and it might not be politically correct to say,
No, it
but
needs to be said though, and you're a
this
thousand
sense
percent right.
the senseless murder of that girl on the train, this some psychopath shooting this other imbecile. I Matt Koch said it best. If you agree with 9 out of the 12 things I say, I want your vote. If you agree with 12 out of 12 things I say, go see a psychiatrist. Just because you disagree with somebody on a few of their points, I'm sure there's common ground where you agree on certain things, you disagree on certain things. You don't have to want to kill them. You just don't listen. That's it. Change the channel.
Well,
But mental illness is definitely a problem.
it's a very prominent problem. Michael.
And I'm sorry, one more quick
Yeah.
thing. You said why are they showing these videos, these brutal
Yeah.
things? It's a form of radicalization technique
Yes, it
to
is. That's a good point.
overstimulate people's brains and make them fucking crazy. You used to have to search the dark accesses of the web to find these beheadings and things you're never able to find. Now it pops up on the For You page.
Yeah, no,
That's
that's another
definitely not for
that's
you.
another very good point. These for a long time you'd have to really search out. Now it's so pervasive. It's really concerning. And look, I would always tell people like people ask me all the time, "Hey, can you send me this video?" It's like, no, I'm not sending you this. If you want to find it, you go search it out. I'm not sending you a video of some girl getting her fucking arms chopped off. Michael, what's up?
Jesus. What's up, Jeff? Thank you for bringing me up. I don't usually speak in spaces. I usually kind of just listen, and this is something I want to speak on. And regardless, conservative or liberal, I am more conservative. But I just don't understand how the country we live in, we're still allowing these things to happen. Like you said, assault rifles. Police officers don't use assault rifles. People just shouldn't be getting guns and going out and doing this things. These are innocent lives being taken away, and I guess, what do you think we need to do to, stop it? I mean, it just continues to happen. Like,
I think, and I'm sad that I have to say this, but I don't really think we're at a point of no return. I don't really think there's much you can do to stop this. I mean, we've gotten also to a point where people just don't really care about. They don't want their lives to be affected, and there's always gonna be someone where we have our right to bear arms, and we need these, and we have to have them, and uh, nobody cares enough. Most political people don't care. They don't. They're not going to change anything. I've said for many on many spaces. One of the biggest issues we have is the drug trade in America. I mean, how long are we going to allow drugs to kill our citizens? And it's we'll do stuff and we'll care about it when it's time to vote. But when the rubber meets the road, the drug business is a very lucrative business for America, and they don't really care because they all line their pockets. The same thing with guns. How many fucking politicians are financed by the NRA? They can't make them upset. There's no political capital in a lot of changing of this stuff. There's definitely ways you could do it, but nobody cares enough to do it.
yeah. I mean, he was a big figure. A lot of people were saying, he would have been a good future president and everything.
Yeah.
And,
No,
I
that
mean, imagine his kids looking at that video. Like his daughter's what, two or
we were
his
talking about
daughter.
that earlier. Yeah.
Like looking at that video when you're older and knowing that was your dad who died years ago, and that's how he died. Like we're even having a hard time seeing it. Imagine his wife and kids looking at it.
No,
Like it's just
we were saying
It's
that earlier.
unbelievable. I mean, those poor kids are gonna have to deal with that trauma and grow up without a dad. It's like awful to think about, you know.
Yeah.
It's awful. Like those kids are gonna struggle for sure.
All for what?
For
Nothing.
yeah, for what, you know, so someone can just
yeah.
like take. I don't even know. Like what do Nadu? What do school shooters like say in their manifestos? Is it about power? Is it about
No,
being
it's always generally now it has nothing to do. I mean, back in the day when like Columbine happened and some of the ones after that, even there were shootings before that. I mean, most of the school shooters, at least up until like 3, 4 years ago, like I'd say after Parkland, everything after Parkland, like even Parkland, if you look into Nicholas Cruz, I mean, I'm not going to make excuses, but he was an incredibly just damaged person. But nowadays it's really just about some sort of issue they have. They don't like black people. They don't like Catholics. They don't like Jews. They don't like. There's now a reason for it. Back, when Columbine, they did it mostly because they were bullied. They wanted to get back at bullies. Um, now it's mostly just kind of just they have some issue with some sort of person and they take it out on them. Or someone said earlier, I think it was Brandon. I mean, if you look into that Uvalde shooting, the Uvalde shooter killed his grandmother because she took his phone away from him. Um, why he went and targeted little children, I have no idea. They look at them as powerless. I think a lot of them look at little children and say they're innocent. They have their whole life ahead of them. They get to live a life that I didn't live, and they're almost like envious of them or something. I don't know, or they just view them as completely helpless and they can't defend themselves. But I don't. And I think a lot of it has to do today with just they're mentally fucked up. I mean, let me ask you, Elf. I mean, do you think it's a healthy life for a child, let's say from age 10 to 15, to not have any friends in school, come home, have no communication with the outside world, and sit in their room all day and play video games that are extremely real? They're vivid. They almost, I mean, you almost feel like you're a part of the game. Does it
yeah.
surprise you that some of these people aren't real strong mentally and they say, you know what, I'm going to go act this out and do it in real life? I'm not
It's not
saying,
only yeah, I mean it's a major problem. It's not only that, Jeff, it's that their form of socialization is parasocial, right?
yep,
So these kids they have no friends, they come home and like you said, they hop on the video game where they don't even know these people in real
or,
life. And
or,
then their entire way of thinking isn't from their parents anymore. It's whoever they're watching on TikTok, whoever
or
they're
they go
watching on
to
Instagram.
or they go to a place like 8chan or 4chan, and they're complete, rejects in real life, but on the internet they can be whoever they want, right? So they go into these
Right.
forums and they start talking about this and they start talking about that. I mean, this whole like Discord forums, that sort of thing. I mean, that is an extremely fucked up place. I mean,
But also, Jeff, think about this, right? Your phone, right? Your
yeah,
smartphone. A lot of these kids are growing up like if you're 40, you had a smartphone for like half your life, right? These kids are 20, they've had a smartphone for their whole life.
yeah, since they were
Like
3 or 4, yeah,
what are the companies behind all these big meta like their goal is to make the phone as addictive as possible
yeah.
with zero oversight, and these kids are getting this from
They're
the
having
age
a
of
ton of
5,
success with it.
6. Why are people surprised that kids are doing poorly mentally when they're basically getting like a slot machine for 6 or 7 hours a day when they're supposed to be outside playing with their friends, playing
Hmm.
sports?
Hmm. Yeah,
Yeah, I think the lack of sports is a big one. I mean, I played in an academy. That's how we learn discipline. That's how you learn how to show up on time. That's how you learn how to
but it
compete.
goes back to
It's yeah.
family. It goes back to fathers and mothers and parents that teach you right and wrong. I'm not going to tell you that I was the greatest kid in the world, but I knew when to go home. I knew when to not do certain things. I knew that I have to have some sort of empathy and care about people. I also think we have to look at just you look at it in our cities. I mean, most young people don't, they may have a father that's in prison or a mother that's working all the time. You could be the greatest parent in the world. And there are times when you can't be with your kid and he's going to have to, get through life himself. I mean, nowadays there's so many other things and the phone, I think that's probably the root cause of a lot of this shit. A phone, the internet.
Also, think
And the
about it.
thing
If
is,
you're a
kids are
parent,
getting
you
all
have
phones and technology younger than they should be too.
you're a parent, you have kids, you have a job, you're struggling to make money like most people are. You can't afford a babysitter. What do you do for your kid to keep them
Give
occupied?
them a phone.
Like, give them a phone, give them a
Hey,
tablet.
Will, go to
Like,
go to a restaurant on a Friday, Saturday night. Look around and see what the young kids are doing.
dude, there's nothing like so. I'm not trying to toot my own horn. Like most of it's from his mom, but like my son will turn 5 this summer, and he has no screens in his life. He has an hour each Saturday and Sunday to watch like certain TV shows that we don't feel like are too addictive or bad for him. And dude, I go to restaurants and there are kids younger than him that are sitting with headphones and iPads.
Yeah.
Like it's fucking dystopian, man. Like
No, it is.
it's dystopian.
Yeah, that's why I always say like I'm still very blessed that I was able to grow up for most of my life and not have. I mean, I didn't get a phone until I was like 14, 15, even later. And the only reason I got one is because I just went and found a way to get one. But we were the last generation. I feel like I think Will, you and I are probably around the same age, but yeah, it's hard to be a kid nowadays. I mean, I feel for a lot of these kids. Like I said, when I went to that facility, I mean, I remember meeting so many kids, like Elf, like around your age, even younger, 19, 20, 21, that were just so damaged. I mean, just it's fucked up. And I think we also have to think about like medication's not exactly. I think for extremely dangerous people, medication is very helpful. But I think in a lot of situations, medication is extremely detrimental to someone and makes them feel like shit. The way we eat, I think, is very concerning. There's so many things that I think go into people's.
Medication can be helpful for sure, but if you think you can just give people
No,
pills
exactly.
and that's going to solve this problem, like you're out of your mind. Like
Thousands.
people
Not
need a
everyone
lot. They
benefits
need
off of medication
a lot
either.
of this stuff is kids grow up with a lot of trauma and they don't get any chance to fix it. Like they
Yeah,
don't.
the screens thing too, man. Like I will say, like I have 4 kids, 7 counting my girlfriend's 3 daughters as well. And
Wow.
my kids have screens in their lives, and my kids have present parents in their lives. My kids play sports. My kids hang out with their friends outside anytime that they're, the sun's out. Like the screen thing, like to each their own as a parent. Like I get it, especially it's easy to say that now when you have, a 5-year-old child. I would just say that that shit they do. I'm the same age as you. That shit's also like the people to me that were like claiming that violent movies and violent video games were affecting kids when we were young, and I just don't
I
believe in that shit.
I I hate to tell you, Nixon. I think it's very believable. I mean,
What's that?
you don't think that the combine shooters weren't influenced by video games and music?
I feel like
I mean, I don't. I mean, I don't think that there's anything that we can say for sure points to that being a.
I
I
think
think
it
I
is
think if
all video
anything, it
games.
probably comes back to again just the family life. And and someone brought this up earlier, the bullying now and how much more difficult it is for kids in today's day and age, man. Like that comes down to being a parent, I think, and talking with your children, being present in their lives, talking to them. All this is also irresponsible, maybe, of me to say a lot of this because we don't know shit about this shooter today. We don't know either one of them, the
Yeah, I
guy
mean,
that shot Charlie
we're
Kirk or the
definitely
school shooter.
yeah, we're definitely going, off a little bit of tangent. We again, we don't know who committed this horrible act against Charlie Kirk. I think we're kind of just chatting at this point. Barry, I'm going to get to you, and then Pac 12 Pete. Barry, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, bro. There's an excellent movie slash documentary or whatever it is. It's a shame when I say the name. Whoever didn't see it is not going to see it because they're never going to be able to put their phone down long enough to watch it. It's called The Social Dilemma,
I've seen that.
and
It's
it goes
very good.
step by step, A to Z, what the phone does to your brain
Yep.
and how it triggers the endorphins and how it makes you crazy and how it's cultivated the algorithm creates a timeline for you and it just really overstimulates your brain. And that's what when your brain is overstimulated, you're more susceptible to confusion, and that's what fucks people up. And next thing you know, your next door neighbor is your enemy, and people start fighting, and people want to kill each other over stupid
It's
political
a very
opinions that
good
that really don't mean anything.
it's a very good point, and I think the very concerning thing, Barry, is we're only at the begin stages of the AI, the algorithm stuff. I mean, it's only going to get worse. Pac-12 Pete, go ahead.
What's up, Nadu? Love you.
You too. Thanks.
I think the biggest thing is this rhetoric. We've talked about this shit, but calling people fascists and Nazis. I mean,
Hmm.
that has a big toll on what happened today, right? And we all think of Nazis as evil people, and we look down on them, but I mean, that's what the left plays, right? And I mean, I truly do think that labeling, if you look at the red map, I mean, 53% of this country actually voted for this guy, and I did as well. But also, did you see the TMZ shit though today about the people in the background
Yeah, I'm
laughing
gonna
at the
guess. I
situation?
mean, I did see that. I'm gonna guess that had to have something to do with something else. I mean, it's a pretty big
It's
newsroom.
TM. They're scumbags. Come
But it's a
on, man.
pretty big newsroom. I doubt that they. I mean, they're pretty. I mean, they're.
A car chase and they're laughing and celebrating. I mean, that shit happens every day in LA.
No,
Come
I
on.
know, but I'm not. I'm saying like I think you're almost saying like that they weren't laughing at Charlie Kirk. I mean, I would imagine. I mean, they're pretty much the foremost authority on celebrity news, that sort of thing. I feel like they would have the wherewithal to not do that. But I mean, you assume is that what you're saying? You're saying that you think they were.
Well, I mean, it was caught on a stream or a video. It wasn't focused on the people laughing necessarily. It was in the background, so
Well,
it was
according
at the
to
same
them,
time, and they made clarifications and had to,
yeah.
do a public apology. But it's like TMZ can't be trusted at all times. I mean,
Yeah,
come on.
they say it was a car chase, but who knows?
It's brutal. But I mean, back to the fascist thing. I mean, that's where we're at with this society. I think it's just brutal that people get labeled as fascists and Nazis, and that's part of the rhetoric that really came to Charlie Kirk's death today. I truly think that people need to understand that there's values and beliefs that people have, and if you disagree with it, that's fine. But I mean, taking someone's life. I mean, I'm an Arizona native. Charlie Kirk lives out here. I live in Scottsdale. It's brutal. I have friends of friends that are personally affected by this, and it's unbelievably sad. And I think we're kind of getting away from the fact that there was two young kids that will never be with their fathers, that won't walk across the street, taking them to the school bus. It is brutal, and I think that people should realize and take a step back that
No one's getting away from it. We're talking about the symptoms that are making these
Yeah,
things
no,
happen.
yeah, you're 100% right. We're only really just talking about just
I'm
different
not
things. But
disagreeing with anybody who's said recently. I'm just saying that we should keep the focus on Charlie
no,
Kirk.
Pete, you're 100% right. And I will say, we were talking about this earlier. If you have someone that you know personally that is celebrating this, I think you really need to a have a conversation with them, or b
No,
you
no,
need
no,
to.
no. Personally, I know people that are affected by this. I'm personal
No,
friends of
no, I'm
friends.
not talking about you. I'm talking about people that we were just talking earlier about. Anybody that supports this and is happy about it, you need to, you need to have a long talk with them about that, or just get rid of them in your life because they're sick people. Big Poppy, what's up?
Jeff, I
What
disagree.
up,
You
man?
just got to get rid of them, dude. It's
Yeah,
got
no,
that far
it's
gone
that's it.
where they can't even like. You have to talk to them and say, "Hey, this is why you probably shouldn't be celebrating." Like, it's just not even worth it at that point. You just got to chalk them.
Agreed.
What I was gonna say is, Nadu, earlier you said like if these kids go on like 4chan or whatever, the problem is it's not even just 4chan. All they need to do is go. If you go on Twitter, everything that gets pushed to the top is conflict. Even when we're in spaces, we all whip the popcorn out when Parlay comes
I didn't.
in and starts. Well, no, not you, but I'm saying like
Not Jeff.
those are seen as like the most entertaining moments. When someone comes in and starts
Yeah, it's
bodying
sick shit.
someone and it's conflict, right? But what's really happening in those moments is that those people are getting a release from seeing people have conflict,
Right.
and it's seen as entertaining, etc. So we're very comfortable when that happens and we all enjoy it, but when it crosses a line, we're all like, holy shit, you can't cross that line. The problem is we can't police that because we have no idea how crazy people are, and we can't police them crossing the line. So I don't know. I just think it's kind of ironic that we celebrate conflict and like
Yeah.
thrive off it, but then all of a sudden we're like, "Oh, no, it can't go this way." It's like we can't celebrate
No,
conflict
I
because we have
I
no.
100% agree, and that's one of the reasons I think some of the stuff on Spaces I had to kind of get away from because, again, I don't find some of this stuff like it's kind of sad in a way, really.
It is
Um,
like even with you, people are the most tuned in when it's like you versus Rico.
yeah,
Like people love to see war and
yeah,
shit. It's like,
yeah.
well, why do you what's the real root cause of why you want to see that? It's because you're kind of like a little bit sick.
Sociopathic, yeah. I also will point out, and I'm sure a lot of you saw this today, but you think about some of these fucking people. They have balls. I mean, some of these like the Harry Sissons of the world, and like some of these just vitriolic. Harry Sisson has said some fucking awful shit about Charlie Kirk. I mean, Jasmine Crockett actually had the nerve to talk about Charlie Kirk today. This is a person who today they asked for a moment of silence, and she said, "No, we don't. We're not having a moment of silence for that." And then you have the fucking nerve to come on Twitter and say, "I'm so sorry to hear about that." Like, are these people this tone deaf? Barack Obama is talking about, we don't know what motivated this person to shoot and kill Charlie Kirk, and it's like, well, I'm gonna guess he just didn't decide to pick him out of a hat and shoot him today. I'm sure there was a reason he went to that fucking spot, got up on a roof, and shot Charlie Kirk. I mean,
Y- Yeah, the irony is that even these people who think they're being like all high and
yeah.
mighty is they're falling into this, identity politics two party system where they're bred to hate the other
And they were
side. And
also
see,
they were also the people that have been pushing this bullshit. That they've been pushing this rhetoric for forever.
well, it's interesting if you look at it, who are the people that gain from, half of the country hating the other half? It's the people at the top, because then people aren't, looking at each individual topic and being like, oh, this is how I really feel. They're just going with whatever their party says. Also, they don't have time to like look at like what these companies are doing because they're just busy bitching about Democrats and Republicans. This two party system is really the only people that benefit are the very top.
Agreed. Well said. Um, let's get a few other people up here. I'm trying to get as many people as we can. Johnny, what's going on?
What's up, Nadu?
What's
Appreciate you as well. But I was I mean, Poppy kind of pretty much just took the words out of my mouth. I mean,
My bad.
it's no, no, you're good. You just got right in front of me for it. I agree with everything you just said there. I mean, it's scary that I
Hey,
think it's just
Johnny,
people.
real quick. Brandon, I'm going to take a couple people down, just try to get some other people. Brandon, thank you, my friend. Appreciate you. Go ahead, Johnny. Sorry.
No, you're good, man. But yeah, I think it's just people that in these like backdoor channels that are like that they just want chaos. They don't care what
Good point.
they
Good point.
that's the scary part where like I literally I mean I'm 29 years old and like I don't have kids or anything like that, but like I hate 2025. I hate the world that we live in now with social media and technology and the people that are in these back channels that are it's just they're getting laughs and giggles out of it. They don't give a fuck if it's political or not. They just want chaos.
Well, you better
And that's
believe too. I mean, and we're not even really talking about what will come next from this, but you
exactly.
better believe there are, and I know this because I've looked into them. There are a lot
And
of
that's the scary part
of
too.
very, and I'm talking about on the right, very far right, near
Mhm.
accelerationist type groups that are going to use this, and they're going to start doing what
100%.
they have to do,
Yep.
and mobilizing, and yeah, there a lot of them are seeds of just creating havoc and chaos and all sorts of things.
And now they like even whoever like it, this was obviously whatever happened today. This was not just a one person. This was there was probably multiple people that were involved that were able to help whatever. I mean, they still haven't found the guy, right? So or girl, whoever the fuck that person was. But point being is that this was their goal is the future of the chaos. Like they want to create, they want to divide each side more and more and make it political and make it when it's really probably deep down nah, it's probably just some fuckheads that are just they just want more divide and
Well, we
conquer
s-
and
we we saw this with like with some of the George Floyd protests. We saw where there were people that literally would just drop bricks off in like the middle of
yeah,
the areas and just hope for chaos. I mean, it's
especially
yeah.
like future chaos, like that's what, like you said, like what the futures now they know, like okay, like the far even the like farthest of rights are going to absolutely retaliate for because I mean they gave them a reason, so and now it's I mean I keep using the word I'm scared. Like I'm 29 years old and like I want to move around the country and live my life, and I'm just like damn,
Well,
now's
here,
not the right time
here
to do that.
here's what I'll tell you. Okay, and I think we do have to remember we still live in a fairly safe country. I know there's a lot of things that come up and it is concerning and I would highly tell anyone. We were talking earlier about ARs and things like that, but you very much should have a gun in your home. You defend yourself. Have your wherewithal to understand your surroundings.
Hmm.
Just when you're out in public, don't you never know who you're talking to. You never know what
Yeah, keep
somebody's
your head
dealing
up.
with.
Yeah.
Yeah, you gotta have your head on a swivel. Don't cause problems with people. In public. Just yeah, there's a lot of things you can do. I wouldn't be scared about your life, but
No,
I
I'm
get what you're
not.
saying.
But it's just like coming from like just seeing all even just like the little or things that people do just for like TikTok content, and that could unravel some like like you guys were talking a lot about like mental just mental health and things like that, which I'm very high advocate for. And you never know what could trigger someone if it wasn't even intentional. And shit, like things can happen that aren't even planned or whatever. But like, I think I don't know. It's fucking it's just
Very
crazy
sad.
out there,
Very
man.
sad.
Yeah, it is. It is very. You're right. It's very sad. And like I feel for I, anyone that is. It's just. Oh, I don't know.
Johnny,
It's crazy.
get some sleep, man. You seem like you've had a rough day, and we've all have.
I'm tired. Yeah,
Yo,
I'm a little tired.
Johnny, I wouldn't, this is definitely a terrible day for sure, but I wouldn't like live your life in fear, like you
Yes,
said.
exactly.
Like
No,
life is way
it's not what
too
I
short
meant.
to. Yeah, I know. I mean, dude, to be honest, bro, like it's fucking scary, it's surreal, it's all those things, but at the end of the day, like, we only have one life, so if you're gonna like limit yourself just based on these like extremes,
No, I
it's
live.
just not,
No,
you know.
that's not what I was saying. I'm much of an introvert, anyways.
Yeah, me too,
But
bro. I'm on
yeah,
spaces all day.
I
Let's
live. Yeah, I live inside pretty much mostly, anyways.
Yeah. I bet.
But
It's good to
it's
hear that.
just like it's just a sad day, anyways.
Yeah,
But
it's a shitty day, dude.
Phil,
no
go
matter
ahead.
what.
What up, y'all? Good on you for doing this space tonight, and rest in peace, Charlie. I'm gonna push back a little bit on what you were saying a little bit earlier, and I think what Em was saying about the availability of assault weapons. I think that putting the blame there is a little short-sighted on America's history. This is a country that has been awash in firearms for next year, going to be a quarter millennia. I mean, anytime for the last 250 years, some nut job wanted to go shoot up a bunch of kiddies in a school, like he could have done it with a musket if he wanted to. This is something that,
But hold on a
unfortunately,
second,
Columbine. Go ahead, go
Phil,
ahead.
hold on. Let me ask you, and I'm
Wait, let him
curious.
finish, bro. You gotta let him
No, I
finish.
want him to answer this though. What would be the need for someone to have an assault rifle?
I'm not sitting here justifying them. It's more of we're looking at the possible causes, right? And I'm going down a checklist. Well, it's not this, it's not this, it's not this. I don't own a gun. I probably never will.
Right.
But 20 or 100 years ago during Prohibition and the Al Capone days, you could buy an automatic Tommy
Not
gun
true.
at the
You're right.
hardware
You're
store.
right.
Nobody brought it into an elementary school and mowed down a bunch of fucking
No,
kids with
it's
it. Like
definitely happened.
something is broken in
Yes,
society since
that's
then.
a, that's a good point.
Similarly, the past 250 years, I mean, Sigmund Freud was born in what, the 1850s? Like, we didn't have anything approaching mental health care for the first 150 years we were a fucking country. But now we're so broken that it's these mentally ill people that are shooting people up. I'm not buying it.
So, what do you think
This
is
would
the
have been
reason they're
happening
doing
all
it?
along. Who fucking knows? I don't know. But it's not that, because it would have been the case consistently for the
Do you
last
think it's
quarter
probably
millennium.
just like what someone said earlier? It's probably just the internet, right? I mean, that's
I mean, the internet, I mean, this is more my theory, but we live in such a cush, nerfed life where people, all we know of struggle is what we read about. There is no fucking oppression anymore. And people need to align themselves with causes. And since there aren't causes anymore, they make up causes. There's a fucking transgenocide, completely a figment of people's imagination. It doesn't exist. But they make up causes to align themselves with causes to give themselves reason in their life.
that is very true. I always get a kick out of when I see like a flamingly gay guy like talking about Palestine and Islam, and it's like, well, they'd throw you off a fucking roof, right?
Right.
It's just such fake outrage. Kyle, what's up?
Hey, what's up? First of all, thank you for hosting this space. I just was raising my hand because it's getting late, and I just really wanted to get what
No,
I was
go
going to
ahead,
say.
Kyle.
But I used to work at Turning Point USA, specifically in the high school
Wow,
department,
really?
and
No way.
yes, and I remember during orientation week, Charlie came and met every single one of us. I got to meet him, talk to him in person, and like you're gonna hear this from literally everyone all over, but a very nice guy. Actually, I thought he was really quick. Like someone said earlier, like he could have been president. Honestly, he has that politician demeanor. He goes around and makes you feel like you're the only one in the room. And he was like, he would make you feel like you were a one of a kind individual. And I mean, I truly feel like we lost an angel today. Even if you didn't agree with him, we lost a good one today.
I mean,
And for
Kyle,
the
let me ask you. Like, I hear people say, like, I didn't agree. Like, when do you agree? Like, there's things that Elf does I don't agree with. Like, like, when do we
Facts.
ever truly agree with everyone? Like, that is such a weird thing.
Mhm.
It's like, I don't agree. Do you-
Yeah,
there's probably a bunch of things I do, Kyle, that you don't agree with. There's probably a bunch
yeah,
of things you do that I don't agree. Like, what the fuck are we even talking about here? Like, we're gonna
I
kill
agree.
people because we don't agree with their fucking politics. This is America.
Yeah,
This is a shot at for anyone that celebrates this, you fucking idiots. Do you not understand? This is a fucking attack on free speech. That means we can't talk freely. So that I hear a lot of
yeah,
these people talking about Charlie Kirk, you reap what you sow. No, you're gonna reap what you sow, motherfucker, talking like that and acting like this. When do you not understand that this is an attack on free speech? That's really what it is.
yeah, yeah. Now it's like I'm seeing a bunch of people that had plans to do speaking events starting to
Yep.
cancel because they're really scared about what could happen to them. And people are now, and you guys were talking about online in like debates and stuff. Now my worry is that some of these spaces are going to go directly online, which is nothing wrong with like us doing this space here, but I do believe that, yeah, if you close someone off from doing like one-on-one conversations, like real life interactions, they do slowly but surely start to shell themselves off. And I mean, I'm not a doctor. I don't know much about it, but I think we've all been there where we feel like at our lowest low, and the thing that usually gets us up would be like a nice conversation with your friend or your family or whoever. And Charlie, even if you were debating him on a different position, like he would still look at you and he would be honest, but in the end, it's all love. It's not coming out of hate. And I, I mean, I disagreed with him on a few things personally, I mean, he kind of looked at me and he was just like, okay, do you want to actually do this? And it's just like, oh, I'm just saying, this is just my point of view. But, but, um, but no, it's just my other thing I wanted to say is I'm not a Yankees fan, but what the Yankees did tonight also paying tribute to him. Like shout out to the New York Yankees as well. I'm actually a Tigers fan, so I was seeing the Tigers play the Yankees, but thank you to the Yankees for the tribute. But yeah, I just wanted to come on here, share a little thoughts and remembrance of Charlie. And yeah, again, thank you for hosting this space and have a great night, everyone.
Good night. I think he makes a good point, Jeff, about how we react to things as well. Like the problem could definitely just be the radicalization from TikTok and the internet, right? And then look at us right now. Instead of, I guess, like he said, going out and doing something like hanging out with friends, like we're sitting here on Spaces. Like this is how we're fucking dealing with this shit. You know what I mean? Like we're talking to each other online. Like that's not. There's no like real camaraderie. There's no like we don't even know each other, and I'm not saying that's like a bad thing, but it's just like it just speaks to the point of we have a lack of just in-person connection now, and I think it's probably way worse amongst the youth, the most impressionable people than it is amongst us, like it's really bad. Is that a baby?
On my bet.
Are you good? But no, I remember I don't know. I remember like one time. I'll share a story. This was at Binghamton actually. A kid who was on my academy team, New York Soccer Club, named Joao Souza. He went to Binghamton with myself, and he was actually like stabbed and killed at Binghamton, and it was a big deal. It was a big murder case. But as the students, we kind of like all gathered together and we held like a memorial for it. Like you know, we're probably going to see something like that similar with Charlie Kirk when people come together, but I just don't think it should happen, over the internet like what we're doing now.
I mean,
We're just losing
this
that
is
in-person connection, it feels like.
I mean, yeah, I wish there was a way. I mean, this is kind of the new way to kind of congregate or whatever.
Yeah.
And look, I'm sure when I go to the cigar bar on Friday, I'll have conversations with people about it. But yeah, look, I think it's what we're kind of programmed to do. But I mean, you look at like right now, there's a space going on. Should black people have empathy for Charlie Kirk? And it's from that fucking idiot Tariq Nasheed, who all day has talked shit about Charlie Kirk. I mean, again, we just talked about free speech, but it's like, do some of these fucking people have any shame, right? To the point where like you couldn't do it tomorrow. I mean, you got to do it now. You have to taunt the fucking the guy. You have to taunt the people that support him, and then it's like if anybody speaks out against Tariq Nasheed, they're racist. It's fucking sad.
Yo, hold on. Hey, Nadu.
Go ahead.
Again, I think that there are people like, it sounds like you and I and hopefully the majority of people on here that can call things at face value and regardless of views of someone, maybe be able to separate that. But I think that there are reasons that some of these people are responding. And again, I'm not excusing it, but I mean, Charlie Kirk was on record saying black women do not have brain processing power. So that probably has a lot to do with their view on or just the
Yeah,
general
but
question
hold
of
on a
why.
second. I hear you there, but like Tariq Nasheed has said some fucked up shit as well. I mean, they're both. I mean, look at times Charlie Kirk maybe did say, but Tariq Nasheed isn't like some. I mean,
Yeah, I'm not saying.
he's
Yeah, I'm not disagreeing with that at all. I mean, at the end of the day, man, and we touched on this earlier, but like the scariest part about all of this shit, man, is the immediate like super right and super left, both ends, just fucking making this a us against you thing. And I mean, Trump, his statement is fucking even more divisive than what we've
What was his
become
statement?
accustomed to. What's that?
What was Trump's statement?
Oh, he basically said that he's going to come after the. I mean, basically, which we already touched on. Just, I think
All right, my bad. Keep going.
making it common to say the Nazi phrase and shit like that about anyone on this far right that you don't agree with. But he was just like, this kind of rhetoric is directly responsible for terrorism that we're seeing in our country. We're going to come after each and every one of you that contributed to this. Um, you know, it's just that kind of shit is the ones that get.
Well, I wouldn't. I mean, he says a lot of shit like that all the
Yeah, but
time.
man, for real though, like today, like I've seen more Civil War shit today on Twitter than I've seen
Yeah.
in the last decade, and that shit's scary, man. Like, try to have this conversation as a parent is difficult too. Like, I went to pick my 13-year-old up from his mom's house to take him to practice, and he was asking, "Hey, what was this that happened to Charlie Kirk today? Who is Charlie Kirk?" Like,
Yeah.
these conversations are difficult enough as it is to have on a space with 500 other adults, and you're talking about having these
A kid.
conversations
Yeah.
with kids in this
What did you
fucking country,
say?
man. I mean, I talked to him about who he was and about how he had views that a lot of people didn't agree with, but that's never any reason for him to get gunned down in America by someone regardless of his beliefs and regardless of what someone else believes. Like, I mean, dude, those are these are conversations that I've had to have with my kids countless times already because of school shootings too. Like that
Right.
shit's never easy. Um, but I would immediately it turned into I'm not disagreeing that there's been way extreme. I think the to the trans shit in the last few years, there's a lot of stuff with the hormonal treatment and shit like that I agree with. That I agree with people saying is fucking crazy. Like I will agree with that. But like immediately people coming out and saying, "I bet this is a blue haired trans person." There's been 3 of those. 3. How many fucking mass shootings have we had? And there's what been
Yeah,
3
but
of
Nick,
those,
I've
and
the
that's
reason
yeah.
why
immediately
they're
what we're
probably
going
the
to
reason why they're probably saying that though is because like the questioning right
because of
before the
him.
shot was
Yeah, yeah,
about
yeah, yeah, for
trans
sure.
people, so it's like, oh,
For
they
sure.
think
Well,
we're
no, I
pulling the
Okay,
said this.
triggers
but
on
what
them.
what would happen if it ends up being a MAGA person that's upset that Charlie Kirk wanted them to release the Epstein
But
files?
Nixon, I said this earlier. Does I'm not saying that Trump has blood. I'm not saying that, but like when we look at the discourse, the just crazy, just kind of line we've drawn in the sand. I mean, is he to blame for any of this? As far as like the rhetoric and the just. I mean, this is 10 years now of just division.
Yeah, for sure. I don't. Yeah, I'm not saying that we're divided as a country because of our sitting president. I mean, this has been.
Mhm.
I'm of the belief that we've never had a
Would
great
you say
president in my
he's got to
lifetime.
be one of the main people responsible for it, though?
I would say that it is extremely concerning to see the type of response that we see time and time again from him. Yes,
Right.
and then I think that is only making things more divisive in
I
this
guess
country.
this
Like
would
I
be
have a lot of friends that are on the other side of me and a lot of my views. Again, like I said when I started on this space tonight, I used to consider myself super liberal. I feel I'm a very progressive person, but I do not identify with the far left anymore because I think that they say some fucking crazy shit that has really led just as much as what we're saying Trump has to like how fucking divided as a country we are now. It's like, how do we get back to that? Like, Elf said, made a comment about us all being on here talking about this. Like, these kind of conversations are good. Like, to know that there are people out there that can disagree and do it civilly and can fucking come together in a fucking discussion like this and be like, yo, at least one thing we can agree on here is like this was fucking heinous, and there's no way that this is excusable. Like I think everyone on here fucking agrees with that.
Wait, Nixon, I
And
want to
having
make
a
one thing clear. I'm not saying that this in particular was a bad thing. I'm just saying it speaks to the point where kids and us run to the internet for everything. We
yeah,
got to get the
yeah,
kids
yeah. I
back
mean,
in sports. We got to get them competing with each other and all that stuff rather than, being on the internet all day and having the internet tell us what to think. I think that's the best outlet for people to the best outlet for people when they're stressed and stuff like that is to play. Like when I was a kid, I would play sports or I'd go work out. Like I wouldn't go to the internet and make TikToks and do all this stuff and then further get radicalized, and then all of a sudden you get all these school shootings and stuff like that and assassination attempts. Like we got to get these guys, we got to have a focus on sports competition and community and stuff like that. Like those are the important things. But no,
Yeah.
this stuff is good. Like the space is definitely good. Um, that wasn't my point, but I agree with you as well.
Let's let me bring up some people here. Guac, go ahead. You have your hand up. Go ahead.
What's good, bro? Yeah, I mean, pretty much echoing a lot of what everyone said already. I'm assuming, and we still don't know a lot about the person or persons involved to really even comment on who did what. So I won't even go down that path. But I do agree with a lot of. I think Jeff was saying it about the internet and technology having a big hand in how we deal with each other, how we deal with issues, and how Elf was talking about putting the kids back in sports and putting them outside. And I for sure agree with that. The fact that we have an intolerance to understanding each other these days through the way we communicate with memes and emojis, and we don't go outside to talk to each other as much. And I try to keep my shit private, but I do have a 2-year-old son and a wife, and screen time is something that is important to me, and navigating that and having him understand technology, but at the same time not be addicted to it. And if he throws a temper tantrum because Miss Rachel isn't on 24/7, then that's something he needs to understand, that he doesn't get his way.
Hey, Guac,
Yeah,
let me ask you, how old is your child?
he's about to be 2.
Okay, so wow, quite young. So how does that work? Does the kid just say like, "I want a phone," or "Let me use that"? Like, what
uh,
if you just
uh,
never gave it to
Well,
him?
I'm
Like,
not.
would he just stop?
Yeah.
Or
Well, I'm not at that level yet. Right now, if you're a parent, then you know about Miss Rachel, and Miss Rachel
yeah,
is like
right.
the person that they all love, and she's like a
It's like a
YouTuber.
TV
It's
show,
a
right?
YouTube show where she's like just teaching them like ABCs and 1 2 3, but she does it like in a fun way, and
Okay.
it's like the kids shit, and and he's like transfixed by it. But then it's dangerous because we went on a trip, and we were abroad, and he was just going crazy in the hotel, and I was like, oh, what should I do, what should I do? So I put the YouTube on the phone, and he just transfixed. So I only did it when we were getting ready, but not for anything else, because I want him to be bored. I think being bored is important, because
Yeah.
when you're bored, you can get creative. And
Mhm.
just to speak on this topic, I think as a society, we've lost the art of disagreeing with people and not wanting to kill them, which is a crazy thing. I have plenty of friends and family that when we get into discussions about things we disagree with, I try my best to hear their point of view, say my point of view, but at the same time, maybe make a joke at the end to show them that I know that the people I'm talking to, I respect and I love. So no matter what you say, no matter how much I disagree with you, I'm not gonna leave that conversation thinking that this is who you are as a person. Like
Right.
you're some evil person that now I have to hate. Because no matter what side of the political aisle you stand on, you still put your pants on, and you're still trying to pay your bills, and you still love your family, and we still at the end of the day have the same requirements. We seek love, we seek companionship, we seek family and friends, and we're very tribal in our nature. So
But Guac, remember, the people we're talking about here don't live that way. They live in
and so my
this.
question would be, why is that? And I would say something got lost in the streams in the last 20 years, which
Well, they
would
think they're militants.
I
They think they're like militant or
I
something.
understand that, but what I would say is something got lost in the last 20 years with technology. Once that dial-up kicked in, and I don't know if you remember GeoCities websites and all those types of things kicked in, and where the power of the parent got lost. It used to be, I'm the parent, you're the son, and you kind of had to listen because there was no one else.
Yeah.
There was no one else to say anything, and now you're getting all these voices and all these opinions from every which way. And I think there's no teachings for parents when they become parents to understand how to balance the life of showing your son technology or showing your child technology, but also taking them outside, bringing them to the park, bringing them around other kids, bringing them around people that don't look like them, bringing them in situations that they might fail. I think failure is a very big component of being a child. Now everything's about participation trophies. No, I want to see my
Hmm.
son not do good, and let him show him how to carry himself when he doesn't succeed all the times. And I don't clap if I have a basketball court in my or a basketball rim um in the apartment, and when he doesn't make a shot, I don't clap for that shit. I wait till he makes the shot, and then I
Well,
clap,
I think you're
because I want.
doing. I think you're doing a great job as far as being a parent, man. I think
Yeah,
you're.
and it's hard, and what this type of stuff scares me is that to know that, if the goal is to get him to college and to be around a incubator of thought where the moment you don't kiss the ring and believe in the ideology of the others, he will now be marked as, name it, a bigot, a racist, a homophobic, or whatever, because he's not kissing the ring. And there's a saying that said you could never be pure enough for the tribe, and that's what's happening here. The moment you say something against the tribe that's not the purest of the pure, you don't agree with 1,000,000% of the ideology of the other, now you are the enemy. And it's
Mhm.
unfortunate because the moment you tweet something that isn't of the whatever, you're the enemy.
Can I, Guac?
What's good?
Do you mind if I jump in?
Oh, go ahead, bro. Yeah, I pretty much I'm pretty much saying the same shit, right?
Go
It's all
ahead.
good.
I I mean, I from what you were saying, and I'm not trying to pick any disagreement here, right, at all. And that's not a disclaimer for a disagreement to come. But like you kind of went from macro to micro,
Just
right?
get to your
Like,
point, John.
okay, all right. So yeah, to simplify, because even in like big world issues, I can only think in terms of football. I'm broken like that.
John,
So
bro.
Come on, John.
no, no, no,
Seriously.
no, no. No, you want to talk about the politics and all
John,
this,
you're not
right?
going to cut this into like bouncing balls and throwing
No,
footballs and stuff
no,
like
no,
that.
no, 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 no. I recognize this is a different
Go ahead. Go ahead.
this is a different conversation. I recognize and respect that. This is important shit, right? Um, but even in that, my cornerstones of life all revolve around football. So
Oh my
let me just
God, bro.
John,
no,
listen.
no, no.
We
Listen,
gotta we
no,
gotta
no,
let
no.
John go. Listen,
Yo,
he always
Nadu.
does. Hold on. He'll listen, John. When we're doing like football conversations, like John's fine, but I wonder if he never gets to the point, and it's always he does stuff like that. It's just not right. Blue smoke. Go ahead, blue smoke.
So, Jeff, good to see you doing the things you're doing out there. I've been enjoying it the
Thank you,
last
blue
couple of
smoke.
months. The security details of these events need to
Yeah,
be talked about. Okay, so if you think about Butler, you think about what happened today. I did 3 of these, and they used to, I don't know the terminology or the language, but they mentioned Eagle 360. So you're going to stand where the principal, the person you're protecting, is, and you're going to look up and you're going to look for the best place that you could get that person from. And that's where you're going to put your first security officer that could see everything from that point between, it would have been where the shooter was on the roof today, and the target. Well, the person you're protecting. Uh, that person has first clearance on the radio. He sees everything. You have some guys down in the front. Butler, the same thing. If someone comes up on a roof at another place, this guy has the radio to say there was just no one there. This is basic stuff from 20 years ago. And I think it was Michael said, police don't use those weapons. They do. They have AR 15s. And by the way, if you spent 2 weeks, Jeff, with Narcos firearms instructor, morning classroom, afternoon range, he could teach you to shoot 200 yards consistently.
boy.
With
But
his,
again, it's
Really?
not that so much that I guess like thinking about it. I guess it's not really that difficult with a sight. But like what I'm also saying is like someone mentioned earlier, like just being able to do that and not be shaking and be to get off the roof in that amount of time. It's not a normal person can do that sort of thing.
in this case, the shooting, I don't have any problem with that. I want to know how the guy got away, though.
Yeah, well, that's the big question, and how like we have to go back again to this completely tone deaf. I mean, Cash Patel, we kind of know is a complete moron, but I mean, we go back to this completely tone deaf tweet where he states that the
I got a story for that.
he
So
says
Cash
that
Patel, he jumps the gun and gives off information. One time we're looking for an arsonist. He was burning down every other house on his block. We didn't know who it was yet. And the mayor wanted to come in to the conference room where you do your planning. And I was always against that shit, but he's the mayor. He came in, he told someone afterwards. And so, say it was a Tuesday. Wednesday night, we were setting up to sit in the woods. Wednesday morning, I get up and read in the newspaper because the mayor was shooting his mouth off. Police are going to be in the woods at this address looking for suspects to come out. That's what Cash Patel is. The guy you don't fucking tell anything to.
Yeah, he I mean this tweet, he says the subject is now that took the life of Charlie Kirk is now in custody. And then an hour later, the subject in custody has been released after an interrogation by law enforcement. It's like
You know why? Because they told him they had a person of interest, and he thinks automatically that's a suspect. It could be somebody that saw something. It could be someone that had a camera pointed at the roof. That's what a person of interest is actually, not someone that's a suspect,
I mean, I will say
particularly.
Harry Sisson's a fucking idiot, but this is a good comment by him. Probably shouldn't be live tweeting the investigation till you have full confidence. I mean, he's not wrong there. I mean, it's insane. Stotts,
Wait, I just got one more comment too on the left and the right shit. Listen, Oklahoma City Bombers, 93, right wing. When I
yep,
left, all of the shit I used to get through the fax from the FBI, the fax machine, yep, I'm that old, was all right wing domestic terrorist groups.
yep,
And now it could be left, it could be right. Crime is not Republican or
exactly.
Democrat. It can be political. Can be fanatical, but it's not Republican or
I mean,
Democrat.
you're right in terms of like some of the worst people to perpetrate crimes in this country have been right wing. I mean, whether it's Oklahoma City, Dylan Roof. I mean, there's been a lot of bad people that were on both
If
sides.
you add them up, it's probably the same.
Yes,
It's the people. It's not whether you believe. The problem is today, if you're a Republican or Democrat, you believe every single item on that agenda and fight for it without even knowing half of it
Yeah,
viciously these days.
MQB. Go ahead.
yeah, I didn't mean to cut you off, but the problem is politics has basically become the new religion, and people follow them to the point where you're either this on this side or that
Right.
side. There is no central point,
There's no in
and
between. Right.
there's no in between. Exactly. And so
Well,
what
MQB,
you
that's a great point. I mean, I've said many times, but it's, as soon as I say one thing that might be taken liberally, I'm a fucking liberal. If I say something that's right, I'm a fucking right wing nutcase. There's no,
Absolutely. And because people, we as an American society, all of us, and I'm a black man, whether you're black, white, or whatever, we have kind of lost that ability to understand things on our own. We all have a sheep mentality where we will see a headline and we would just follow that headline until the end of days. I mean, we don't study things, we don't research things on our own, and so you have a group over here, you have a group over there. It could be family members, it could be friends, it could be whomever. But if we see one article or we read one thing, we see one thing, we immediately generalize it as it's everybody. Like one of the things that I live in a diverse neighborhood, and my neighbor, he's a huge Trump supporter, but I don't think that he's a racist or anything like that because the man has been a very good neighbor, and that's all I want is I don't care what
exactly.
your belief is.
Right.
You can
Right.
believe what you want to believe, and part of the problem is I used to work for AT&T, and so I've been in different houses. I've been in poor neighborhoods, rich neighborhoods, this, that, and the third, and you can always tell. I'll go to this house. This person is watching CNN, MSN all day long. You go to this house right here. This person is watching Fox News all day long. That's all they know. They don't try to see a different size. And so once you get it in your mind that this is all I know, this is all I see, this is how I'm going to respond. And that's all they know.
Yeah.
And
You're
and you know,
you're 100% right.
and, and in regards to the Charlie Kirk situation, I would never cheer or root to see someone pass like that. It was disgusting. It was heartbreaking. You never want to see that because at the end of the day, we're all Americans. And the fact that this happened on the eve of September
Yeah.
11th,
Good point.
I mean, it makes it that much more worse.
Yeah, again, I don't quite understand. Like the whole celebrating it literally makes no sense. I mean, I mean, the guy literally was killed for his speech, free speech, which these are the same people that want to say whatever the fuck they want to say. And they're pissed about it's just it makes no sense. I'm trying to get to everybody. Stotts Burner, go ahead.
Hey Jeff, just wanted to bounce off of what Blue Smoke was saying a little bit earlier. I have a background in law enforcement and military service, and obviously Charlie's team or Charlie himself doesn't have to be concerned with the tactical decision making of placing an event in such an exposed area.
Right.
I would hope that with such a huge following he has and how closely connected he is to political parties these days, that he would have someone on his team that's organizing his movements and making sure that his all of his meetings are up to date on security measures. But from where they picked, it has to be one of the worst positions that they could have put. He's literally right on the X of just a deadly, deadly spot to be
Hey,
at.
Stotts,
Obviously,
let me
this
ask
is
you, as being law enforcement, I mean, how does no one see that guy on the roof, like at all?
you know how it is. I mean, you could ask that with how the Las Vegas stuff went down. You know, you
Wow,
just
that
if
was
you're
in
at a
like a
concert, you're at a
hotel, and like you can kind of conceal it. I mean, it was
of course.
pretty easy to see that there was someone on the roof. I mean,
Well, with what I'm referring to is just you're in a crowded
yeah,
area of
big area.
you're watching someone that you've seen on social media your entire political following, you know, and then for many people this is who they follow as their political leader, you know, like they aspire to what he does and how he speaks with people, and that's how it goes. Regardless, going on to some of what he was rebutting as well of I do believe that someone with a little bit of training can carry out this type of activity. From my measurements, it looks like about a 430-foot shot. And if you refer that to the attempted assassination of Trump at Butler, that is the same distance, roughly within 4 or 5 feet of where the Butler shooter took place on a similar rooftop. Now, obviously, because we were able to catch this perpetrator while he was still shooting, because of the mass. Did I cut out?
No,
There we
yeah.
go. The mass security measures that he had, that President Trump had on scene with him, that it was able to be picked up, and the security measure seems to be what was the main issue to this specific case of having all these people come forward. I don't believe Charlie was wearing any type of protective vest. I've tried to look up photos of him while he was on scene there and seeing him in a t-shirt, and you can't easily hide these types of vests, especially vests that have the capability of stopping 5.56, 2.23, 7.62, these types of rounds, to be
Well,
able to hide those so easily from under just a regular t-shirt, if that makes any sense.
well, Stas, let me ask you a question. Since you were in law enforcement and everything, in your opinion, in all of these cases, the shooter seemed to have the best vantage point. How do you think that is possible in a lot of these shootings?
So I was able to research this within several minutes of it happening, just seeing it on Twitter. Once I saw where this individual was, where Charlie was speaking from, you just go around the horn. You know, you just go look at targets. You go on Google Maps, man. It's this isn't a very difficult thing. Like motivated individuals who carry out these types of activities can very easily find the best course of action to do what they want. You can see in some of the videos of that are coming out of people running away. You can see where his position is held. If just from a quick Twitter search of he's just on a rooftop that's got a good vantage point. It's far enough away from the average security that was in the area. Um, yeah, that's the best
Let me
I can tell you.
let me jump in here. I want to bring something up. Pretty interesting tweet here. A private jet under the tail number N888KG left Provo Airport, which is approximately 5 miles from this site, an hour after the shooting. Suspiciously, 30 minutes into the flight, it drops off of radar illegally and reappears approximately an hour later. Why did this private plane turn off its radar?
Yeah, I'm seeing the similar tweet from
Yeah,
Stellarman.
2 million
Uh,
views.
yeah, this is. I
What
think
the
this is.
fuck?
I mean, obviously, this is a very like weird situation, in that we're just going to be pointing at very like unknown issues of what's going on in the certain area, similar to what happened during the Boston bombings. How with the vacuum of information that we have through social media and the lack of information that's given from investigations of state officials, you even have people now looking at people holding their like his security guards doing hand signals and stuff behind him. This is stuff that's
Yeah,
circulating
I've
around
seen
the
that.
internet.
Yeah.
This is just people trying to find answers to things that don't make sense to them right now, if that makes any sense. I'm not
Yeah, I
dis
mean, there's always going to
I
be.
agree. I do agree that this is a very strange situation, and
It's
I
all
haven't
the
looked
LLC
enough
is
into
also
this.
registered to a foreign. It's a foreign LLC.
Yeah, I see that.
It's not a U.S. LLC.
Well, some people are stating that it's Mossad or something like that. You know. All right.
Jeff, JW wants to
Yeah, hold
come
on.
up.
I'm gonna bring JW. Listen, JW, just don't. We're trying to get as many people up here as possible. Let me bring up JW. Butter knife, go ahead, or butter knuckles. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Butter, are you there? I'm gonna ask you once.
Yeah, I'm here.
Go ahead.
I I got woke up to this at 6 p.m. Have you guys noticed that every day for like the past 6 days, something crazy's happened?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, that seems like it happens like every day now in America, though.
No, I've like it's a pat like literally every day for like the past 5 or 6 days, something insane has happened.
Yeah.
The black guy killing the girl on the freaking
Yep.
subway. The
I feel like though this happens though, like there's times where like we'll have like a couple of really horrible days where a lot will happen, and then it'll just go back to normal, and that'll be that.
and I I didn't notice until that dude said that it was close to the September 11th as
Yeah,
well.
it's tomorrow. Yeah.
It's so weird, man.
Yes, it is. JW, how are you?
I'm doing good, brother. Give me 1 minute. I'm just getting in the condo right now. Give me 1 minute
All right.
for a second. I'll be right in
All
here.
right.
Thank you.
I have a
Uh,
question for Stotts while we wait.
yeah, Stotts, you still there?
I am,
Yeah.
yeah. What's up, man?
So yeah, no, you made a good point about kind of the vantage point. I heard someone say that was at this rally or whatever. They said that like there was very little like security, that like there was no police really. It was just kind of an open venue. I guess these are free events. I mean, I guess Charlie Kirk makes money off of advertising and social media and things like that. But I mean, what could you really do to prevent something like this? Nothing really, right?
Yeah, it's a similar topic of like how do you prevent these things from mass gatherings?
Yeah.
Unfortunately, these type of situations, there's not much you can do. I mean,
Oh, there is a
people are
lot.
trying to.
Don't go
There's
to
a
them.
lot. There's a lot.
Yeah, of course.
No,
Yeah,
it's cultural. We have to understand that politics and all this shit that's going on is downstream from the culture. But what is culture emergent from? Technology. We're in a new era, the technological information warfare, the spiritual warfare era, where we need better culture. We need to take control of the tech overlords' mechanisms of hijacking our minds, nudging our interests, nudging our consumption patterns, even the tone of the
Well, that you're
discussion.
right on.
When
well, JW, I believe
these are the things that
he's
need to.
referring to the type of tactical experience or tactical
Yeah, I
decision making,
understand. We can look at
regardless
it
of
concretely.
cultural.
Of course, there's things that can be done tactically to prevent this from happening. That's why it's such a random occurrence. That's why it's such an anomalous occurrence for the Trump situation and the parallels. The problem at hand is when we look at the reaction. There's too many people in during the 2020 election cycle. There was people like Eric Weinstein who would equivalate what he called wokeistan, the woke radical left, and what he called magistan, the radical right, if you will, and equivocating between the two. When in reality, there's no comparison. Now we're getting into the discussion for solutions, which is a return to objectivity. We can objectively tell and differentiate between good and evil because at this point, anyone who doesn't spot the fraudulence and call it out is either good or evil. Either people are either dumb or evil. Excuse me. I'm really distraught about this. It's one of the wildest things I've ever seen. You know, I've been very active about speaking on all these dynamics.
Yup.
This is an extension of the left's
But
tactic,
JW, hold on
which
a
is
second. Let me ask you something.
this is what's called repressive tolerance. This is how they silence dissenting
Do
opinions.
you think
They want
though?
us terrified to speak on these things that are objectively
Do you,
true, like the nuclear family unit, like a return to
no,
God,
I
like
agree. We
beauty,
said
these
earlier
these
that
type of
we
things.
agree. But let me ask you: these dissenting opinions, this line in the sand, we either agree or don't. We're all over the place. Do you think some of this
No,
rhetoric from Donald Trump the last 10 years?
no, it's not from Trump. It's Trump being
But this never
reactionary and them trying
happened.
to silence. Listen, it was Obama. It
Okay.
was Obama, motherfuckers. When Obama came in, he was elected and he ran on the fact that America had healed from the racism. And during his second term, when he got his shit exposed, either through Epstein or whatever the fuck mechanisms, and the Trayvon Martin shit happened, and he made the statement that could have been my son. That's when the fucking radical BLM feminism shit picked up. Now, this is what we're noticing. We are in a resentment crisis. There was a school shooting today. We are
Yeah.
talking about the incels that are being
Hmm.
radicalized and why I've been critical of a Myron Gaines, of a Fuentes. The extremism, these incels are only touched by extreme motherfucking topics. They're nihilistic. They have no connection to the future. They want to burn it all down. This is the spirit of murder, the resentment crisis that Nietzsche speaks about, the slave morality that wants to invert traditional Christianity, where we're valorizing vice, all the fucking degeneracy that we're witnessing. When you look at the degeneracy of these reaction videos, what's the commonality? Who can point out the fucking commonality
They're
when
all
we're
like,
talking about symbolic
yeah, they're all
representations
weird ass
of the most
people.
vile things of the day, which are these pussy domestic terrorists reacting to it, laughing, dancing? What is the commonality? The motherfucking nose ring.
Yeah,
The
I was
nose
gonna
ring.
say
Yeah.
that.
These motherfuckers, they're crying out for help. They're screaming out for help. And we do need empathy. That's why we need to fucking condition Myron and other leaders like Fuentes to take it soft. We do need to return to the middle. But this is the repressive tolerance that I'm speaking about. They don't want us to fucking play how they're playing. They're playing dirty. They want us to tone it down as they keep shooting fucking the embodiment of Jesus Christ in Charlie Kirk. That was a missionary. That was a holy man. That
Well,
was an
hold on a
incredible
second,
man.
JW.
Charlie Kirk is the
Nick
best of all of
Fuentes.
us, and they killed him. And motherfuckers up here trying to, oh, it's not a Democrat, it's not a Republican thing. You motherfuckers are domestic
Well, Nick
terrorists,
Fuentes is a
straight up.
scumbag. I mean, that's a fact. He's a scumbag. Um,
He's a smart dude and he speaks on certain issues. Like we can talk about a small distribution of Jewish control over our content creating corporate media, the entertainment industry, sporting. Everything is controlled by a small amount of Jews. And it was Jews that brought over this ideology. We're talking about the Frankfurt School. We're talking about Herbert Marcuse. This is the ideology I'm speaking on, repressive tolerance, where they think that any intolerant perspectives will erode a tolerant
yeah, but
society.
Nick
They want us
Fuentes
to
is a
accept
fucking
grooming
Holocaust
kids.
denier. He's a scumbag.
And he is a scumbag, and I want to mentor him, and I shame him, and I go at him like I just did. I go at Myron Gaines. If anyone last night heard me body Tariq Nasheed
Well, he's a
prophetically,
moron
I
too.
was in his.
Wait, where'd you do that?
I gutted him on his stream last night, and it
Yeah,
was
he's a moron
prophetic.
as
Wait,
well.
what? I need to
I'm
see
talking
this.
about how people like him and Myron Gaines have a very similar parallel impact on our society. This is the fracturing of the resentment crisis into the two extremes of the woke left. We're talking intersectional feminism, the BLM movement, the resentment, hating America, displacing responsibility, constant condemnation. I asked him straight up, can you say I love America? No, dude, can you say I love America?
I love America.
I love America. I'm so grateful to be in this country. And anyone against that is a fucking domestic terrorist at this
Well,
point.
JW,
This
I
is the
want to.
edge of chaos. We either adapt and fight dirty and play this game, or we're literally having our shit taken because we were Kamala Harris inches from it all being gone.
Well, I want to get to
God
something
bless
here.
Charlie Kirk for impacting the 2016,
I
2020,
I
and
I very
2024.
I agree. I want to get to someone here. Tex. Let me ask you. Tex has a space code right now saying shit is fake. Tex, are you here? Can you explain yourself? Oh, he left. Do you know
What
this guy,
incentive would
Elf?
Charlie
Who?
Kirk have
Tex?
when he is wholeheartedly
I
committed?
might.
This is the embodiment of Abel. I'm talking about the problem of having way too many Canes running around our motherfucking society. The murderous spirit of resentment. Not only the woke left, but now the woke right. The incels, the motherfucking anti-Semites that are being radicalized and reoriented towards the hate for America. This is what's the problem that's festering. We don't have enemies anymore abroad. China's not our enemy. Russia, they're all depleting in population, inevitable demographic population collapse. Our only fucking threat is an incapacity to communicate with each other and get controlled by the fucking corporate overlords. That's the fact of the matter. Because we're not producing anymore as men. They have to nudge our consumption patterns. They have control, elegant coordination on the supply side to fucking manufacture demand. There's no intelligence in the market. That's why there's no symmetry between supply and demand. They motherfuckers can't even pay rent anymore. This is all interconnected. This is all interconnected with stagflation. And God bless President Trump. And anyone speaking down on Trump needs to get fucking beat up in the street like Harry Sisson and all these faggot ass
Hold on,
motherfuckers for
JW.
real.
Hold on. All right. Tex, can you explain? Tex, can you explain yourself?
regarding
This ridiculous space you have saying shit is fake. What's that all about?
what ridiculous. What am I saying that's ridiculous, Nadu?
Well, explain your. What does that mean?
Why are you saying that I'm making something ridiculous?
No, he's
What is
just
the
Well, I
wanting you
would
to
basis of your
assume.
explain yourself.
statement?
That's all.
What is this? What is fake?
What is the basis of your claim?
I'm asking.
He's asking you, bro.
All
Explain.
right, but you asked me a question based
Tex,
on
just
what?
answer. What's fake? Tell me, please.
What's not fake, Nadu?
I mean, I'm guessing you're. I'm assuming you assume that the Charlie Kirk thing's fake, whatever that means.
Why are you assuming that?
Just explain yourself, Tex, or get off.
You asked me to come on. I
You
had my hand
requested.
raised to.
I'm okay. Never mind. Tex, you
eh,
requested. Go ahead.
Yeah, I requested to see if you're gonna let me on the stage. And now that you let me on the stage, I'm listening to JW speak some very profound information, and
Yep.
he should be allowed to continue. We shouldn't break state for whatever it is I had to say when what he was
Well, but
saying
Tex, we're just trying to get
is
it. We're trying to get a lot of people up here. That's all. We've been on for 3 hours, and we're trying to get as many people up here as possible.
okay.
But we don't have to explain ourselves to you. You don't run the space, Tex.
Uh,
Damn, Tax, you fucking
okay.
ran off
So you
JW.
asked me
You
about
came
my
up here and you
space. You asked
fumbled
me
the
about what
fucking
I'm
Well,
doing
I'm
bag.
in my
asking you, and you
space.
Straight
still haven't
So
answered.
if you're hosting a space, aren't you don't you have a position, don't you have something that you're sharing?
This is
So you're
all are
doing what you're
welcome for a
saying. You're saying,
chat.
oh, we don't have to explain ourselves to you. I don't know what you mean by that. If
Well,
you're
we
hosting
don't.
a space, people are
Text.
supposed to listen to you and figure
Text.
out what you're
I
talking
asked.
about and know what you're
I
doing,
asked you
right?
a question. What is not real? Explain that.
Well, explain how this man has a post about him getting shot with an AR 11 years ago.
Wait, what?
what?
I
Hell,
just shared it in your chat. Like, what you didn't see that?
no.
So I'm looking at Tex's page right now, and he has something shared from Charlie posted from 2014 on Twitter, quoting, "Did I just get shot by an AR-15? Feels like it." Uh, Along with a retweet from him saying, "Well, well, well." And then this next one before that, about an hour ago, Tex is, let's see, retweeting something saying, "I never heard of this dude before today. Who gives a fuck either way?
All right.
New
Bye,
season,
Tex.
internet is a new TV." So I'm kind of curious why he's acting like
Yeah,
he
Tex.
doesn't
Why are you
understand what
acting
he's
like you don't know
saying.
what we're talking about? You know what we're talking about.
You said, why am I acting like I don't
Yeah,
know
you're
who
like
we're
acting
talking about?
oblivious.
I don't. Why do I have to be making stuff up, Nadu?
I didn't say you're making. I'm just saying
You
what's
did
your.
say that I was making something up. You said I was
God, I
lying.
can't.
That's making something up, Nadu.
He's got to go.
Yo,
I
bro.
can't. I
All
can't
right,
deal
hey
with
Jeff,
him.
how
Fucking
are you?
guy. Jesus
I've heard
Christ.
him on Spaces before. He's really horrific to listen
Jeff,
to.
how we
Bro,
doing
and
this
they do.
evening?
He's got a
Johnny, how
fucking
you doing?
podcast in his bio. Like,
Hold
what
on,
the fuck?
Johnny.
What does he fucking talk about all day, dude? He can't even make a point up
Yeah,
here on
listen,
stage.
he had a space talking about stuff being fake, and then you ask him about it, he's like, what do you mean? Why you asking me? You know, Dutch boy, go ahead.
Hey guys, man, I'm about four fucking tequila shots in, so bear with me here. I'm North
Well,
Carolina.
maybe you should take the night out
No,
also.
no, just hang on, man. Just give me a break here, all right?
Okay.
So, all right, so I'm just recovering from the epic fucking crazy shit just happened out here in Charlotte. So, number one, crazy shout out to Jeff and team. But anyway, the Charlie Kirk thing, if you want to look back and kind of think about like things that are happening at like Davos in January, February, and that time frame, I think we need to start really thinking about the big picture of what's going on out here. That's all I got to say. That's it.
So you're talking about, yeah, I get what you're saying. You're talking about like World
Yeah.
Economic Forum type stuff. I'm gonna take speaking of Dom, I'm gonna take him off because he's been drinking a little bit. But yeah, listen, I think some of this world economic stuff, world leader type stuff, there's some crazy things going on right now. Does this have something to do with that? Possibly. Rob, you've been waiting. Go ahead, Rob.
Hey, Jeff, thanks for having me on. I just wanted to start with what I think kind of, and it goes back to the Charlie Kirk origin story, where, and I don't want to make this into a liberal versus conservative thing, but this is just the fact that
Yeah, it kind of already
universities
is though.
became, yeah, right, I know. So the universities became so indoctrinated with these professors that, are basically brainwashing students that there was no debate. There was no debate. There was no debate in universities before I went to college, and Charlie Kirk rose to prominence because he was the one facilitating this, because there was no debates. So I think that these universities, they get a pass on all these issues when they're the root or a major facilitator of what is actually happening.
Yeah, Rob is speaking facts. As someone who just graduated college, I was a math major and I had to take these liberal arts classes just to get my, my math degree. And in these classes, they literally teach you like I had to take sociology. It was actually one of the only classes I got a D in all of my fucking college career. I had to pass fail it. I'm a math major. Why am I taking
What do they
sociology
teach you
classes?
in liberal
They
studies?
teach you they teach you how to be a Democrat. They teach you that there's multiple genders, that like intersex people pretty much prove like the whole transgender ideology. And when I would write papers and take my finals and stuff like that, because these were written exams, they're not like math exams. You would have to write like a liberal to get a grade. Like you just say
Yep.
fuck it. I don't like I'm gonna write what I know
Wow,
the professor's
really?
gonna give.
It's
And
that
that's
Absolutely.
like kind of been known. Like that's been out of the bag that, as
Yeah.
and I was conservative. I came, through a Catholic high school into a small liberal arts college, NADU, shout out Allentown, PA, not
Oh
too far
yeah,
from
not far.
Lancaster.
Yeah.
Not too far. But it's just absurd. And people think I make this up. But my first class, freshman year, which they don't even call them freshmen anymore. They're first year students because freshman is derogatory. It's a whole nother story, but put it in there. First class, American Government 101, whatever the fuck it was called. My professor straight out said she's a communist. I'm a proud communist. First class. First thing she said.
Yep, it's
Eh,
crazy. And Jeff, I don't wanna understate how much indoctrination goes on college campuses. I went to Binghamton. It's not like a crazy liberal school, but we had two major incidents, Jeff, where the college Republicans were protested off campus, Jeff, and we had another big lawsuit where we had famous economists under the Reagan administration, Arthur Laffer, come speak, and he was protested off campus. It ended up in a lawsuit. It was like the most ridiculous thing ever.
Yeah,
So
my
can't
college
happen.
had therapy dogs in the main union when Trump won. Like,
well,
That's
yeah, my point
that
is,
would there be therapy dogs there for the conservatives if Kamala Harris won? Part of me thinks, actually, all of me thinks no shot. So
yeah, but my
it's just, and I have stories for hours I could tell you about colleges
all right.
take like it's just being a dead horse at this point. But I wanted to make sure that it got across.
That's wild. I didn't know any of that stuff. I got to ask Joey Hooks. You're up here. What is up with this? Pray for the save. Nick Fuentes is a scumbag. He shouldn't die. But I mean, Joey, you do know that, right?
No, I wouldn't say I do know
He's a
that.
Holocaust denier, Joey. For Christ's sakes, Jesus. I mean,
Okay.
do you have any sort of? I mean, that doesn't bother you?
Bro, he just tweeted pray
Mhm.
for the safety though. Like
Right.
why would that be a big
Yeah.
deal, Jeff?
Well, I'm just saying. Does he know who Nick Fuentes is? That's all.
I've never personally shook his hand, but yeah, I just pray for his safety. I don't see any issue with praying for anybody's safety. But I just want to commend JW on his points. I agree completely. I think the tragic murder of Charlie was we're in spiritual warfare completely, and it was obviously orchestrated. And I think Israel was behind it. That's all I want to say.
Why do you think that?
I think it's extremely suspicious that Charlie was murdered after noticing too much about about them. He was close with Israel. He visited the
So
country.
why would they kill him?
I think they would kill him because he has a huge following, and he was ungovernable once he started to realize the truth.
Mm.
Starting with Epstein, he
Yeah.
started to follow the rabbit hole and notice that there's a disproportionate amount of Jewish people that control media, education, pharmaceuticals, and just like the international Jewish financiers are involved and they have a lot of power and they're not afraid to use evil means to maintain that power.
Hmm.
Um,
Hmm.
and it's just suspicious. Like, why would Benjamin Netanyahu, of all
Yeah, I saw
people,
that quite quickly.
and at the same time that Trump tweeted it? It's just like it just gets very suspicious. And it's like 9/10, the day before 9/11, which
There's also been
I
no
mean,
suspect named yet. That's kind of weird.
yeah, I mean, regardless of what suspect they arrested or put in front of the mainstream news, I probably wouldn't believe it. It's always like you got to look 2 or 3 steps into the reasoning because it was obviously planned and it was professionally done. Like I was in the military, I would not make that shot.
Wait, hang
That's
on.
an
We
extremely
had a few military guys come up and say that it wasn't like a crazy shot to make though.
that's a damn good shot, and especially if I think the reason I think so is because the
Nah, we had
distance.
one guy say that. There was another. The other dude said that
Stotts,
the
what do
guy
you
was
think? Stotts is law
obviously
enforcement. What
trained.
do you
Well, it
think?
was a neck. The thing is, it was a neck shot, and it was intentionally a neck shot because the distance was too far from the head, and that's a crazy shot to make, especially when Charlie, there's natural movements that come with speaking, and I studied the video a little bit. You can tell it was planned for Charlie to when he picks up the mic and starts talking, he makes a pause in his movement, and that's what a sniper would see. And they studied his Charlie and his movements, and it was bang on. And I don't know if the guy in the white hat, if those were indications. I don't really believe that. Maybe, the guy touched his hat, looks like they're signaling, but whatever it was done, it was, yeah.
Yeah, I gotta
So
watch that. I didn't really notice that when it happened, but I gotta check.
Go watch the dialogue as well. Like they were literally talking about shootings as he
yeah,
got
mass
shot.
shootings.
Like
Yeah.
it was
There
very
could be a
bizarre.
little, yeah. But I just think it's the Jews and JW was on it with the spiritual warfare and all that. Like, I think the proper reaction to this is to not try to hate or not be violent. Like, I see a lot of people blaming the left. This is not a left versus right or Democrat thing. It's evil versus good. And
I agree.
I pray for also like Elon, Myron, you guys, even like, you guys got to be careful. So yeah, I
Uh,
pray for all of
well, I'm sure there are people that want me dead, but I don't. I don't know that I'm on that level. Thank you, Joey Hooks. Sniper Sim, how are you?
Hey, what's up, Nadu? Great space. Just been up here listening for a little bit. Just to kind of preface this real quick, before I kind of talk into this, I think text coming up here made no freaking sense whatsoever. If you're gonna come up and you're gonna talk as a speaker, and you're here just to listen to JW or anybody else speak, then you should probably remain as a listener. You asked him a very simple question. He couldn't answer it. That's
Well,
ridiculous
I
to
was
me.
just curious
For
what he meant by it's fake. I mean, he clearly there's a reason. We also have found that he had tweets about they didn't know Charlie Kirk, but now he's doing spaces that it was fake. Like, I was just curious what he meant by that. That's all.
No, no, valid question. I mean, like I said, I mean, it's just ridiculous that if somebody's posting all that, that you can't come up and talk about, and you say, "Oh, you're just here to hear what JW has to say." If you want to hear what any of the speakers need to say, then you should stay and listen to
Yeah,
them.
we've
Um,
had. I mean, we've literally had at least 50 speakers here tonight. Like, I've literally had so many people up here.
No, absolutely. And another thing that I want to say is, for the gentlemen that are up here, they're talking about their military experience. Thank you for your service. I'm a huge supporter of the military. My background is law enforcement. I actually taught cops how to shoot. I was a competition shooter myself. I'm certified through the DOJ. That's
Was that a
what
hard
I did
shot
as my
tonight?
job. And one of the things I actually want to talk about, Elf, is like it was a very calculated position where they shot him at. It's very calculated, and it takes a lot for you to be able to calculate wind velocity and things that are happening during that time. I'm not sure of, and I'm sure as of right now, I'm not sure what the bullet was that he was shot with, but that's a very particular area to shoot somebody, and it looked to me that they hit some sort of artery there, right? It was very, very particular,
Carotid
very well
artery.
calculated, very, very well calculated, right, of exactly where that shot was taking place at. So I will say that. Um, but great space they do. I mean, for me, I actually watch a lot of his videos, and absolutely disheartening what's happened. I think he was a great activist for really getting the younger generation involved into politics. For me in particular as well, I'm pretty young, and I didn't know a lot about politics up until recent times where it actually affects what I do. I trade the stock market, so this is something, these socioeconomic problems and the climate that we're in right now, like that affects everything that I do on a daily basis on the macro level. And he was an opening, easy voice to understand. And it really sucks what happened. And rest in peace to him. And like I said, guys, great space, and really, really appreciate you guys having me on. I hope you guys
Sniper,
have a
I
good night. Yep.
Sniper, I had a question. I was talking a little earlier with a similar background to yourself,
Yeah, yeah,
and
sure.
uh, with a quick like someone who could be either a student on campus, or just have like a general like knowledge of what the plan is. Like Turning Point USA and Charlie had been advertising events like this, almost like a tour. It's a I forget what the specific name of it was,
Yeah.
like Restoring America or something like that, with uh, with an exact layout of where they were going to be. I don't know how far in advance that this information was posted, but do you think that this could be a rather simple thing to pre-plan, especially given the venue, and then giving just like this basic information that someone could use to carry out some type of activity like this?
Look, absolutely. Like, people have to understand that, like, although he talked about politics and things like that, and he was a very conservative activist, like, people have to understand that his protection is lesser than others. And his protection during that time when it came to, being able to map out where he's sitting and everything like that, it's going to be way different from a politician that's actually sitting there, right? So, you can say so many things about the protections and the way that things were planned during that time. He doesn't necessarily have a Secret Service team that's able to look at parameters and things like that before he sits down and he talks about it. I think that the sad part about it was he was doing was debating. It's like me debating versus you guys, like, hey, do you like pepperoni
No, it's
pizza or do you
insane.
like
Exactly.
combination?
Exactly.
Yeah, so it's like, I mean, I think like our core foundations as Americans is that we're able to have the freedoms to speak about what we want. I just went to the White House in April, and there were so many different types of activists out there, whether they're from the left or the right, that were in front of the White House. They had the ability to speak all these things that were happening during that time, and it was freaking crazy to me that they were able to do that. But it's a part of what we are as Americans, the freedom of speech, the freedoms that people like, even like you, Scots, and the Stotts and other people here are part of the military, that you guys fight for that. And It's a really dark day for America, and that's really got it, all I gotta say about it. I've been thinking about it all day. It's been tough. I've watched his videos before, and it's really disheartening to see that somebody who just really came on a college campuses and so many times to challenge the ideologies of youth and also to educate them, that that particular individual is taken away from us. I hope there's going to be somebody else that also challenges those, but in an instance like this, it's troublesome because it's going to be hard for somebody else to come in and want to do something like that just because of what happened today.
Agreed.
Yeah, of course, that's a great point.
Well said.
I just wanted to quickly add that that if anyone is curious of what I was just referring to, that you can go on Turning Point's website right now and look through their information, and it's well documented of the tour dates, the time and location of where he will be, and even the specific courtyard is outlined online for anyone that
Yes,
is
that's like,
interested in
you know what, I'll
understanding.
say one thing about that real quick as well. Like let's just talk about like if Drake had a concert tomorrow,
Right.
you're gonna see his whole concert tour of exactly where he's at, what time, everything. You know, I mean, I've been, to certain places where, that same celebrity or singer or whoever is staying in the same hotel as me. Like, what is there to say that this was calculated based off of that? I think that um I won't say this is a one-off. I think that there will be repeats of this, of people who talk about ideologies and things like that in the political atmosphere. It's so turbulent. It's scary that it had to happen like that. But I think we lost somebody who's a patriot, a big part of America, and it really sucks. And it, like I said, has bothered me all day. I don't talk about a lot of politics and stuff like that on my page per se, like on a daily basis. But I'm really praying for, his wife and his kids and his family, because he he meant a lot to people who were just trying to understand politics. I never understood politics, as even somebody in college. I didn't think it affected me. But if he was on my college campus, it was somebody that I like to hear, whether it's my debate against him or with him or whatever the case may be. So, terrible day for America. Super, super
Let
freaking
me
dark. You guys just,
let me
yeah.
also say another thing. People are talking about the guy behind Kirk that was making the hand gestures and stuff. Remember, in a lot of situations, security are in on things. I'm not saying they were a part of it. I'm not saying anything like that. Just think about that. I mean, those are really bizarre things to be doing behind a speed. He's almost like a fucking baseball coach, like signaling when to bunt and when to steal. It's weird, bizarre. Barty, how are you? Barty, you're up. Go ahead.
Sorry, Jeff. I was cleaning real quick while
All
listening.
good.
Um, no, I was waiting to ask and talk. But some of these guys that had former military background, I had some guys that came into the restaurant today, and I spoke with them. I even went to the gun range today, and I spoke with those guys up there as well, and they kind of agreed with me. They were like, "Man, that shot ain't as easy as people think it could make." They said it can be done, and I know it can be done when you're practicing at the range, right, constantly. But still, like that shot's not easy, bro. You
No, it is
know,
not.
And people
and
say hitting a baseball is easy until
and
they try to hit a baseball
yeah, and and
or
and
throw one like Joe Burrow.
they were even talking about the shakes that you get, and I get the shakes just training. You know what I mean? And so it's just, I don't know about anyone else, but I feel like we're living some very weird times right now,
Very,
you know,
very weird.
and it's very disturbing to me. And it's like, my biggest fear is, are they I just saw, I don't know what to believe anymore. Jeff,
Yeah.
it's very confusing. Are they trying to make the red versus blue right now?
Of
Are they trying
course.
to cause division? It's disgusting, and it's just I didn't agree with everything Charlie said, right? Um, I loved his message about how he had his relationship with God. I thought that was very very good for young men, especially nowadays, because I feel like morality has just gone out the window, especially that you see going on in the daily lives of America. And it's just I have a fear too. Some of these guys were up here. I saw a tweet today that they're trying to say they got some foreign intel So what? They're gonna try to blame this on a Muslim country
Yeah, I
now to
saw
go
that
to?
too.
Are they gonna go? Blame a Muslim country now to go bomb them? Like,
Yeah,
what's the plan?
that's an interesting point, Barty. I saw that too. There's foreign intelligence coming in, and
What
what
am I
does that
coming
mean
in?
exactly?
What's
Yeah.
that mean? And it's like we had the best intelligence supposedly. So what the fuck's going on here?
Well, I'll tell you right now, Barty, and we know how this all works. In about 12 hours, someone with an Islamic name will be named as the suspect. You guarantee it. I mean,
At
it's
at
that.
this point, I wouldn't be surprised if they said, "Yo, they sent an operator out from Iran." At
Yeah,
this point,
right.
you
Right.
know what I mean? That's what I'm like, bro. Please, of all fucking things, can it not be that? You know what I mean?
I'm again going to point out that the
Oh
person that runs the FBI stated that the suspect who killed Charlie Kirk was in custody at an hour. This is the guy who runs the FBI.
yeah, Jeff. Yes, Jeff. It's
This
it's
is
a
not
fucking
like
joke, dude. And
this
and
isn't
Jeff,
some like beat cop in Chicago or Philadelphia. This is the FBI director said this. Like, no one finds that like really concerning that he just hastily runs the internet and says stuff and has no idea what's even going on. Like, that's weird. Bruce, what's up?
Hey Jeff, uh, shout out to you.
Thank you.
Shout out to Jack Mack. See him in the listening
Shout out
pool.
to Jack Mack.
Anyways, the point is, and a couple people have touched on it beforehand, but the people who are in our colleges are they're not supposed to, but they're leading us in a certain way. I have a certain professor from the college that I went to that if you had even the slightest, you know, deviation from what he believed in, you were already on his shit list. And the sad thing is they're not supposed to. I had professors that were, you know, on high level political campaigns who didn't even have that. And then this little dweeb who, if you saw this guy, I mean, I'm not trying to, put him on blast too much, but he deserves it a little bit. You stuff him in a locker, and he's the guy who's supposed to be, teaching us and, molding the future generations. And, with a couple of the people who have been on before, I don't remember their names specifically. I'm sorry about that. But to say that the intelligence agencies may be involved in this, not that far off.
No, not at all. Not at all. I think it's very believable. I think as we've been on here for like over 3 hours, 3 hours later, there's still no suspect. There's no name. There's no, hey, be on the lookout. Like, no bolo's been set out. Like, this person could be surely back in another country by now. I mean, what the
Oh, for
fuck is
sure.
going on? I mean,
They've posted a picture of that guy with the white hair, balding.
oh
You
yeah,
know,
that old guy. Yeah.
yeah. I mean, that talk about a false flag.
Well, he was ruled out like an hour after it. And then they had some young kid, and they were tweeting that it was him. Then he was out of custody. I mean, it's fucking weird. Shanghai, what's up?
Yo, I'm glad you actually just talked about that old guy. I was just about to say, it's 12:24 over here on the East Coast, and they're still posting about that old guy. I mean, imagine if you're his grandson or something. Imagine if that's your dad or something. It's
Yeah.
like, Jesus. The last thing I want to see is my granddad up there posted with the front line like this guy just tried to blow some guy's head off. Like I don't.
And what's crazy is there's still people posting about it. No one is
Yeah, like
deleted.
it's 12:24 right now, and big accounts are still posting about it. Like that guy can't even go to the coffee shop anymore. It's crazy. Like it's over for him. He's got
Yeah.
his pants off and everything. The people are escorting him out. It's crazy.
Well, I
I feel
was saying
bad for the guy.
earlier, so there's a huge account, Mario Knopfel. He's like a big account. He always has huge spaces and stuff. And a lot of his info today was really good. But he posted like 6 hours ago that they had this guy in custody, and the guy had been released. He hadn't deleted the tweet; like, it was still there. It's like some of these people, they have insane abilities to get words out there, and they just keep shit up. And yeah, no,
Yo,
you're right when it comes to
it's
the old guy.
It's crazy because I just looked up. Dion was talking today in a press conference. I'm interested in tomorrow's game, whatever. But he was talking about it, how people don't care anymore about putting out the truth. They care about putting something out quick, and they don't care about if it's the truth or not. As long as it gets clicks, they're fine.
Well, you know what's wild too? Like I had gotten like wind pretty quick that Charlie Kirk had died. There were certain spaces that were putting out good information from Utah, like politicians and stuff that he had passed away. And I went and I posted it on Instagram, TikTok, and I got a bunch of views quick. And people, that's not true. How could you put this out? And I'm thinking to myself, like, I don't just put shit out. I mean, there's occasional times where I'll get shit wrong, but
Imagine making that shit up though. That's crazy.
yeah, I mean, I'm not just going off of like Cole Cox saying, "Yeah, he's just gonna die. I'm sure he's dead." It's like, no,
Yeah.
I didn't just do this with reckless abandon. Yeah, no, it a lot of it's crazy. I mean, the media now, you don't know what to believe. I've always said, I mean, let me ask you, Shanghai, if right now on Twitter, like someone came out and said, like, let's say like some reputable news network came out and said, "Hey, the sun blew up, and in 6 minutes we're all gonna die." Like, would anyone believe that? Would anyone believe anything?
Yes, certain people, yeah. Depending on what source it came from, sometimes they take shit as gospel. It's crazy.
Yeah,
They they
it's
they wouldn't even believe it. They wouldn't even look up. They just go right to the basement. And they think the world's gonna end.
or they just wouldn't believe it, and then they just die. Not that we could do anything about it anyway. But all right, look, I'm going to take one or two more people. Look, we've been on here for 3.5 hours. It's been a great space. A lot of good back and forth. We've had some interesting people on here for sure. Chris, yes, Chris, how are you? Chris, Pitt Steelers 437. What's up?
Hey Jeff, how's it going, man?
I am blown away. We have not had one person that like wasn't there or like we couldn't hear them. Everybody knows what they're doing on here. Good stuff. What's up, Chris?
Good to hear. Um, just a quick question for everybody. I don't know if anyone saw the video in slow motion because we were talking about that it looked like it hit his carotid artery, but do we? I watched the video in slow motion. It looked like the bullet hit his chest and then ricocheted up. It looked like he might have been wearing a
Yeah, we were talking about that earlier.
Okay.
I will say, I mean, the video that I saw, the really graphic one, I mean, it looks like, I mean, your blood wouldn't spout like a fire hydrant that's been turned on. It looks like it hit an artery. I mean,
Oh, there's no.
I've seen
So
my
I
fair share of cartel execution videos where they're cutting somebody's head off and they hit the carotid artery and blood just spills.
Yeah, no. I mean, I actually work in. I won't say exactly what I do, but I was in a procedure today. We were working on a patient's carotid artery. Um, about
Yeah.
an
Wow. I talked about connection issues and there it comes. I kind of wanted to hear that too. Chris, you're going in and out. Try and request again. I'm going to take one or two more here, and then we've pretty much gotten to everybody. Murray, what's up, Murray? Murray, are you there? Jack Mac, what's up?
Yo,
Oh, I am. Oh, sorry about that, Jeff. My bad. I was on mute.
Oh, good. Jack Mac, what's going on?
yo,
What's happening?
I'm just thinking about all of this. I also think
Jack, do you mind
that
if I cut you off? I just wanted to say one thing. I apologize for being on mute. I can get out of here quick.
Quickly, go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to, not rehash everything that's already been said, but I just want to make sure, everybody, realizes, through, Charlie's life and death, he was a champion of truth, faith, and communication. And, if there's one thing we can take from all things that have been said, I think everybody just really needs to sit back and think about those three things and about his life. And that's all we can really do right now.
Right, to be a family man and love your
Well said.
family and hug the people you love and try to be a moral good person for sure.
His wife's a widow now, man. I feel bad. I feel terrible.
Yeah, and his kids have no father.
Yeah,
Jack
that's
Mac,
that's the
go
worst
ahead.
part.
I I see what that guy's saying. And I hate to be like over the top about it, but I mean, how it's tough to really be like, oh, we need to respect the man lost a family and or like the a family lost a father today, and it's
like yeah, in theory that's the response that should be happening, but it's not. That like it's widespread. Like the amount of people won't admit to this, but the amount of people and comments on all of these videos, it's everywhere. And I know that social media is not real life, but everybody's on social media. There's a lot of people that are very happy that this happened. That is not good. What I was going to bring up before that was I think there's a lot of possibilities that could be on the table here. The fact that this guy got away right away and has not been found shows like probably very well planned.
It's very bizarre.
Um, on top of it, I also think if you're thinking of percentages, I mean, there's obviously like high percentage chance this is somebody that really hated Charlie Kirk from a leftist point of view. I also think there's a chance that it could be a crazy like right wing like QAnon like Epstein list guy as well.
But
Or
Jack Mac, hold on a second. Would you agree though that it was a highly trained person who has likely done some sort of military type of thing before? Is a comparable shot? I mean, some trans moron
yeah,
in a bedroom ain't doing this.
yeah. I mean, I'm not 100% sure. I know I've listened to a few military people today, and other people have said different opinions that it is obviously a 200-yard shot, so that's hard. But some people have said it's not as hard as you think. I am not versed in all of that from a shooting perspective, but I do know that just the fact that I mean, you know this, Jeff, it is so hard to get away in such. I know Utah is like
Sure.
a it's it's
Desolate.
it's desolate. That's the word I was looking for, but there's cameras everywhere, bro. Like you
Yeah.
can't just like they probably had his car immediately, but he definitely, and I guess I'm assuming it's a guy. It was probably a guy, 99% sure. That's something that I can like firmly say. He
I,
must have had a an exit strategy that was elite. Like this is the FBI is on this. I agree
Homeland
with the
Security.
Homeland Security. I agree with the criticisms. I don't think Cash Patel should have been tweeting. Like we have somebody in custody like
I
that
mean, that's
without knowing
crazy.
for sure.
I mean,
Um, that almost I saw a good tweet, and this is also like a little bit. I may be crossing the line here, but they were like, "Is it possible that this was set up in such a way that they set up people that they are like fall guys that they thought they got the guy and stopped looking and it would give them more time to
to
get
get
away.
away. Yeah.
But they let them go though. So like that's but then again, I mean, you know this very well, Jeff. You can't just keep somebody unless you have them there
But
for a
Jack Mac,
reason.
when have you ever heard of like a mass shooting, like some sort of big event where multiple suspects were brought in and then like released? Like that's super rare.
The
Like,
old guy was crazy
yeah,
because it seemed as if he was like there was videos of him walking away essentially saying shoot me, like he was like almost resigned to the fact that he would like he wanted to almost die. It was weird considering that we now know he was not the shooter. I don't and then they had another one. I mean, you're 100% right. 0 for 2 sounds like something out of a fucking movie.
well, supposedly the old white guy stated, "I do it again," and then I guess people just assumed it was him. But
Yeah, I think
Why
he
has there
did tell
not
the
been more
cops.
about that
Like
old man?
there should be more, but I think there was a report initially that he like almost was like it was me, but obviously it wasn't.
also, just to bring this up because it might be one of the dumbest things ever said in the history of like news or entertainment. How about that guy? I know you commented on this. The guy on MSNBC that said it was probably some sort of like celebratory gunfire.
I mean,
Who the hell was that guy?
that guy's legitimately 70 IQ.
Yeah, who
I
was that guy?
like, but it's
That is
crazy.
full blown psychosis right there. Not Trump derangement syndrome, not anything else. That's psychosis.
What's
Take that.
crazy is Jeff and Rob. That guy worked for the Bush administration.
Yeah, he's been
Um,
around a while.
I guess MSNBC let him go, but I
Oh,
mean,
did they really? He was fired?
yeah, he oh wait.
But that's the problem. So MSNBC fires him, so he goes and gets a job at CNN.
Yeah.
Or
No, no, you
wherever
don't have
else.
to. You don't have to tell me twice about the downside of MS now, as they call it. They are. Yeah, I. This is crazy that he's still on the loose. Like this is like Boston marathon bomber type shit, man. I mean, thankfully, only like this wasn't as many people affected. Not to say that this is good in any way, but more so, like obviously, the Boston Marathon
Yeah.
bombing was where there was a lot of people and it was a bomb. Um, but in Utah, it's different. I mean, I don't really know where Utah Valley is.
It's in Orem. It's like 40 miles south of Salt Lake City. It's pretty. I mean, there's mountain ranges. It's quite beautiful, but it's pretty desolate.
I'm
the
really
the Utah
surprised.
Valley police just were not. I mean, they just got blindsided, in my opinion. I mean, there was no way the Utah Valley University police could
No,
have
but
ever
hold on a
foreseen this
second, Hayden.
happen.
I mean,
You know,
they
it's crazy.
quickly were given FBI resources.
Yes,
You know,
that's what makes it strange. That's what makes it really like I don't know. Charlie Kirk is a very very important figure in the conservative space, and I think it's just important for us all to kind of take a moment and realize like we are all in a way kind of grieving right now, and there's a lot of emotions all the way around. Like I had my friend text me, and he's like, I'm the same age as this guy. We believe in a lot of the same things, and I just watched someone who's basically the same person as me get shot and killed like live. It's just a really messed up, fucked up situation, and I think we're all kind of grieving in some way, and it's a lot to take in
and it
for sure.
is and it is also something that we generally like when these mass shootings happen. You don't see them, right? You hear about them. We actually pretty much everybody in here has seen the video of. I
Yeah.
mean, his neck essentially exploding. Like
Ugh.
people don't see that on a regular basis unless they search it out. It is quite
Yeah.
disturbing.
Yeah, my fiance was like, what you're probably experiencing is like some sort of like PTSD from seeing that type of shit because that's impossible for your brain to even comprehend. Like even that girl getting stabbed on the train, like I whenever I saw that, I was just like sitting there in shock. It's just things you don't see, and I think that's what social media has kind of done to us is it's dehumanized us in such a way where these are things that we're starting to see on a more frequent basis,
I
and it's
will
just
say though
really
that
messing with our
social media has
minds.
done a much better job of limiting this kind of stuff. I mean, there's a lot of videos that you don't see, and thank God you don't. But like this, I was surprised they were so. Generally they take this stuff down. Like I know the video of the girl getting stabbed. Like there was an uncensored version, and it was quickly taken down as far as I had seen. But Jack Mac, when we started this, it was like 9 o'clock, and I thought to myself, by midnight, you'd have to think there's some sort of suspect or bolo out for somebody. I mean, there's still nothing.
I don't. Yeah, I don't even know what to say. Like, I mean, also, did you see the Trump? Did you see the Trump video? That shit looked like AI, dude.
Yeah, I did see that. Yeah.
That's fucking
It
weird,
had like
man.
jump cuts and shit. That was crazy.
Yeah, the jump cuts. I mean, like maybe there's an explanation for that, but it was.
It's a pretty important type of announcement that he was making, though. So maybe they just had some different takes or whatever. But I mean, they should have edited that better.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I mean, I think there's a lot of. Yeah, I agree with that. That's a good point. Did you see this private jet that like took
Yeah,
off
Yeah, we
a
were
few
talking
minutes
about that.
after?
Yeah, yeah.
that's the longer this goes, man. Like Nadu, I'd only briefly heard you, discuss that, and I didn't hear the whole story. But like, they're like, I'm gonna definitely look more into that shit because the longer this goes without any suspect being named or any person of interest, like, yeah,
I'll read
that
it.
that
I'll read it again for people that didn't hear about this. Um, a private jet under the tail number N888KG left Provo Airport, which is 5 miles away from your Orem, an hour after the shooting. Suspiciously, 30 minutes into the flight, it drops off of radar illegally and reappears back to Provo an hour later. Why did this plane turn off its radar? Where's the shooter? Now, since then, the guys also stated that that plane deliberately landed in an airport that had no radar coverage close to the ground, which prevents public tracking of landing, and took off not even 30 minutes after landing. where's the shooter again? So assuming that plane dropped off of radar due to coverage issues, not deliberate shutoff, major red flags remain. A jet was curiously allowed to take off within the hour of a major assassination when a federal manhunt was taking place not even 5 miles away. I mean, that's pretty good
Yeah.
point.
Has anyone looked on Flight Radar or any of those Reddit
It's
pages, or
not on
even
there.
it's not on there? All right,
No.
because
Well, I think so. First of all, thanks for giving me speaker privileges, Jeff. But this is why it's so important that they catch this guy in a quick manner, because it's just gonna allow all these conspiracies to fester and to just.
Well, I hate
Con-
to tell you, but I mean, when they say on the first 48 that the first 48 hours are very important, I mean, they're not lying. I mean, every hour that goes by, you're more and more less likely to find this person. I mean, you would think at least there would be like, hey, they're maybe in this general vicinity, or like, how does a person kill Charlie Kirk and then manage to just evade every major letter organization? I mean, it's we're
yeah,
not dealing with like some sort of small police department here,
I mean,
This
for
is
yeah,
this is like, yeah, no, this is bad. Um,
yeah, for the sake of
I
this
mean,
country.
I really hope I'm wrong. I really hope that I'm being like, oh, the sky is falling, I really hope that I'm just being a doomer. But this is not good.
this.
Um,
Yeah, I mean,
all of this is just, this is going to like, this is. I know some people made fun of Dave for saying it, but he said like this is like, I really feel, and maybe it's just because I'm in the moment, but this is like a huge moment in the history of like our current times. Like
this
this
is
is
yeah.
not the amount of like texts I got. I haven't seen a response to something like this. Like I got more texts and responses about this than what happened when they tried to assassinate Trump. Like people are pissed. Like I haven't seen people like this, and then also the reaction to it. I mean, I hope it doesn't go further because it's not good like this. It's not good for a society to go that way. But this is not good.
Yeah,
Yeah, I think it's safe to say that it's not an understatement to say that this, and I've seen people say this, but this is probably the highest profile assassination since RFK. I mean,
Yep.
this is big stuff. I mean, and this is not how I know it's broken containment, right? Just out of like this like Twitter sphere, there are people talking about this that have no interest in politics whatsoever. Like they couldn't care less, and they're talking. I mean, this is a Charlie Kirk is a big guy. I mean, I have an 18-year-old brother who knows who Charlie Kirk is. I mean, this is yeah. I mean, I really fear for the radicalization that this is gonna have on a ton of people. I
And
mean,
it's gonna go both ways. And I know it's like it's awful because you don't know. I posted a video if anybody wants to go watch after this space where I kind of like the celebration aspect kind of leads to the point of view that like this is something that should continue. And if it continues, like that's not good.
but what's interesting? 3.5 hours, actually almost 4 hours we've been here. We've had, I mean, a lot of speakers. I brought up more speakers than probably any other space. We even had one person come in here and act that way. So notice these people, they never want to come to play. They never want to come to explain themselves. There's not one person that's really come in here. Even like Nixon. Nixon's even stated like he leans more like left. I mean, even he stated, I mean, it's fucking horrific. None of these fucking people have any balls. They'll never come in here. They'll just,
Oh,
yeah,
100%. I mean, it's
they
like you said, Jeff. I mean, these people like, and I'm not even. I think there's value to being anonymous, and I'm not shitting on anonymous accounts here. But there is a trend here that people that are doing it are typically people from anonymous accounts. Like they're spineless.
sure.
But I will say
not anonymous here.
on TikTok, these people are making videos of their faces, of who they are. Like this, like the younger generation is, is, the assistant dean at MTSU posted something online on her yeah, I Facebook about mean, it. Like she's gonna lose her. I live in Tennessee. That's Murfreesboro's like fucking 30 minutes from where I live.
Well,
Like that.
fuck around and find out. That's
Yeah,
what they
she ain't
say.
gonna have a job tomorrow.
Well, but she'll say it's racist or they don't like women or, there's going to be some reason why she'll somehow keep her job.
Bro, it's Tennessee. Like she's not gonna
That's
keep
true.
her job.
That's true. Um, we got a good amount of people in here, over 1,000. If you were I'd like to speak to one person that's one of you people that made one of these stupid ass videos. I'd love for you to come up here and defend your points. I'd love to hear from you. I'd like to see what you have to say in front of the whole world. Not the whole world, but a good
Oh,
amount of people.
MTSU, they fired that woman today. They just fired her.
Okay. Good to
Um,
hear.
Sydney McPhee was fired. Oh no, wait, no. Sydney McPhee's the president. The employee was fired. Um, the yeah, no, I just, I mean, I'm looking at a video right now. Like it's like somebody Charlie Kirk tweeted in 2011. LeBron 0 rings hashtag joke. Somebody quote tweeted with a video of LeBron like dunking. I'm the biggest LeBron guy out there, but this video has 140,000 likes, 4 million views. Like that's not a small amount, guys.
No.
I don't even know. It's. I think the biggest takeaway from this is like confusion. Like I don't really even know what to say. Like it's it's crazy because you also think. I mean, like the hatred for Charlie Kirk does not compare to the hatred of like a Dave Portnoy. But I mean, like these events are easily
Wait,
accessible.
really?
Like
You don't think it does? I think there are way more people that hate Charlie Kirk than Dave.
Well, the only thing I would say about that,
that's what I said. I meant like
yeah,
there's more people
Yeah.
that hate Charlie,
Okay.
but I meant more just like it's crazy. Like, I mean, our security team already thinks about these things, but like they probably even have to beef up more after this.
Sure. 100%. Jeremy, what's going on, man? Big Cat Army, what's going on?
What's up, guys?
What's going on, bro?
Uh, I'm from the Midwest. I'm from a county that doesn't even have a stoplight in it, so I couldn't be farther from any political view. And this is the most earth-shattering thing I think that's ever happened.
Yeah, I kind of agree, especially because Trump survived um the shooting. I This is like insane. Um, I know some other countries have like what happened in Nepal today is like those countries are so unstable. Like that's true in Sandy as well. But like in America, like Charlie Kirk, I don't think people can underestimate in terms of non-politicians. He was one of the most impactful political figures of our time. Like I don't even know who you can compare him to.
He's the golden boy.
Rush.
And I really, and I agreed kind of with Jeff's tweet where it's like, do I love Charlie Kirk? No, I thought he came up short on a lot of things, but he was impactful, man. People knew who he was.
100%. Yeah, I don't think there's any more. I couldn't think of any more influential non
I don't think
politician.
there is one, bro.
Tucker, maybe?
Yeah, Tucker, Ben Shapiro.
Yeah.
But from the younger generation, from the impact of YouTube Shorts and TikToks and Twitter, I think Charlie was like number one. Um,
Let me ask you
like
something, Jack Mac. Do you think we hear a lot of like and for good reason. I mean, the people that are celebrating this are vile shitbags. Do you think if I'm just going to bring him up because he's a prominent liberal talk host, Harry Sisson, this happened to? Do you think? Do you actually think some of these extremely right wing people wouldn't be gloating and
I
celebrating? Of
mean, I really, it's tough to think about because I really don't want that to happen. But I
course
would
not.
be foolish to say there wouldn't be a response like that. Um, And in the interest of however, fairness, there would be a ton of, crazy liberals that would be saying that we've got to end this with the far right, the radical, the finger pointing from the left would be going on just like it is from the right now. Like the exact same scenario would play out on the other side on both instances. But here's the thing: Harry Sisson wasn't killed today. Charlie Kirk was. Yeah,
Yeah.
for sure.
So like
Yeah, you're clearly just evading the topic at hand, which is that both sides are sick,
Well,
and
hold on a second, Lisa.
the right would be just as happy if Harry
Settle
Sisson
down,
died.
Lisa. First of all, you're not Lisa. What's your name, sir, bro? Why are you pretending to be a woman on the internet?
I I wish
Are
you
you are you going to debate the point or not?
Answer the question. Why are you pretending to be a
Are
woman?
you gonna debate the point or not? You fucking pussy.
no Lisa Lisa
Lisa.
Oh, the barstool retard has something to say. What do you have to say?
no Lisa when is there
Why
any
don't you get a real job, you fucking loser?
You're pretending to be a woman on the internet, fuck boy.
It's a burner, you fucking retard.
Well, be a boy then. Why are you pretending to be a
yeah
fucking female?
why aren't you using your real account?
Why aren't you answering that? Why aren't you answering my point?
We don't even answer your question. What is it?
No, I'm responding to your question, which was, do you think that the right would have a similar reaction as the far left if Harry Sisson had been shot? The
Lisa,
answer is yes.
here's the thing, we don't know.
Yep.
Okay, well, I do, because you guys are fucking nuts, too.
It
There
would
we
be
go.
worse. There would be riots in the streets. People would be burning shit
Hey,
down. We saw what
Lisa.
happened with George
Lisa,
Floyd. That's what happened when it
Lisa,
happens to the left.
do you condemn what happened to Charlie Kirk today?
Unequivocally.
Okay, good. That's
What
important.
a fucking sicko.
Why are you pretending to be a woman though? I'm trying to understand that. Hello, dummy. Are you there? All
This
right.
is the best moment of his week.
Lisa, get off mute. Oh, he's gone, or she's gone.
Lisa left. I mean,
She's gone.
I wish that person could talk a little bit more. I would love to know the explanation why they're not using their actual name.
Well,
But
why not at least pretend to be like Joe from Iowa? Like you have to be Lisa from Columbus or whatever it was. That was weird.
I mean, yeah, no. These, I think it's a fine question, but in reality, it's never happened, so it's tough. I mean, how would they react? I don't know, but I do know how a large portion of people have reacted today to Charlie Kirk's death. We do know because it has happened,
Well,
and I
let's hope one thing happens. If there's anything that can happen good from this, it's that each side has to stop with this crazy rhetoric,
it's
calling
not
people
going to.
Nazis. I
It's
mean,
not. Jeff. If I had to predict, it's not going to.
well, I'm sure it
This is
won't.
only go. You're right. You are
It's gonna
right.
get worse.
I think it's going to get worse.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's a shame. Steph, how are you?
I'm good, Jeff. How are you?
Pretty good.
Good, good. Well, I was listening earlier and I'm shocked that you're still going, but I don't know, I had a couple points and if y'all have discussed this, we can move on, but it used to be whenever there was something major that happened in our country, it would actually drive people together. Um
Those days are
Crazy,
long
like
gone.
literally. Yeah, but like if you think about it, it's now officially 9/11, right, on the
Yeah.
East Coast. And when that happened, I remember exactly where I was. My sister had just been born. She was months old. And I remember thinking, like my world's going to end if I lose my family, my friends. And then you're thinking about people on the other side of the country and you're thinking about them, right?
Yeah.
And now we have stuff like this happen and we look at each other and we think, man, we're all enemies. Like, or that person's my enemy because they disagree, or that person, or that person. And instead of us coming together, it drives us further apart. And I know people can say, well, when 9/11 happened, it was, a terrorist attack and it was external. These are domestic terrorist things that are
Yep.
happening in our country every day. You know, um, I was emotional earlier because I spent I have a place in Denver, right? And a lot of people didn't even know that there was a school shooting in Denver today. And I don't know if you all discussed it, but you know, I spent hours today calling friends and calling people that I'm very close to who have kids, and I could hear it in their voice that they were scared. A lot of people left work to spend time with their families. And like shit like this should drive people together, not apart. Um, and I'll say something like in my family, I have one of my siblings, she leans very much democratic liberal, right? She believes that everybody has you should have the same rights and that you can love who you love, like all those things, right? And I'm very much live and let live. Today, when Charlie Kirk died, I told her and I sent alerts and stuff, and she went into Facebook and everybody was saying like, "Oh, we're glad he's dead," and all this stuff. My sister actually spoke up and said, "How dare you? Like he had a life, he had kids. Like who are you to celebrate the demise of another human?" Um I really just hope that
But Steph, he's
people
also
feel
not a criminal. He's not a fucking gangster.
no
He's not some sort of extremely dangerous person. He's just someone who has an opinion that you don't agree with in a country where you're allowed to have an opinion. It's one of the
100%.
most ridiculous things you'll ever hear. I said it before and I'll say it again 50,000 times. This is an attack on fucking speech. You can't we live in a fucking America. We don't live in fucking China or any other place. You have an opinion. I might not like what some of these left-leaning people say, but I respect that they
Mhm.
have the opportunity to say it. I don't want to see them dead over it. I don't want to see their neck blown off. What the fuck are we? It's not like this guy was some, criminal at one point, or you'd have a reason to hate him. He's a guy who just, and he's also a guy who welcomed. It's not like he said, "Fuck any liberal. I don't want to hear their fucking opinion." He welcomed it and said, "Hey, come speak to me. Let's talk. Let's have some discourse." I mean, in terms of like, he was just a guy with an opinion. That's really literally all he was.
And you know how they say you shouldn't worry about protecting what you want to say or what you like to hear. You need to protect what you don't like to hear,
Right.
because that's so important in the world today. So many times we fall into these echo chambers where we think like it's our way or nothing, and that makes us so small. It really, really like makes us small minded, and it doesn't allow for growth. That I really truly hope like after today, and today's been a shitty day. Like I told you, I've been on the phone with friends and family all day and about kids being shot. Like, and I'm sorry, I'm trying not to get emotional again, but you know, if anything, like the one thing I'm going to pray for tonight is that people don't wake up tomorrow and look at each other with hatred and look at each other like you're my enemy, but instead try to have some respect and be compassionate to each other,
Man,
you know?
I hope you're right. I said earlier, maybe the discourse, the bullshit will be toned down just a little, but it won't. I mean, the people that don't like Charlie Kirk won't say much for a few days, but I mean, you even saw like I mentioned earlier, Jack Mack, like you have a person, for instance, in like Jasmine Crockett, who actually had the balls to tweet about Charlie Kirk, da 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 da, and then they have a prayer inside the house for Charlie Kirk, and she objects to it. I mean, you've got to be a real low life. I mean, these are the people that are making laws. These are people that are. I mean, I, I mean, some of the balls of these people are unbelievable. I mean, you got to be quite surprised. Like you saw that, right, Jack Mack?
Yeah, that video was it was fascinating because there was a silent prayer, and then Lauren Boebert spoke up and said, I want a spoken prayer for Charlie Kirk because silent prayers lead to silent actions." And then on the other side of the aisle, people said, "No, we don't want
I mean,
that."
come
And
on,
then
man.
Lawrence said no, and also for the Colorado shooting today, which is what happened in at that school, which was absolutely awful. It was really weird because I don't know why you would object to it, because a spoken prayer is only 30 to 45 seconds, and they didn't object to the silent prayer, so it was a little I,
Yeah,
I
it's
it's
weird.
weird because I get the often said perspective of no, thoughts and prayers aren't enough, which I get that point of view. I disagree with it. I think it kind of uh, oftentimes forgets the point of faith, but that's for a different discussion. The acceptance of the silent prayer was fine. There was no, like, everybody remained silent. Nobody was speaking up during it. Maybe somebody like with a little bit more experience within like house dynamics, because it was on the floor of the house, can speak to that. But I think it just goes show that
to the divisiveness of politics. And I mean, like, even so, like, that Minnesota lawmaker who was shot and killed by that crazy guy. Um, Immediately, another uh, guy who was on the House, who's right, a right winger, Mike Lee, tweeted out about it in kind of a joking manner. So, like, these are things that happen on both sides that are like kind of goes to show um, the temperature is really out of control, and it's tough because I don't know how it will ever be turned down. Like, I really don't. It's crazy. Like, I can't even imagine it, especially with social media. It's like a virus that can't be stopped.
Yeah, that's what I was saying that earlier. People were talking about, what do what do you do? And I said, I don't know that there's anything you can do. I mean, I think you're kind of at a point of no return with a lot of this shit. And it's not just right or left. It's who you support in a war. It's, do you support this? Do you support that? I mean, and listen again, back to Charlie Kirk. I can understand there are people out there that don't agree with every single thing he said, and I would be one of them. But there's something you had to at least at one point hear from Charlie Kirk and say, you know what? That makes a lot of sense. I mean, you've got to be a real kind of vile, low bottom person to not hear one thing he said and say, you know what? Like he made a point at one point about, how important a father is to a child. How can anybody hear that and say, you know what? I fucking disagree with that. Every kid should not have a father. It's just I don't get any of it.
I
Joseph,
I mean, even if you disagree with 100% of what he said, like the outright celebration is
crazy.
crazy, and that's not even like you could disagree 100%, and I think there are a lot of people out there that disagree with almost 100% of what he said. I'm not saying you have to go out there and even say, oh, like RIP or anything. Like, that's not even required.
You just don't say anything.
Yeah, like, you can even be deep down like, oh, I'm glad he's not on this earth anymore. But the idea to outright celebrate it
Hmm.
is, and this isn't a select few. This is a lot of people. Um, a lot of them are, quite frankly, like, I mean, all of them are disgusting, but a lot of them are just like outright disgusting. Like, I mean, these are people that you would like even not order coffee from. Like, they have like piercings all over their body, purple hair. But there's some people that like kind of like, I'm like, those people walk among us. Like, these are like
Yeah,
They've
it's
created a safe space for themselves to be sick.
right. And there's a lot of people if you read go on their videos, there's a lot of people that agree.
the
But I
comments are the craziest part, bro.
yeah, no, I saw them. Joseph, what's going on?
What I don't know. A couple things I think is sad. It's like crazy that they're rejecting prayer and literally in the house where it says "In God We Trust." It's like kind of ironic. It's right above you, and then they're rejecting it. I also think this was mentioned about like 20 minutes ago, but we were talking about the shares of the videos and how traumatic it is, and it is very traumatic. But I think it's also the power of social media and the world we live in to see how evil and horrific that is.
Agreed.
And I think it's actually important that we do see it and take it in to show
I
like
couldn't
this is
agree.
death.
I couldn't agree more. One of the better
Yeah.
things said tonight. We have to see the horrors that go on in this world, and at some point, sadly, in this country, I know people don't want to see it. I know they won't. It'll stick with you, but maybe it'll bring some awareness to you. Maybe it'll do something. I think it's important that we see some of these videos. I think it's important to see what these fucking people, some of these people deal with in Mexico or Haiti. I mean, it's fucking sad and people don't know it. And I think sometimes it's important that we see it. But yes, this is something that a lot of people saw today that probably haven't watched these types of videos really ever. It wasn't a fucking horror movie. It wasn't, Texas Chainsaw Massacre. It was a real video. And yeah, we've never seen that before. We've never seen a shooting of this level. Like I said, you don't see mass shootings. You don't see what happens inside those classrooms. You saw everything here.
That's a great point, Jeff, especially in how these platforms that we're a part of, they bring a lot of good in discussions that we're in right now, but it also creates just like the ability to shield yourself from good discourse and shielding yourself from from everyday violence that occurs from every like all across the world,
Yeah.
not as well as just in our own backyard.
I
Just
think
like
if people saw more of these videos, maybe they would be just a little more empathetic to certain causes. And I'm
that's
not
true.
sitting
I
here trying to be a bleeding heart or push a certain thing, but some of these videos you should see. Maybe you'll be a little bit more empathetic. Dead Red, what's up? Dead Red, are you there? Wow, you might be the first person that has not
Hey,
answered.
hey, I'm here.
Go ahead, brother.
Yeah, my bad. And you talking about those videos, that speaks to what Stephanie was saying. Uh, Tragedies like this normally bring the country together, but not when it's such a polarizing act from one side to the other, and there's actually video. There's no way that that can bring people together because it makes them resort to their corners and kind of,
Good point.
batten down the hatches and stick up for their own. But I kind of wanted to speak to the idea of the left and, well, I say the left or the people or the troll accounts that are making fun of Charlie Kirk and his passing. Um, I think what's happening on the left is, the left's a conglomerate of all these minorities, special interest groups, outcasts, um, people on the fringes, which has always been kind of their way. They patchwork enough people together to get voted in. And I think it speaks to a bigger point about society that people that are very unhappy and unfulfilled, and they have to find a way to point the finger and blame someone. So rather than do a little self reflection and say, you know what, I'm responsible for my own actions, my life sucks, or I'm not happy with myself, I don't live up to this image that I should be because of social media. So I'm insecure. So I have to like hate something or blame somebody else for my shortcomings. You see it in minorities. You see it in the LGBTQ community. Uh, you see it in, other sectors throughout society. And I think the root of all that is it's not about those subgroups. I think the bigger issue in America is it's more about your socioeconomic status, class, and your financial standing. So I think people are really upset with their own decisions, where they're at in life, and they don't like where they see their future going. So they latch onto these groups and or this certain part of the political spectrum, and then they have to blame someone else. And I think part of what is at the essence of Charlie Kirk's message is, uh, self-reliance, independence, uh, meritocracy, be responsible for your own actions, and take accountability for your own life. And I think that's a big missing piece of it here. It's really sad what happened to him. My condolences to his family. Um, and one question for you guys before I go: where do we see this going after this? What is the next step?
Yeah, I think you're going to see, and again, none of us we're really just regular people just talking about this, but I think you're going to see a lot of these right wing groups really mobilize and start doing some bad shit. That's what I think you're going to see. Because on
But
that side, there's some real, I mean, some of these accelerationist groups, some of these really right wing groups of people. I mean, even some of these like, even on like Fox News. I mean, Jesse Waters is talking about this is a civil war. I mean, Alex Jones, some of these people. I mean, they're talking about civil wars and
Yeah, I mean, Jesse Waters said like his death will be revenged or whatever it
yeah.
was, and I
Like,
get
what does
his
that mean
point, and
exactly?
I,
that's what I agree with Jeff. Like, what does that mean? And the
I think
Especially
that's
on that.
a
I mean,
lot.
that's on Fox News. It's not like this is on like OAN or some like back
the
channel
the
radio station.
Yeah, but that's a
yeah,
lot
the
of
issue.
that's a lot of rhetoric and a lot of recency bias. I mean, they're caught up in the
Yeah,
moment,
but
which
it's
I
it's almost like a call to arms almost.
I mean, revenge. Like I still have to watch the full clip. I think he may be more in terms of like. I mean, it's tough because in the moment you hear that and you think, yeah, like revenge is someone died, some that's like eye for eye, but yet it can't turn to that because eye for eye is something that then it continues on.
Is
But
it possible though?
the issue, one second, Jeff. The issue there is like, how does like you can't not expect a response if it continues on. Like I just wanted to stop here, but like let's say another Charlie Kirk shot and killed.
But that's exactly what the left wants, because that's all we've been told for the last 8 years is that right wing violence is the biggest threat in America. And if we fall in that trap, then a lot of this happens in vain. I do think there will be a response. The biggest thing I want to see is with the ICE immigration raids and the protests and whatnot. Will will Trump put the pedal down and say, we're not putting up with any of the bullshit anymore?
Well, dead right.
Because
Is it
that
possible that maybe, and just maybe, because we're starting to see over the last 2 3 years, wokeism is dwindling severely. I mean, the Me Too stuff, the BLM stuff, all this kind of woke rhetoric is disintegrating. Are we starting to maybe see that maybe this starts to extinguish these people, and it just people are done with it. I mean, they're done with it, and this liberal far left crap maybe it's starting to end. Maybe
I
this is it.
I agree with Jeff, and I think that if with the media's and there's not much, I think more of social media, podcast, influencers, guys like you, other people out there with a voice. If we thread the needle right here, and I hate to try to say this on the back of Kirk's death, and that's not my point, but this is it's the now. If they thread the needle properly and things go as they should, this could really catapult people on the right and Republicans, independents, conservatives, whatever you want to call them. This could really, because the mainstream media is going to do what they're going to do. You can already see from today with the Dowd guy getting fired, etc. Um, they're gonna keep to their talking points. So
But also ask yourself this: is there any person like that you can like? Who's the Charlie Kirk of the left? I mean, I can't name one prominent like. I mean,
Hassan, I would say Hassan Piker.
I would. Yeah, sorry, go
Hassan
ahead.
is probably up there. It's interesting. I think like left individuals are more likely to get involved in government. Like a Zoran is more likely to get involved in running for a political position than starting like a content career. When on the right wing, it's a little bit different, where it's a little bit, you'll see people kind of transition in a different way. And on the left, it's like you get the government political position, then you transition in the content. We've seen it with like Jen Psaki, a lot of other people. Not to say that people that were the front facing White House speakers were not, that's nothing new that they're on big time MSNBC's, NBC, Fox News, but because we've seen it with the right as well. But
I
I
will,
think
Jack.
left wing, like there's some people that are like I would say like Brian Tyler
Yeah,
Cohen,
yeah, but
Pac-Man,
through
David
Tariq
Pac-Man.
through
Nasheed.
Yeah, him. Yeah, and then there's a guy on TikTok who's pretty big too. I forget his name. But
Well,
like
one
I
of
would
the
say
bigger ones
Hassan's the
is, yeah,
biggest.
is
yeah, but through
Hassan,
so
and
through social
he was
media.
scheduled to have a
I'm
he was
sorry. Go
scheduled
ahead.
to have a conversation with Charlie a couple weeks out from now, and Hassan has a major following on social media just from the left leaning crowd that he has in his following. And while the report was going out about Charlie, he was on Twitch, one of the streaming platforms for Amazon, and had about 200,000 viewers while the investigation was still going on, or while the situation was developing. So he's a very major.
What was he saying about all this?
I don't want to speak for him. I don't want to
Oh, you
be
didn't hear
there,
it.
He was. I will say.
but it
I
wasn't.
watched.
It was not good comments he was making about Charlie.
I would. I would give. I don't want to sound like I'm a Hassan like dick writer or anything, because I'm far from it. He's more. He's definitely like a democratic socialist. I would say even more like closer to a communist. but actually not Democratic Socialist. I will say his reaction to it was very genuine. He was very beat up about it.
Well, that's
He
respectable.
saw his chat was celebrating the death, or not. We didn't know that, but they were celebrating that he was getting shot. And he spoke down on the chat saying like, guys, you can't be doing that. This isn't what we want.
That's respectable.
um he said like America's fucked, which I mean, like, I think that was a lot of response to it. He also said he was like, that could have been me, or like that's something that I have to think about,
Absolutely.
um which I mean, I don't blame him for. That is something that he does need to think
Yeah,
about.
but
And other like people, like, I mean, people make fun of Harry Sisson. I know I brought him into the office, but like, if I was Harry Sisson, I'd be very careful for the next few
Gotta
weeks.
yeah, but
be.
you have to take him at face value. I don't want to condemn him, but he's very savvy. He
Well,
knows
hold
like
on, Dead Red. Though if he went on and condemned the death, and that's respectable.
No, I would say Hassan has a lot of things that you can point towards that are not positive. I would disagree with him on a lot, but what his response to it in the moment was, in my opinion, very genuine. And every person, nobody that pressed play on that video of Charlie Kirk in the moment, especially the one on the neck, was expecting what they were going to see. He was like taken aback. There was no like, oh my God, he was shot. Like, there were some people that were like that. He was not one. And I would say he condemned it right away. He was like, we can't be having this. And then saying America is fucked, I mean, like, I I think that was a lot of responses from people. Like, I would say his response was very genuine.
I got a couple of quick things, and I'm gonna leave you guys with it, leading back to uh, the investigation and kind of the timing of it all. One, um, I don't know if you guys talked about it earlier. Cash is on the clock. You know, right wings, Twitter and everybody on social media has been on his ass for
Well,
since the
let's.
Epstein thing. So if he fumbles this, and
He's a moron. He will fumble it.
yeah, well, I mean, it's looking that way already. But I think it's
Well,
all
Dead
hands
Red,
on
we were
deck.
talking about it earlier, and I don't mean to bring it up again, but he continuously claimed that they had the suspect that killed Charlie Kirk in custody, and then an hour later he was released. I mean, that is just insane to run. When you're the FBI director, you're one of the highest law enforcement officials in this country. That is insanely irresponsible.
Yeah, but to think they don't have, I mean, I'm sure Trump has said, look, I want FBI, DHS, NSA, military intelligence. I mean, they got, if whatever they have is at their disposal. So they are combing the ends of the earth, and hopefully they find this guy quick. But I also want to throw something in there, um, you know, and not to be a conspiracy theorist, but all things are relevant. It was mighty convenient that when the stabbing of the Ukrainian girl in the subway finally took it. I mean, it had the media in a chokehold, and it was kind of like bringing all this stuff to light. Everybody talking about, you know, violence in the streets, teen mobs, blah blah blah, carjackings, murders. Well, just so happens when that thing took hold, all of a sudden the next day, boom, Charlie Kirk gets shot. You know, look here, not there. Um, that may not have any relevance, but
It is a bit. It is a bit. So you're kind of essentially saying that it almost seems like this just happened to get the focus off of
yeah,
that.
convenient timing because
Yeah,
no, there are no
it
such thing as
happens a lot though.
coincidences. Yeah,
Yeah, no, you're 100% right.
guys, I appreciate it.
Lewis, yeah, thanks, Dead Red. Lewis, what's going on, man?
Yeah, thanks, Jeff. Um, well, first off, I want to say on the house rules thing to put a bow on the prayer. There's no like you don't have to request that. They were just doing their normal squabbling. Um, I don't know if this has been touched on earlier in the space, but I think it's important. Is I work in electoral politics. I talk to a lot of Republicans, a lot of Democrats, and a lot of stuff I've been hearing from people I know and other things and others is like Charlie Kirk was the nice guy on the right to many. Like he was in a lot of ways holding back and actively saying no. Let's use our words. Let's have a civil debate. I'm going to go to the colleges and talk to these people. Like he was the embodiment of the old Ronald Reagan, William F. Buckley, like conservative. We're going to be gentlemen, George H.W. Bush world, and he was really the last true one that was making an effort to do that. And I think to millions of young conservatives, especially millions of young men that grew up listening to him, like watching him get shot basically on live television has basically said, okay, and who knows what the motives of the shooter are. We are obviously making assumptions. We don't really know yet because he hasn't been caught. But there are millions of young men that are looking and saying basically the left shot Charlie Kirk for having views that are basically mine or even to a little bit more to the left of mine. So what does that say about what they want to do to me? And I think that that's a very powerful thing that, and again, I don't know if you guys kind of already touched on that earlier in the space, but somebody talked a little bit earlier about where do we go from here and all that. Like if you're a student of history, you know that eventually when the right wing in countries feels pushed to a certain point, they do things like what Francisco Franco did in Spain, what Hitler did in Germany, what Mussolini did in Italy, and it's not pretty. And so we really do. I mean, we need to rein this in now, and we need to say like we both the left and the right need to say, the left has gone too far. They have pushed too far on a lot of the rhetoric, and we cannot get to the point where the right goes over that threshold, and then we kind of again we just see a repeat of history.
That's a great point. But I will say every hour that we get to, I mean, it's 1:20 in the morning and still, I mean, we have no suspect. We have
Mhm.
no, I mean,
I will
that's
say, and then Lewis, or is it Lewis or Louis?
Lewis.
Lewis's point. I heard that a lot from people that were like, like the left may not really understand that Charlie Kirk was like the nice guy.
Yeah. He again.
Um,
I've been in this. I've been in around politics since around honestly when Charlie really started coming up. I mean, he started in 2012, but he really blew up like 2018 after the midterms, heading into COVID, and then obviously just became a force through the 2024 election. And he was very oftentimes viewed as kind of like the nice, cordial guy who goes and shakes hands with the blue-haired liberals on campuses and gets spit on and run out of places at trying to have a conversation. And I'm seeing it a lot on people I follow, people I talk to who are saying like, we're fucking done, man. Like they shot the one guy. Like I saw a tweet that said, they shot the only guy on the American right that's still trying to change their minds. And it's like, again, at a certain point, there's a great quote, and everybody should Google it. I'm not going to read it because it's long, but it's called. It's by Alexander Solzhenitsyn, who grew up in the Soviet Union and experienced all sorts of awful, horrendous things. And it's called "The Men." The quote is kind of a poem. It's called "The Men Who Want to Be Left Alone." And the synopsis is basically that once you push regular, ordinary men over the brink, and whether it's true or just perceived, that once they get to that point, they are not going to turn back. And because they know they're not going to turn back, they unleash a level of fury and terror that
Yeah,
people really
Lewis,
can't comprehend.
I'm still here, Lewis, and listen to you. I want to ask you this question though. You're saying that the places that the right could go and the far right could do this and do that, and
Oh, I'm
comparing
not
them
saying
to
the far right. I'm saying the regular old. Again, people don't. But the Germans that supported Hitler, many of them were normal people. Like we all think, and Jordan
okay. Well,
Peterson talks about this.
this is not Germany, but
It's not Germany, but it certainly could be.
I do want to say this. Okay, let's say you go to the principal office
Hmm.
and you're on camera for stealing something in the gym locker room,
Okay.
and you sit there and you keep denying that you didn't do it, and
Hmm.
finally the principal's had enough, and then they go over the edge.
Yeah.
And I think my comparison is at some point though in this particular situation, the left and the media and the pundits and the influencers, they need to quit with the
No,
whataboutism
they
and step
absolutely do.
up and take
Yeah.
responsibility
I
for
think
this
you're
one,
mis.
and then
I,
maybe
I
the
think you're
right won't.
slightly. I think you're slightly misunderstanding what I'm saying. I'm not trying to deflect any blame. I actually think the left is the primary driver of this and what is going on. What I'm saying is that once the right, and we have this throughout history, Francisco Franco, Benito Mussolini, certain right-wing Latin American governments, like all of them, if you actually look at the timeline when they took power, they were all reacting to like in Spain, they were burning nuns alive, like the communists, the left-wing communists were burning nuns alive in Spain in the 1930s. And Francisco Franco largely came to power by saying, I'm gonna stop that fucking shit. And yes, he was a fascist. And my point is that the left is not absolved of any blame at all. That's not what I'm suggesting in the slightest. My point is that the left does not comprehend that once you push the right over the brink, the right does not take a break. They do not stop. They play to win. And I'm not advocating for that. I'm just saying that again, if you understand and know history, you understand that that is literally the story of the 20th century with totalitarian regimes. And so like we cosplay with this at our own peril. That's my
I got you. Well,
yeah.
yeah, and we are a 50-50 country, and basically, even though we have a Republican president and we kind of have momentum, I mean, the United States is basically a welfare state. I mean, we're not a right-leaning country at all. We could be, in my opinion, but I think when it comes down to brass tacks, yes, I think whether the left or the right, which one could be more violent and take to the streets, yes, it would be the Republicans and on the right because that's where all the guns are, and that's the ones who have the families and the most to lose,
I,
which
I,
is
I
I did want to jump in real
yeah.
quick and ask you guys something. Does anyone? And I'm just reading a tweet from this Stellar Man guy, this plane guy. I mean, does anyone find it weird that there were no police or federal helicopters searching in the vicinity of Utah Valley University? Like, why was there no helicopters? No one finds that weird.
No, that's crazy, especially
Yeah.
because I mean, you would have to assume there was a getaway car, and
Like,
like there has to be cameras. It was pretty clear that it was shot, like somebody shot him from that like raised area above him, and I'm just confused. What, like, he probably ran to a car. There has to be cameras of,
a
like, there's
lot
uh,
of
pro-
desert, a lot of military bases out there, a lot of dead space. I mean, you
Yeah.
read into
But
that what you want.
But yeah, but wouldn't that be more of a need to have someone in the sky? By the way, Harry Sisson was in here. I invited him. He didn't come up, but I would have liked to have heard from him. But nonetheless,
yeah.
back to what you were saying.
Oh, I was going to touch on, never underestimate the power of incompetence. I know that a lot of times, we always love to jump to conspiracy and it's fun and it's like edgy and it's like, oh, I'm in the know and I know something or not. I mean, again, I'm not saying the government's batting 1,000 and they're telling you the truth every time. That's certainly not the case. But I will say, like I always assume incompetence until I'm given a reason to believe otherwise, because the government is just inherently incompetent, inefficient, and unable to do even the most basic tax. I mean, look at
Facts.
Gavin Newsom has
Agreed.
been trying to build a high-speed rail in California for 30, not Gavin, but governors in California have been trying to build high-speed rail for 30 years. It's cost $50 billion. They built like 10 miles of rail. Government can't do shit. They're not competent. So again, not saying that there isn't conspiracy involved. There certainly can be, but I always just like to assume incompetence
Well, and
until to be proven otherwise.
they also don't care about you at all.
Correct. Yeah.
Daniel, what's up?
Hey Jeff, hey Jack. It's great to be a part of this. Thank you for hosting this space. And I've kind of been hopping back and forth, but I've been really enthralled with him the last half hour. I think that Lewis actually brought a lot to this conversation, so I want to thank him as
Agreed.
well. What I'm really curious about, and apologies if someone had already brought this up. So within like the last 2 hours, there have been some posts about the U.S. receiving foreign
Yeah.
intelligence about the potential location of
What is
what's up
that
with the
about?
shooter. Yeah, exactly. And I've kind of misconstrued some of these messages because they haven't been necessarily clear. I haven't been following if whether they're receiving support from foreign intelligence or they're receiving information that foreign intelligence is
What is that
behind the
even?
shooter.
But again,
who
what could
reported
you?
that though? Who reported that?
Uh, they asked. It was on Fox News.
But
Yeah, there's a couple of different sources.
I just like, I mean,
I would have to go back and pull up a few, but
I've seen it too. I'm not even, like, I'm not saying it like like you guys are conspiracy theorists or anything. I was just more like, who reported it? That's a pretty massive fucking lead.
It was John
Considering
Solomon.
that
His name
we
is
had like that's what we have, but the two people that we've brought in have been absolutely nothings. Like, there's a possibility that, I mean, like, we
It's
know
John
nothing.
Solomon. He was an executive and editor in chief at the Washington
yeah.
Times.
He's been a lot. He did a lot of stuff with like Russia collusion narratives and whatnot. He's on the right. Um, he was big on like Russia Gate and stuff.
Give us a
And
recap for
yeah.
those of us that haven't heard about it.
About Russiagate.
No,
You haven't
the
heard?
foreign
Oh,
intelligence angle.
Jesus! I was gonna say, how much time do you have?
He basically just said that they're getting foreign intelligence from who knows who.
he reported that they received foreign intelligence related to what happened, which could mean anything from they were told by a foreign government that has agents in our country that they heard some sort of chatter that suggested this was going to happen, or that they heard that one of their own citizens, or like, I mean, it's very vague, and it's reported that way on purpose because nothing is done by accident,
Right.
and and it's done in a way to, again, to kind of elicit exactly this level of uh, confusion, because the reality is probably that they don't have shit at the moment, um, and they are leaking and trying to sculpt any kind of narrative that they can get to not make it sound like they have no earthly idea who did this. Now, I could be 100% wrong on that assessment, but like, again, I always assume they're just dumber than they look.
Well,
Um,
Lewis, by the way, don't forget what that Mossad agent said on 60 Minutes. I don't know if you saw that, but he said,
yeah.
"We create a pretend world. We are a global production company. The world is our
Oh yeah.
stage."
I mean, that's all intelligence agencies, and they've been doing that. The CIA has been doing that across Eastern Europe and South America and Africa and all over the world
Sure.
forever. Yeah, the Mossad is quite good at what they do. Just avoid the pagers. But yeah, again, I think that the real thing that I take from what happened today, again, is like, politicians are one thing, people who serve in government, military officials, like others, they're in a way not fair game. That's the wrong phrase to use, but like, we've seen that in the past. But like, this is the first time, I mean, that I can remember that a guy who was essentially a mix of Billy Graham and Rush Limbaugh. I mean, like, that really was like, he was able to speak to the word down to the chapter and verse, and he captivated audiences like Rush did on the radio. And he got shot basically on live television in front of the entire world. Um, and I just think that is really it's galvanizing lots of people. It's galvanizing people that you never thought would even care about this stuff. And yeah, I mean, the real question is, where do we go from here?
Lewis, I was talking about this earlier, and maybe I was a little premature, but I mean, do we think maybe, we're starting to see again, the wokeism just disappear. People are getting tired of cancel culture and all this stupid stuff we've heard about. I mean, could it just mean that maybe people are just done with this left woke shit, and that maybe this is the final?
I mean, I, look, number one, like, the other thing that I think needs to be touched on is, we live in an anomaly of history in terms of political violence and other things, like, up until right around, I mean, 1945, and then in other parts of the world, obviously, still until today, like, political violence in these types of things were just the norm. I mean, pogroms and revolutions, kings being overthrown, and emperors being stabbed in the Senate, and I mean, like, we live in a very, very blessed and unique time where this has not been an issue, and it's somewhat arrogant of us to sometimes think like, oh well, that can't happen here, or this is not possible in this day and age. Like, it sure as shit is. Again, like, I always harken back to Germany, and they were one of the most educated and technologically advanced civilizations in the world, and they devolved into what happened with them. But to touch on your point, Jeff, with is wokeism dying, is all that? No, I think a lot of it's just electoral. I mean, again, like, Americans are very short-sighted at times. We have short memories. We move news cycle to news cycle, and Joe Biden made eggs more expensive, and then there was kind of just like a preference cascade where people started to realize, like, oh shit, yeah, like, I don't have to worry about, or like, I don't need to be looking over my shoulder that some HR person is going to fire me because everybody's normal. Like they've been captured by this Me Too movement, and a decade almost of this, just, again, kind of nonsense. But I don't think that the ideology, or the stuff that kind of underpins it has gone away in any sense. I just think that you've kind of seen a little bit of an Overton window shift, just from the last few years, but that certainly doesn't mean that it's gone,
I agree
in
because
my opinion.
it's baked in now.
Yeah,
It's part of their DNA, and they can't get away from it because the only way they can get elected is to pander
and
to
that's
that come election
yeah.
time.
and on the politicians again, like everybody thinks that politicians have their own motives, or they're underhanded and they're trying to get their own agenda, all this stuff through. Politicians do what they think their constituents want them to do because they want to keep getting elected. Like, there are certainly politicians, obviously, that have ulterior motives and agendas, and that does happen. It does. But for the most part, decisions made by politicians are a binary. Is this going to help me in reelection, or is this going to hurt me in reelection? Like, that is really the choice. And so, a lot of times, again, like, it's with the wokeism, like on the left, like the Democrats have kind of boxed themselves in because their base really, really wants, like, they truly do believe that. Like and when I say the base, I mean the people that are active in the primaries within Democratic politics, because those are the ones who really dictate who the candidates are. And the same is true on the Republican side, which is why you see some Republicans in certain states drift to the right. It's because the primary electorates are more hard right or hard left. And so then they are catering to that small group of people because they know that they're the ones who basically decide if they stay in office or not. And they box themselves in because then they can't take stances outside of that orthodoxy. And so it's kind of a a cyclical, like, just revolving door where they might want to say something but they feel like they can't because they have now created a ecosystem and environment where their base won't accept them not acting the way they have been. And so, yeah, I mean, it's, again, you're seeing normies and people who kind of pay attention to this stuff on the margins react differently, and the wokeism is dying. But I don't think that in the circles where it really matters, it's going away.
Richard, what's going on?
Oh, howdy, Jeff.
Hey.
Um, yeah, I kind of mirror that with what Lewis was saying, that it's not going to go away because it's so entrenched in the ideologies and the education systems. But one of the things and why I wanted to talk was Lewis brought up the point of the fascist states in Europe and the horrors that we saw there. But you kind of have a 1, 2, 3 punch here, and we don't know what this last one was due to, or who did it, or why. But you had the shooter of the Catholic Church kids, 2 girls who died, who was a leftist, and then uh, you had the girl on the train got her throat cut, and
Well, hold
the
on,
cer
Richard. The girl on the train, the suspect was very mentally ill. I wouldn't say he was leftist.
Left-wing policies were the only reason he was on
well
that train.
they
That's
No,
this
they weren't.
this
No, it
Yeah,
wasn't,
they were.
Lewis.
Yeah, that's
How?
bail reform. He'd been arrested 14 times, Jeff. He should
But
have been on the
but he
streets.
had served his
That's not.
sentence.
But that's not how. That's no.
You can't leave him in prison for the rest of
No,
his
but you can
life.
certainly institutionalize him, and no,
Well, but again, Lewis, this administration has pulled billions of dollars away from mental health facilities. They don't care about mental health.
I'm not saying, I didn't say the administration did or did not.
He should
I
have been
said
in a
that
long-term facility.
I said that the bail reform policies that were passed by the North Carolina legislature and signed into
But
law,
what does
but
bail reform have to do with anything? He did his
because he
six
would
years
have
and
been
was
a
out.
three-strike offender based on the crimes he committed throughout his life,
They
and
don't
he,
have three-strike offenses in North
of
Carolina.
course they do.
I don't believe they
I
do.
believe they do. I could be
Maybe we'll
wrong.
look that up. Either
I'm
way,
happy to be fact checked. If I'm wrong, I'll eat crow on that.
but either way, Louis, what I'm saying is, like, I don't know that we can call him a
No, I
leftist.
didn't
Is
know.
what I'm saying.
He's certainly no.
fair
I wouldn't argue
fair.
that he was not a leftist. I would not say that he was a schizophrenic
I,
homeless man. That's
Yeah,
very
I would
obvious.
say that though the policies of the left, in a certain sense, propped up these individuals and
fair
allowed
enough.
these things to happen, and so you're fair. You have a fair point. My point is only in a certain team. This is under the umbrella of the left, and but yeah. So but in a certain sense, these cities are run by weak individuals who aren't able to handle these situations to reduce crimes, lock up individuals who are obviously going to be repeat offenders. And how do you have a situation or a country where you can push back? Because I don't really remember too many right wing mass shootings. Like, I can't think of one. There's probably one out there somebody can bring up, but for the most part, they're either mentally ill or they have some sort of left wing agenda. And so, how can we push back without going too far? There, because and Trump's talking about Chicago and going into Chicago like he's going into DC. Well, DC is a very different situation because that's federal. But in a certain sense, I don't know if he has the jurisdiction to go in these cities unless he's protecting federal facilities or federal officers. And so, how as a people can we push back against this? And a lot of people don't have the wherewithal or the knowledge or the patience. A lot of times, people get swept up in this emotional fervor and can get carried away and go way too far. But on the other hand, if everyone's just a beta male and doesn't stand up, nothing's going to change. So, Lewis, what do you think? Or Jeff, how do you do that? How do you push back strongly? Because I think a lot of the stuff that's been happening, we haven't been standing up because Black Lives Matter and people get attention. The squeaky wheel gets the grease, right? And unless we're a bit of a squeaky wheel and cause a little bit of a problem, then how are we going to push back against
Well, one
against
thing
these
you said,
agendas?
you're 100% right. There's and Lewis, you could probably confirm this. There's no jurisdiction of him to send the troops into Chicago. I don't know how that's even legal,
He would have to get permission. I mean, he's not going to
and
get
he's not going
permission
to
from
get
the
permission,
Democrat.
right?
Well, I'm saying he's not going to get permission from the Democrat governor of Illinois. The White House is try. I mean, here's the thing. White House
Lewis,
is
let me
White.
ask you
No, no.
real.
Let
Go
me just
ahead.
wait real quick, Jeff.
Yeah.
I was gonna say White House. The White House counsel's office will always be put out a brief or an opinion where they'll cite laws and cite things that justify what they're doing. So like, I can't say that the White House isn't going to claim a legal authority. What I don't know is whether or not a court would uphold that legal authority for him to do that. Now, yeah, I mean, Richard brought up a obviously very good point that DC is significantly different than the rest of the country because of the fact that it's a federal jurisdiction. I think this was always more of an optics play for Trump and his team to just say, hey, look, you guys can just do stuff. Like, you can just put police on the streets and then crimes will go down. Like, we don't have to buy into this, like,
Yeah, but also,
give flowers, give people flowers until they stop committing violent crimes like mental health, not the stuff. Like, we can just lock the violent criminals up. It's like 1% of 1% of the population. Like, they won't be missed. And
well, but again, it's mixed messaging with him
yeah,
because
I agree.
during his run of president, he claimed that we were going to give the death penalty to all drug traffickers, and now it's if we actually know anything, he's making deals with high level drug traffickers all of a
Well,
sudden.
I mean,
So
I
I
don't think
mean,
that.
El Mayo Zambada was the head of the Sinaloa cartel. They just made a deal with him. So why is that kind of stuff going on? Also, throw in the fact we also forget that he doesn't like. Baltimore, Maryland is at a homicide low, 50 years.
Hmm.
They haven't seen a homicide rate lower.
Yeah, it's great.
Why not send some messaging where we say, you know what, they've done a nice job. Do they
Yeah,
need any extra help?
one
Do
of the,
they?
yeah, and one of the things. I mean, I see it a little bit. Being messy. It's not yet correct. It's not. I mean, again, a Republican White House is not going to be like, "Hey, Democrat Mayor of Baltimore, Democrat Governor of Maryland,
Right.
great job." Like and that's something that we can agree would not happen on either side of the aisle. What I will say is, one of the things that gets lost in that message about Baltimore is one of the reasons they are at a homicide low in recent memory is because the citizens of Baltimore finally elected a district attorney who said, "I am going to
Right.
prosecute criminals and I'm going to
Right.
put them in jail." And the mayor has done a good job of coupling that with community policies like building more basketball courts and doing things to keep kids off the street. And it's a good combination, but the reality is sometimes on the left, especially in big cities, you get one without the other. You get the like, let's do the needle exchanges, let's do the community programs, and then let's also pull funding for the police. And so, again, Baltimore is a great example of a DA saying, I'm going to be no nonsense on crime, and a mayor saying, I'm going to spend some decent money on community programs. And yeah, it's working. And I
Yeah,
think
and
that should be touched on. That's a great point, Jeff. And yeah, I mean, again, if I had to say yes or no, is Trump legally allowed to go into those cities? I'd say no, just because you asked. You're
And
supposed
by the
to.
way, you are right. I mean, North Carolina does have a three-strike law. I think that what we're not remembering about the suspect in this murder case is most of his 14 arrests are for, if we're just being honest, pretty pretty none of them are particularly violent crimes. Like this isn't a person who was carjacking people or lighting shit on fire. It's burglaries and like small little things. I agree. He probably should have been in some sort of long-term facility, but unfortunately, when someone goes to prison, unless they are a repeat violent offender, you cannot keep them locked up for a long period of time. And there are hundreds of thousands of people around this country on the street today that are an offender. They've reoffended, they come back out, they could probably go back to prison. This person should be in a facility where he is given his medication. He has we need to bring those types of places back where some of the worst people go, where they belong. They need to be there for long periods of time
Yeah.
because their life is fucked up without being on medication. Them taking medication is the difference between them being somewhat of a comparable adult to a person who will go onto a subway and just kill people. They're not mentally there. They
Yeah.
shouldn't be walking the streets.
Yeah, and I mean, yeah, you're 100% right. Like there are, again, people who have legitimate mental conditions who are, not necessarily violent, and you don't just need to lock them up. I will say in terms of
Because they're on medication.
correct. I will say in terms of DeCarlos Brown, like yeah, he was arrested 14 times, and some of them were larceny and petty theft, but one of them was robbing a man at gunpoint. And it's like
Sure.
if you've been arrested 14 times and you've also robbed a guy at gunpoint, like at that point, yeah, I mean, I think that if North Carolina doesn't have a law that puts that guy in jail for a long time, I think it's pretty common sense to say that they should have a law that puts that type of person in jail for a long
Well,
time.
I've ref.
And there's one more point. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. There's
Yeah,
one
go
more
ahead.
point because it was touched on a little bit earlier about like it's convenient that this Charlie Kirk thing happened right when the
Yeah.
stab. I actually could not, frankly, disagree with that more because I think that they compound on each other, especially on the right. Like I don't think that it's something where it's like, look here, not there. I think it's you've got your fucking cross-eyed, you got one eye on one and one eye on the other because people are fucking pissed. Like it's not. I don't think it's a distraction. I think it's something that compounds on top of what happened to that woman on the train, and a lot of
Right.
people on the right kind of see that as like this is not a new separate thing. This is validation of what we already know. And I'm not speaking to whether their validations are correct. I'm saying what they perceive to be the case. This is validation of what we already know that these people want us dead, right? And they see it on the subway with that because they see Democrats, perceive Democrats as being soft on crime and letting these people roam the streets and all that stuff. And then with Charlie, obviously what happened. And so yeah, I just wanted to say real quick because I heard that earlier. Like I don't think that those are like, I
No,
don't think it's
I
a
don't
distraction.
either.
I think that they are, if anything, they are again not the right word, but like complement. It's like they build on one another. It's not looked at as it's looked at as kind of one A
No,
one B
it's
type thing.
just it's a sad, really sad coincidence. Now,
Yeah.
and also throw in the fact that that girl that happened like 2 weeks ago. The video just came out,
Oh yeah.
but yeah, it's not like it
And there's been
happened.
three, and I see there've been three or four similar cases brought up by the right wing anons that have happened since that woman was stabbed. Similar thing, like schizophrenic
I
homeless
do.
person who'd been
uh,
arrested 15 times, stabbed somebody on the train, and that again, it compounds. It's like, oh, we saw this one. It was 2 weeks ago. That's crazy. That's the worst thing I've ever seen. Oh wait, you're telling me one happened also 5 days ago? What the fuck? And then yeah, I mean, it's
Right. You also got to add into that big balls incident where the girl got laid out on
mhm.
the ground,
Yeah, true.
and a lot of this is black on white crime, and they're doing it because they're white. Now, maybe not in every case, but a lot of these cases, it's racially motivated.
Well,
And
I do want to point out something you said, Richard, about the involvement of sending the military to some of these cities. Have we kind of realized that the whole like big box theory of putting millions of people in prison doesn't cut down on crime? I mean, we have more people in prison than anyone in the entire free world, and we are one of the most dangerous countries on the planet. I mean,
yeah, I worked in a youth facility. It's kind of where they tried to keep them out of going to juvie front of
yeah,
the
beyond
house.
scared straight stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, and what I found was really if you're going to solve this problem, it comes from the father and the
Yes, it
mother
does.
and the family, and there's not a way to fix it without going back to the basics. And you can't force that on people, but there's an awful lot of policies that strong black men talked
Sure.
about, like Sheriff David Clark talks about. The if you don't have a strong man in the family, what do you think's going to
Well, you're going to
happen?
go
You
to
see this,
the drug dealer in the corner. Or you're going to go to the guy in the corner that's making money, and he's going to teach you about how to be a man. And to be a man, you go out and you do what you got to do in the street. And before you know it, your mom ain't going to tell you what to do. You're going to go out and do what you have to do. And before you know it, you're doing bad shit.
yeah, I mean, I lived in one of those places. Like, this is like early '90s, Bloods, Crips, 4v1 was on video games, and they tore down the projects. It was rough, like fourth grade, sixth grade, seventh grade. So I've seen it firsthand. My parents didn't really know at the time what was going on. They were working at the hospital or whatever they're doing. But us kids really couldn't go and say, "Hey, there's a problem," because that's not socially acceptable. And so there's a lot of people that have lived through this that just want uh, it fixed, and there's not a way to fix it without ending some of these social welfare programs
Richard,
that
you would have to
incentivize.
go to some.
It's a culture
Yeah,
problem.
you'd have to go to some extremely crazy lengths to do anything whatsoever to fix any of this stuff. I mean, where would you even start? I mean, you would have to first admit that drugs are a major problem. You would then have to admit that. I mean, Donald Trump's constantly talking about cartels, cartels, cartels. I'm going to tell you right now, you could go in and extinguish every single drug cartel Mexico has, every one of them. Do you know why it wouldn't fucking matter? Because the drug trade is so vast that someone would find a way to say, you know what? I'm going to do it now. And until we address the need for drugs, the insatiable desire
Um,
that society has in this country for drugs, we have to address the demand. Drug dealers are supply and demand businessmen. They find a demand for something and they fulfill the demand. When will we admit that this country has an insatiable desire for illicit substances and these people are ones that provide it?
yeah, I
Well,
will
I
say I don't think that it's a comparable apples to apples type thing. But Singapore had a big drug problem before they had a man take over in the mid '70s and '80s. They were one of the capitals of trafficking in Southeast
Yeah.
Asia. And when the new regime took over, they introduced this little law that said if you're caught drug trafficking, if it's a joint or if it's 100 pounds, we're going to shoot you in the head and you're going to die. And they carried that out. And now again, I'm not advocating for that, and I'm not saying that it would work in America because, like you said, Jeff, there's significantly more demand. Like Singapore is not comparable to the United States of
Yeah.
America, and I would never try to come on here and lie to you and say that it is. What I am saying though is that like when you look at it in the abstract, you can say like, I mean, there is a way to do it.
It
It
would
would just
just,
be really, really
and we
hard.
also would have to,
And it would take a lot of balls and a lot of frankly doing some dirty things that I don't know if people are really
and
willing
Lewis,
to
you know
do. And I'm
better
not
than me
suggesting you
that
should.
the drug trade is very big business for this government, for police departments. I mean, most arrests are drug related. I mean,
Yeah,
and putting people in prison means more money to private companies and to everybody that's on the take.
some of them.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah,
But listen,
some
guys,
of them.
it is approaching 2 a.m. here in the East Coast. I wanna kind of wrap it up here. I've been on here really long, and I want to thank people like Lewis, Richard. I mean, all the get Jack Mac. With so many people that have come up here to speak. JW, Steph, Sniper. I mean, so many people that came up here. I can't get to everybody. I want to make one important distinction here and say, rest in peace to Charlie Kirk, a brilliant guy who, again, I don't know that every one of us agrees with everything he said, but he was a smart man who his discourse was, I think, really interesting to watch. He was always very fair to people. And today he was killed for literally no reason. I hope we'll get some sort of closures to what happened here. I think we can all hope and pray that stuff gets better, man. It's a scary time we're living in here, and I think all of us. I mean, I think one cool thing is at least we can all come in here. We didn't have one person that came in here and all acted stupid or talked stupid, or it was all pretty good discourse. So.
That
Um,
dude pretending to be a girl was kind
Oh
of
yeah, about him. But even he condemned what happened. He
true,
did.
true, true.
There wasn't one person that came in here and said anything derogatory, really. And I think something we can at least be a little bit happy about. But Lewis, all you guys, thank you. Thanks for checking out the show. If you'd like to follow me, feel free to do it. I'm not. I wouldn't say I'm a political person. I'm more of a crime guy. But all this stuff I think is important to talk about nonetheless. So, Nixon, good to see you. Rob, Stotts, all you guys, thank you for contributing. And hopefully we can do this another time for a little bit better reasons. Talk to you all again soon. And thanks, guys.